Hello and welcome back to my channel What If Deku 2.0. Join us as we delve into the realms of fanfiction and fantasy, bringing you the best stories and discussions. Today we're kicking off part 18 of our series, What If Deku Became the Villain Emperor? If you enjoy this video, please give it a like and subscribe for more content in the future. The author of this story is DekuVerse from Archive of Our Own. All the relevant links are in the description. Feel free to say hello to the author on their profile. Now let's dive into the fanfic. "This is stupid," scoffed Katsuki as he leaned back on his seat. Unfortunately, he wasn't cleared to leave the hospital until the next day, even though he insisted he was fine. His protests were met to whack to the shins by the old lady, and it hurt. They were given 2 days after that to rest from the events of the stadium attack. Katsuki spent that time on the internet chatting with his friends, met up with Ochako and Shoto to train together, and did hang out with his friends on the local arcade. Now they were back to school. Katsuki walked out of the train station with his friends, or the so-called Baku squad, for some reason. "Man, back to school and lectures," groaned Denki. "I know, right? After all we've been through, you'd think the school would give us some form of vacation, but nope. Back to school after just a couple days," pouted Mina. "Hey guys, don't be like that. It will show that nothing can put us down for long. Plus, when we're pros we wouldn't have time for vacations just every time things get a bit messy," argued Izuku. "What shitty hair said, we can't expect a vacation every time villains show up to our doorstep. Do you see All Might taking vacation while missing some of his organs?" asked Katsuki. His friends winced at that reminder. "But damn man, speaking about that, it's pretty damn badass that All Might still does hero work with his wounds. Like seriously, what the hell? You must have guts of steel to keep going with half of his lungs and a missing stomach," shivered Hanta at the idea, and the others followed. It actually increased their respect to their teacher tenfold for that. "Which is the peak of manliness, I won't take arguments on that," said Izuku, crossing his arms with determined look. "Trust me, nobody is going to argue with you on that," said Denki with a grin. "Whatever happened to All Might anyways? Wasn't he thrown to a portal?" wondered Mina. Katsuki burst into laughter at that, which caused his friends to look at his both surprised and startled. "He was dropped across the ocean all the way to the U.S. He ended up dropping on Star and Stripe's table in her favorite bar," cackled Katsuki. Soon his friends started laughing at the mental image. The group soon arrived at U.A, where they met up with their classmates, which caused a whole new round of chatter before Shoyuta entered the class. The days passed by for them all, allowing them to enjoy a more peaceful time as students. Red unleashed her manifest the day schools resumed its working after the Interfestival. She already had very loyal men, contacts and shit ton of weapons, as well as the experience in leadership. She actually ended up asking Mr. Compress and him for help with said manifest. The two of them decided to join in with the effort. They are and will be the absolute kings of things like lighting, acting and special effects. Needless to say, Red coming into public knowledge was an astounding success under the villain name of Consequence, which was exactly how the QEM operates. It serves justice. Just from the start, Red had become truly and utterly infamous. Deku was already tired of seeing the memes on the internet, and it was only a few hours since the act. But it was worth it in his opinion. They also ended up exposing a human trafficking ring preying on the quirkless population and blew up a police precinct that was covering up the abuse of the local quirkless people, despite several suicides happening there in a short succession. Red happened to know one of the people who killed themselves, and making her not cackle maniacally while the building exploded on camera was his Mr. Compress' greatest achievement of teaching. The two of them won't budge on that. They also made it a point in the recording that the two policemen that were actually trying to do something about the issue and one that joined said precinct after the fact were purposefully lured out of the building before the explosion, and that they made sure to make the boom happen when there were no civilians inside. QEM's membership numbers skyrocketed overnight by quirkless people who wanted to make a difference in the world but didn't want to join the QLF for being too violent. Red began to organize local cells for her new army. All you really had to do with modern internet being this fast was to host your villain forum in some failed state where police no longer existed or was officially working for the local villains, and your villain group could work semi-openly on the internet. That and watch for undercover policemen and heroes, of course, but Deku already had plans for that to be countered. He was, after all, a villainous mastermind. Mostly after people joined in, he made it public to them that he was willing to donate quirks to the members for exchange of unquestioned loyalty and servitude. He gave someone reading touch to meet up with the new recruits. They caught multiple times a couple of undercover police, and nicely warped them away. No need for unnecessary violence after all, that wasn't the QEM's way. Deku donated a warping quirk as well, a bunch of combat and communication quirks and some healing quirks as well, and a lot of weapons and support gear which Villain Tech were more than happy to provide them. You wonder what quirks did Deku gift Red? Welp, he gave her Equip, which was literally a quirk that let the user store things in a pocket dimension of their own. He gave her infinite swords, to which he after gave her a nice tour in a museum filled with all types of swords, from explosive ones to poisonous to large and other things. He also gave her Reflex Booster, Physical Booster, Super Regeneration and wrapped all the quirks in Power Stockpile charged with 10% of his power. She could fill it on her own with training. So yeah, the manifest was a crushing success. It was just a week now since the official start of the QEM, but their numbers multiplied. Honestly, it shocked them how successful it became. Karma. I wish to announce that the manifest of Red the QEM leader was a crushing success by all means of the word. Consequence, yes. Mightless. I'm honestly shocked how quickly this got popular. Cure. Apparently blowing up police stations gets people rounded up, exposing idiots gets them even more rounded up, and the fact that Karma would donate quirks to the loyal ones gets completely nuts. Consequence. Because F the government, F the HPSC and F the MLA. Mightless. With an electric chainsaw. Karma, now back to business. How are we going to work this out now? Now QEM is the base contact between the LOV and the QLF, so if you are plotting some crazy attack I asked to be informed beforehand so in case shit hits the fan I could show up to clean up. Mightless. Sounds reasonable, Red? Any input on your new faction? Consequence. I love my people and I will brutalize whoever hurt them. Mightless. Welcome to my world. Cure. Mood. Karma. Mood. Cure. Karma. Cure F you. Karma. F you. Mightless. Kai. Consequence. Deku. Karma. Fine. Cure. Fine. Consequence. Now back to business. I already established few bases, split my men accordingly with my most trusted followers as leaders to my cells, and had my warper right on standby by my side in case of need. Mightless. And make sure to keep your connections secured nicely. Hackers of the government are a pain in the ass. Consequence. Mightless. And try to be weary of public appearances. Apparently I never cared for that, which screwed me over in the long run. Consequence. Noted. Mightless. And try to not overwork yourself because leadership can be exhausting. Karma. Tell me about it. Cure. Mikoto, let the girl cook herself, she's not a kid. Mightless. SDFUKI. Cure. Karma. Oh. Consequence. Deku. Karma. Karma. Women. Cure. Women. Cure FU. Karma. FU. Deku was sitting in his office, doing the paperwork for his new villain organizations that he started, QEM, Villain Tech and Villain Academy, which still needs an appropriate name so they could be launched. Deku still can't believe that he still have to do paperwork for the villain work on top of his front companies. That was bullshit. He was using multitasking to do both the paperwork and type on his computer to hopefully finish quickly, and by quickly as in soon because he started 3 hours ago. There was a knock on his door. Deku called for the person to come in and the door opened revealing Mustard. Yo boss, did you see Spinner and Twice? We were supposed to talk about my new theory, said Mustard sheepishly. Actually sorry, I know you're busy and dash. No, in fact I'm begging you to come in, I need a distraction before I decide to level Tartarus to blow off some steam, said Deku motioning for Mustard to come in. Mustard is more than willing to oblige his boss. If someone says they are going to level Tartarus it's taken as a joke. If Deku says then give a good reason not to, nobody is willing to scoff at the #1 villain's threats after he single-handedly with his army of monsters, and kicked the asses of the top 10 solo. They spent 20 minutes talking about Mustard's newest conspiracy theory. This time it's about all for one being Nedzu with some weird support item letting him imitate quirks, using the League to learn how to interact with humans and have family. Deku is starting to suspect that Mustard's just mentally bored and so he ends up twisting the reality in some particularly insane way to kill time and test his wits in the game of justify it and find some evidence. Shouldn't you try to contact Shoto? I know you guys are pretty much best buddies on the internet, said Deku in amusement. Wait, he's in school now. F school man, deadpan Mustard with his eye twitching, showing that his nickname in the group chats is not from nowhere. Now that you actually came. Maybe we should discuss your unhealthy level of hatred to schools, suggested Deku. Mustard looked like he was gonna jump through the window despite the fact that there is no windows for him to jump through. Young master, said Kurogiri politely peeking from the door. Mustard looked happy with the distraction. I know this might be unwise, considering Mustard being here, but I believe that we need to talk about my new job. Mustard flinches as if he just smelled something rotten. His eye started to twitch again. Deku gave him a disappointed stare, to which he looked away with a pout. Deku turned towards Unkligiri. What do you want to talk about? Asked Deku with a smile. Anything to run from the paperwork. He knows it's going to be something interesting. Kurogiri wouldn't interrupt him for something not interesting. I've talked with Guran and some similar acquaintances, started Kurogiri as he entered the room. They appear to be intrigued. League has enough of a reputation for them to risk a long-term investment. They are working on figuring out where to host the academy and how to get people in and out of it. Guran got me a list of various thugs, thieves and other small-time villains to potentially recruit students from. And I believe that the first class would certainly gain a lot from having you look through the list and assess their quirks and general potential. Kurogiri knew how to speak his master's language. It might be a bit underhanded, but it was for the greater good. It can be excused, right? Deku was sold the second he heard the words, assess their quirks. He will do that with his dad. Alright then. Thank you, Kurogiri, smiled Deku as Kurogiri handed him the list. As he left, Deku turned to Mustard. Sorry Musty, what we're going to talk about? Mustard blinked before grinning. You said that you were super busy, bye, said Mustards as he ran out at speeds that would make All Might's jaw drop. Deku blinked at that, strange. The Shigarakis. Demon Nerd, Dad, I have a special proposition for you. Demon Lord, oh? Ice Angel. Really, dear? That's my nickname? Green Beauty, mine's more embarrassing. Handyman, I find them suitable. Hell Devil, I find them very fitting. Demon Nerd, agreed. Demon Lord, the proposition? Demon Nerd, we are opening a villain academy, and I would be honored if you become the principal. Demon Lord. Ice Angel, vetoed. Green Beauty vetoed. Demon Lord, what? Demon Nerd, why? Ice Angel, because we don't want innocent young thugs to experience a lifetime psychological damage. Green Beauty, or jump out of the windows in fright. Your dad has his moments, unfortunately. Demon Nerd, first of all, Dad will be the principal, not a teacher. He will run the place. He couldn't possibly be more sadistic or malevolent than Nedzu. Demon Nerd. Second of all, I won't let Dad nerd the future generations of villains without you to make sure he doesn't drop them against Nimbus after just 1 month of training like he did with me. Green Beauty, he what? Ice Angel, he what? Handyman, busted. Hell Devil, Green Beauty, we are going to have a very long talk about your methods later. Ice Angel, and you're cut off. Demon Lord, oh come on. It wasn't that bad. Demon Nerd, honestly yes it wasn't, I dealt with worse in middle school. Handyman. Hell Devil. Ice Angel. Green Beauty. Demon Lord, I desire murder or mass murder to be specific. Handyman same. Hell Devil same. Demon Nerd, back to business, interested in the job? You can try out all of those stuff we watched on old movies on the students, but restrictions, you can let out some very sadistic pranks and training sessions on them, under supervisors of course, and you get to create much better quality of villains for the future. Demon Lord, you had me on letting out my sadism. Green Beauty, dear. Ice Angel, dear. Demon Lord, under your watch of course it should be hilarious. I wonder how many kids I can knock out with the swivel chair reveal. Demon Nerd, I'll send me the tape. Hell Devil, should be hilarious XD. Handyman, yup. Ice Angel, alright, but how will we keep the fact that All for One is alive if he teaches them? Demon Nerd, a camouflage quirk. Demon Lord, a camouflage quirk. Handyman, oh. Hell Devil, shish. Ice Angel. Inko? Green Beauty, no I would have known. Green Beauty, nothing. I like the idea but we will be overwatching your dad's over sadistic tendencies. Deku sighed as he finished texting his family. He knew his dad wouldn't turn down the idea of seeing a lot of people, their interesting quirks and help them hone said interesting quirks, plus of course, give them some of his experiences. Deku spent 2 hours going through the files prepared by Guiran, while also looking through the internet for some videos of events mentioned in the text. The list wasn't created recently. If anything, Deku suspects that it was some form of Guiran-owned database of interesting people to work with. He didn't know that the information broker ramped up his operations that much. Maybe the gossip of the information brokers out there having their own well-funded organization and merely being faces for it were true? It really didn't matter to the task at hand, but Deku couldn't help but salivate when thinking about the amount of knowledge that would have to be possessed by such a group. He will see if he can talk with Guiran about it. He ended up throwing out a lot of people that were in the list for different reasons. Some were too crazy, others too unruly or clearly too dumb to learn anything useful. Some had other issues like being quirkist idiots or potential police informants, so Deku decided to not waste his time and money on them. In the end he narrowed the list to 60 people who seemed to have potential. In terms of quirks, but not always. It was a fun distraction. But unfortunately now that he was done. Back to the paperwork, Deku's eye twitched as he looked at the stack of papers, and considered shooting a prominence burn on them, but the destruction would be too much. For the love of God, please give him something else to do. There was a knock on the door. Deku perked at that and called for the person to come in. The door opened, revealing Toga-san. Nice. Toga-san always makes him smile. Deku-kun? Can I come in? Asked Toga shyly. Oh boy, she isn't usually shy. Of course, take a seat, smiled Deku cheerfully. Toga walked through the room until she took a seat across from him. She looked at him with a smile and he smiled back. She looked nervous. So whatever this is about, it's not going to end up very nice. I don't actually know how to start this type of stuff, said Toga shyly. Toga-san, whatever this about, just tell me. I promise that I won't get mad, said Deku reassuringly. Toga looked at him for a bit before taking a deep breath. Deku let her take her time. Anything is better than the paperwork, especially paperwork on a Monday of all days. He was for that only in a shitty mood. After a minute or two, she got enough courage to say what she wanted. Toga looked at him and beamed. I love you, Deku-kun, said Toga with a bigger blush than usual. Oh, Deku thought. Non, he wasn't ready for this mess. He was too busy to worry about love and romance. He wasn't qualified for love. What the hell does he know about girls and making them happy? His dad was 200 when he started a relationship. Okay, Deku can do it, he will just have to play ignorant. He smiled and looked at Toga, who looked ready for an answer. I love you too, Toga-san. You are one of my first and best friends, one of the most loyal people to me and a person who was there ever since I started the league, said Deku with a smile. Hopefully this will work. Toga's face faltered at that. She got up from the floor and smiled at him again. Not like that, silly. I love you. As in girlfriend-boyfriend type of love? Said Toga with a giggle. Shit, now if he says yes, the other girls will come to confess, then they'll fight, then at least 6 of his best people will become murderous towards each other. And I'm not the only one, added Toga. Deku panicked. Is she confessing for all of them? What? Why you love me? Why me? And what do you mean you're not the only one? Asked Deku. F this. He didn't stutter in a long time. Way to get back to old habits. Toga cooed at him as she got up and walked around the desk to sit in his lap. That got him to panic even more as he felt his face turn red from the embarrassment. Yes, silly. I love you. So much. For maybe ever since we met. Because you are strong, you are cute, you are hot, you are super nice and super supportive, and very scary and badass and super smart and cunning and a super good dad. I want to have kids with a man that would love them, said Toga as she wrapped her arms around his neck. He was panicking even more now. Okay, that were qualities he had. He was smart enough to know how good looking he was, but she could find a better man, right? And I am not the only one madly in love with you. Ochako-chan, Melissa-chan, Momo-chan, Kyoka-chan, Toru-chan and Akane-chan. We all think that you are amazing. When we had no one, when we were sad, alone and mistreated, you gave us your hand, you gave us love and kindness and accepted us, helped us stand on our feet and kept holding us close. How could we not love you? And after each of us saw the type of person you are, how you treat your adopted kids, each of us wondered what would you be like with actually real kids of yours. I want to make you happy like you make me happy. All of us do. So please? Toga looked at his eyes with a smile as he was frozen. His brain was going to shut down. Please let us make you happy. I saw how much you are sad inside. When the HPSC took your mom, I saw for a second the sad, broken and hurt man you keep masked. I want to help that man heal. I owe you that much, dear Izuku. You ladies, want to be in a relationship with me? Me? Deku Shigaraki, the man with a horrifyingly large body count? A man who did things that shouldn't be done by a human being? Someone people see as a demon lord of evil? Asked Deku in disbelief. Yes, we all love you. We want to be in a relationship with you. And we don't care what people say, you are a good person. And nothing will make us budge on that. We want to be with you, confirmed Toga, leaning closer to his face. Deku spent a few seconds considering the idea of making a false internet account to befriend Lemillion on some social media and ask him for relationship tips, and ask Kachan too because he was brutally honest. The two of them would help for saving their lives, right? The fact that the heir of all for one considered doing that with the heir of all might and his other apprentice is probably the best image of just how incredibly lost and confused Deku is right now. The fact that he decides to do that in the end just makes it sad. Then again, having a contact like that might be useful in his job as well. Toga, seeing that he was still processing, decided to go down for the killing blow. We love you, Izuku-kun. We actually really and truly mean it. You are an amazing person and we want to spend the rest of our lives with you. Deku is slowly approaching the horrifying realization that they might actually mean it all, the whole HAREM thing. His life as a supervillain and earlier supervillain to be, didn't prepare him to deal with bullshit of this magnitude. He didn't know how to deal with one Himiko Toga as a friend, let alone a girlfriend. Getting to deal with what sounds like 7 Himiko Togas at once sounds like the worst idea ever. To his sanity he can't handle, he just can't. But something is still stinging him, somewhere in his heart. "You love me?" asked Deku, shocked. He still found the words to be alien to him, weird, mostly probably because of all the trick confessions in middle school. "Of course," said Toga with joy. "You are the sweetest man ever. You are so perfect, I just couldn't keep you for myself. Especially that there are girls that I care about that sad and you could make them happy too. So I grabbed Ochako-chan first. After she joined, she was instantly in love with you too. Then Melissa-chan joined in after you gave her superpower quirk. Then Toru-chan after you made her visible, Kyoka-chan when you killed Thunderbolt, Momo-chan after the festival when you slept with her, and Akane-chan after you saved her from Long Nose." Okay, that's a lot to unpack, honestly. But he must stop this before it goes way too far. A good part of him, the hormonal teenager part, is overjoyed at idea of multiple beautiful women being his and his alone, but the rational, cold and calculative mastermind in him knows that this is a horrible idea. It could ruin and destroy everything he has achieved so far. "I started Deku. He isn't qualified for a lover, let alone a bunch of them, such amazing girls. He isn't good enough for them. Surely a flat but gentle no, I can't have relationship now would make them stop, right? They are beautiful women in the beginning of their spring, they could find someone better, right?" Said Toga, looking at him innocently, blinking her eyelashes cutely with loving smile on her face. "Need time to think," said Deku in the end. He internally screams in despair. "Hormones? Can I keys you?" asked Toga, her tone that of a desperate girl. Deku short-circuited at the request but nodded nonetheless. Toga moved and packed his lips with hers. And Deku was enchanted by the blonde girl. They ended up making out for an hour, the happiest hour in Deku's life. The Demon King's devoted lovers. "Ich mistress, ladies. XDDDD. Ich mistress, victory. Theta theta. Hail the king. Red newbie, what? Sorry, not being rude, but I'm busy as F right now. How the hell did Deku rule a criminal organization this long? Love song. No idea, he's cool that way. Devoted slave, what is it? H mistress, I told Deku about US. Hail the king. Love song. Sheltered princess. Loving ghost. Devoted slave. Red newbie, you did what? Loving ghost, yay? Devoted slave, how did he take it? H mistress, looked ready to jump through the window, but after a bit I calmed him down, then started a story about each of us, how we care about him, how cool we think he is. Hail the king, at least you took it slowly. H mistress, the finishing blow was saying that we love him, he was K.OED, no questions asked. Sheltered princess, dies that mean we can keys him. Whenever we like. Love song, damn, someone's excited. Sheltered princess, read my name, I am dying for affection. Hail the king, ouch. Loving ghost, ouch. Devoted slave, ouch. H mistress, although we should start off slow and for the key sing. Don't get mad, but I might have sealed the deal for all of us with the keys. Red newbie, did he actually? H mistress, we ended up making out, then we were done, he looked so happy I almost died from sweetness, we are fixing something broken here. Devoted slave, we know, considering he fixed us all, we owe him that much. Hail the king, does that mean we can sleep with him now? Love song. Sheltered princess. Loving ghost. Devoted slave. Red newbie. H mistress, if you are implying us, I wouldn't hold my breath honestly, he looked thoroughly embarrassed and emotionally exhausted from key sing, it will be a while before we get there. Hail the king, but we can sleep with him without it being awkward, right? Hail the king, yeah. XD. Love song F yeah. XD. Sheltered princess, wonderful XD. Loving ghost, yay XD. Devoted slave, yes. XD. Red newbie, hell yes XD. H mistress, I told you this will end up great. Love song, what did it feel like, the key sing? H mistress, best experience yet, not saying anything more, ask for your own share of love because I'm taking mine. Hail the king, looking forward for it. Love song, fine. Sheltered princess, okay. Loving ghost, alright. Devoted slave, works for me. Red newbie, hell yes. The league's secret chat. The boss, I have an announcement. Uncligiri, young master? Are you okay? Game master, what's wrong with my player one? Burn Beach, what's wrong? Vampire queen, oh he's fine. Just dazed. Purge the fakes, what? Vampire queen, I wish to announce that the boss is now my beloved, cherished and amazing boyfriend. Liveriful, finally. Purge the fakes, yes. Deadpool, finally. Insomniac, yes. Gecko Man, yes. Sunglasses, finally. World's A stage, it finally happened. If there's one thing I hate about good stories is how long it takes for the protagonist to gain a lover. Gentle hacker. Yeah, that's what sucks in good stories. Gentle criminal. This US a happy occurrence. Burn Beach, so I have new sisters? Game Master. Finally, what are the chances of all of your kids having OP skills and charisma? Vampire Queen. Guaranteed. Vampire Queen. I love my boyfriend, I'm squealing in delight from the word. Mad Scientist. Our boyfriend, I'm at work but I'm getting my own key sing when I'm back. You a spy, can I come by later? Rockstar, please? Invisibeach, pretty please? Bloody Habanero, wow 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 wow. We just got him, don't break him. Uncle Giri, when do I expect grandkids? F school, Grand Pagiri takes in 0 prisoners. Gecko Man, oh. Insomniac's sweet. Silver Death, I'm a new person and even I could tell it was something dragged for way too long, congrats. The boss, I need time to process. Burn Beach, take your time bro, we are here if you want to talk. Game Master, or play games until your mind is numb. Deadpool, can we do anything to help you? The boss, can someone finish my paperwork? Uncle Giri, already on it. The boss, I love you guys. The Shigarakis. Handyman, usually a Demon Nerd is the one to make announcements but he is rebooting his data after a fatal crash. Handyman, so I'll take one for the party and do it in his stead. Hell Devil. Basically, our little white-haired menace is officially in a relationship. Demon Lord. Ice Angel. Green Beauty. Handyman, he got a confession in 7, Toga decided to just take one for her party of overly devoted and deadly women that decided to devote themselves for my little brother, and confessed to him that 7 girls are so in love with him. Handyman, gross for me but good for him. Demon Lord, he got 7 girlfriends? Green Beauty, OMG 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 OMG. Ice Angel, this is a happy occasion. Demon Lord, so many grandkids. XTDD. Green Beauty, I know. XTDD. Hell Devil. Yeah, to sum up, Toga went in, dressed in her cutest clothing, all shy and adorable, and then confessed how much she loves him and thinks he is amazing, and before he could start with his whole insecure nonsense. Handyman, she slapped with the L word on the face. Green Beauty, AWW. Ice Angel, AWW. Handyman, then went on a full-as monologue about how each one in the party decided to be his and his alone, with details too. Apparently this has been going on for months, they even have an entire chat where they share stories and drawings. Demon Lord, this is funny and amusing to me. But where is the star of the talk? Demon Nerd here dad. Demon Nerd just processing. Green Beauty, sweetie I know this must shocking but I think this is huge opportunity for you. Hell Devil, and huge for you too. Oh. Ice Angel, don't get sassy with us young man. Hell Devil, sorry. Green Beauty, point is I think you could find true happiness in a relationship. And it's not like you even had to do anything, you were such a good person to them they couldn't help but want to be with you. Demon Lord, hello, how many men around the world fantasize to be in your place right now? Hell Devil, a lot, like 90% of the make population? Handyman, not me, only 2DS. Green Beauty, disappointing. Demon Lord, Ice Angel, just let him meet the right person and he will drop the whole thing. Green Beauty, I hope so, I want to see Tenko-kun happy too. Handyman, I am happy, you guys are everything I could ask for. Demon Lord, very sweet. But I insist on the grandkids thing. Handyman, why don't you try to set up at Hell Devil instead? He's older than me. Demon Lord. Green Beauty. Ice Angel. Hell Devil, I blame you for this and what comes next. Handyman, better you than me. Demon Nerd, I'll leave the chat, I need to talk with someone. Green Beauty, can I at least know how the confession went? Demon Nerd, I ended up kissing Toga-san. Demon Nerd for a while hour. Demon Nerd, I'm almost floating out of the window even there are no windows in my office. Demon Nerd, is mom crying? Demon Lord, are you seriously asking? Demon Nerd, tell her when she's done that I love her, I'll bring my girlfriends one by one so you could meet them. Demon Nerd, girlfriends in plural, this is insane. Demon Lord, the good type. Mirio Togata, no way. Katsuki Bakugo, no way. XD. Usagi Midori, sorry. Mirio Togata, why are you messaging us? Mirio Togata, also you do realize that I'm going to have to report that to Sir Night Eye and All Might, yes? Katsuki Bakugo, as for me. The police? Not sure, I don't do work studies yet but I'll probably tell the hobo. Usagi Midori, I'd prefer to avoid it, it's not really business stuff? Something private. Mirio Togata. Katsuki Bakugo, I owe you one so go ahead. Mirio Togata. You are the absolutely weirdest villain I ever met, you know that? Katsuki Bakugo. At least he doesn't burn cities or kill complex mutants, so don't complain. Usagi Midori. Mirio Togata. Mirio Togata. Okay, you know what, alright, whatever. Katsuki Bakugo. Let's talk, I have a feeling this will be hilarious. Usagi Midori. Yes. And please don't lose off. Mirio Togata. I'm going to tell my mentors anything that I think might be useful in catching you or taking down the league, but nothing other than that. Nor the existence of this talk if I can avoid it in any reasonable way. Katsuki Bakugo. Same here, if I see something that'll screw you over, I'll rush it to that damn rat. If I don't, then I'm not telling anyone about this text either. Happy? Usagi Midori. Yes. Mirio Togata. Consider this a payback for saving me, Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, Kodai and Gran Torino from vengeance. I do not like being in debt to a villain in any way, shape and form. Katsuki Bakugo. Same here, F debts. Usage Midori. Thank you. Usagi Midori. I have a problem. A heart problem. Katsuki Bakugo. Are you kidding me? Mirio Togata. Shouldn't you talk about that with a doctor? Usagi Midori. Not that type of heart problem, damn it, why is this so damn complicated? Katsuki Bakugo. This must be a nightmare. Mirio Togata. Are you asking us for advice on relationships? Usagi Midori. Yes. Katsuki Bakugo. And oh. Mirio Togata. You. The #1 villain. Are asking me, All Might's apprentice. For relationship advice? Katsuki Bakugo. And your childhood bully? Usagi Midori. Yes? Mirio Togata. Mirio Togata. What's the problem? And never thought you had a girlfriend. Katsuki Bakugo. Wait, did you get a confession? Usagi Midori. I got too much of a confession. Mirio Togata. What? Usagi Midori. The ladies my age in the league decided that I'm too perfect to monopolize for one of them, and they decided to share me. I ended without even realizing it, gaining a harem of beautiful and deadly female villains. I got 7 girlfriends a couple hours ago, FFS, and they are apparently writing stories about me and making drawings of me while talking about how awesome I am? Usagi Midori. Help please. Mirio Togata. Katsuki Bakugo. Usagi Midori. I don't know how to deal with it. And I'm too afraid to ask about details of the stories and drawings. And they started a cult on me too, the league as in everyone are somehow faithful followers behind my back, and now the QEM are in. I have a personal cult, FFS. Mirio Togata. Shouldn't I be the one to ask you about tips on relationships? Katsuki Bakugo. Please tell me that you are keeping the harem thing a secret and not publicly declaring it, and what he said, we should be the ones asking you. Usagi Midori. Shit, not you too. Usagi Midori. I asked my mom for help and she for some reason is supportive of getting them have baby ASAP. Katsuki Bakugo. Oh dear all might. Mirio Togata. I think I can understand why you don't want to listen to her. Usagi Midori. And I literally have no one else even relatively sane and adult around me other than Kurogiri, but he is a father figure to most of the girls involved, so it would be too awkward. Usagi Midori. Help. Katsuki Bakugo. Now I actually feel bad for you. How the F did you get yourself in there? Usagi Midori. No idea, I just try to be as nice as possible, but apparently my looks, personality and fatherly skills are a huge bonus for them. Mirio Togata. You literally have no one else to come for us, us the heroes? Usagi Midori. Lemillion, Kachan, 16 to 25 years old kids don't turn into villainy and don't storm the newspaper headlines like that without serious issues. Usagi Midori. I sometimes feel like I'm running a kindergarten for mentally challenged psychopaths. Usagi Midori. I'm not even trying to count how many of us ended up killing one or more members of their families on either an accident or after snapping under the abuse. Usagi Midori. I had to bribe my older brother, Reaper, with video games to go to therapy so that he would stop wearing severed and preserved hands of his family members as a part of his villain outfit. Mirio Togata. Katsuki Bakugo. Please tell me you didn't just say those hands are real. Usagi Midori. He was actually talking to them, their presence consoled him. He got regular panic attacks when he wasn't wearing at least one at any given moment. Creepy AF, damn it. Mirio Togata. I don't even know how to answer that. Katsuki Bakugo. That dude is gone. Akatani Mikumo. You don't turn an army of quirk supremist idiots into dust while screaming stuff like, give me the sweet EXP, you low-level trashed, without having serious mental problems. Mirio Togata. Please stop telling me things I don't want to know and move over to the main subject. Katsuki Bakugo. What he said shivers. Akatani Mikumo. So I made a list of people that I know, even passingly, and I know them to be normal and reasonable, and it's literally just your names on an otherwise empty page. Mirio Togata. I'm so confused and part of me suspects that I'm dreaming. Katsuki Bakugo. In my case, stuck in a nightmare because I'm done over this. Usagi Midori. Welcome to my world. Mirio Togata. Also, you do realize that I'm legally obligated to tell you to go after all three of them with all your might, so that you have much less time left to villainy and will be too focused on pursuing the relationship to focus on your goals, thus making you commit mistake and eventually get caught? Usagi Midori. Yes? Katsuki Bakugo. Okay, so with that shit done with, let's talk. Mirio Togata. By the way, why are you screwed over this Bakugo-kun? Katsuki Bakugo. Raccoon Eyes basically wanted to set me up as a payback for saying, not interested in romance, and we ended up making a bet. Usagi Midori. What bet? Katsuki Bakugo. I said no way in hell I'm letting her set me up with someone because she'll end up getting me into this. She said she will do it to spite me. I said that even the demon lord of evil didn't do that, and we made a bet that if you build it, she's getting me girlfriends to spite me. Mirio Togata. Usagi Midori. Katsuki Bakugo. Keep this a secret or I'm blowing my head with my own cork and my blood is on your hands. Mirio Togata. Now I'm definitely stuck in a weird dream. Usagi Midori. Hey Katchan, let's get him in the club. Mirio Togata. Don't you dare. Mirio Togata. Nijire-chan will kill me. Katsuki Bakugo. We were joking, you dipshit. XD. Usagi Midori. LXD. Mirio Togata. Are you sure you're not siblings? Katsuki Bakugo. F you. Usagi Midori. Well, technically more like honorary cousins if anything, grew up together. The Villain Academy would be open today. The building was set in one of the unknown islands in the Caribbean, very close to the one where the Shigaraki family resides. Deku was actually excited for the idea. His school will be as famous as the U.A in the underworld of crime. Heck, he is going to make it an international thing. A school for all villains around the world, it would be glorious. The Academy's campus was as large as U.A.'s, with multiple facilities open to use, such as gyms and quirk gyms and other things. Of course, not all of the facilities would be used this year. This is for the long-run investment. Momo was more than happy to provide support for the idea. Her wealth was no joke. All for One was invested too in the Villain Academy too. The idea of being a principal got him all riled up from what his moms told him. He even wrote possible lessons for the first semester. Funny enough. You wonder how the school was built so quickly? Well, Deku was able to get his hands on a sample of Cementos's blood, and used it to implant his quirk on multiple underground constructors, and with their collected work, an army of twice clones and technology provided by Villain Tech, the A.U Academy was opened. Yes, A.U sue him. This place is supposed to be the anti-U.A, damn it, might as well make it official with the name. Of course, that got a round of laughter in the league, but he wasn't budging. Melissa spent with an army of her clones the past 2 weeks turning the academy into one of the most secure places, working with Momo clones on the clock, turning the school into the anti-apocalypse fortress. Death robots, artery rounds, tanks, battle jets, choppers with military-style weapons, bombs, explosives, you name it. This place was probably as secure as the Tartarus itself. Nedzu, the HPSC and the National Diet Building wouldn't see it worth the effort to attack. But unfortunately Deku had to make sure they wouldn't go too far, because apparently Melissa was plotting to arm the place with freaking nuclear weapons. And the worst thing is that Momo was more than willing to create some uranium for them to turn into nukes. His dad was on it too. Deku shivered at the idea of his dad in charge of nukes. No thank you, Deku wasn't unleashing the apocalypse anytime soon. So after the security system was finished, the buildings were fully built and the dorms were established, everything was ready. The Villain Academy has 3 branches: Leadership Course, Combat Course and Espionage. As the name's Emily, each of these courses teach different things necessary for villain work. Getting the teachers wasn't really that hard honestly. Deku might be a one scary devil in the eyes of everyone, but he wasn't a fraud, so when he contacted few notable villains from retirement and told them about the project, they agreed to join. The dorms, as said, were established, but only 3 will be used this year. The A.U Villain Academy is a boarding school, with its own internet network courtesy of a certain shield and has recourses warped to it by Kurogiri and 2 specially made Nomus Doctor donated, who was personally amused by the simple idea of opening an academy for villains. Deku had to fight the urge to snark at him and Dad by saying that it was a much simpler thing than using weird medicines like the Villain Factory. Deku loved his dad Dr. Garaki's, but he will freely argue with them that it was one of the dumbest ideas ever. So to sum up, they got 3 pilot classes for this year, and when they are ready, the internship shall start. Of course, the academy respects people's personal creeds and aesthetics, as long as it wasn't assholish or quirkist. Deku didn't need MLA idiots to graduate from his school, thank you so much. And finally, as everything was set, the teachers were ready and brought, and the school was fully built and the students were checked by a mind reader to know if they were police. They were going to start. The first semester should be a few months of training, teachings on basics of things needed to start an organization and other things, how to work on the black market, basic hacking skills and so on. The next month was spent with Deku trying to organize his smaller organizations, helping Red establish and organize the QEM and train her quirks. Red was a quick learner, which saved them both a lot of time, honestly. He did also help Melissa with Villain Tech Company, and it's working, getting her contacts and trying to help her get the materials through the black market to build the support gear. Thankfully, with the SHIELD name being so famous, they had a list of buyers from the start. He also helped Himiko with the espionage organization. No way in hell he is saying that name, and it's starting, got them contact with multiple information brokers and dealt them multiple spies in the ranks of the government. They were contacts of his dad and re-established contact with them. They were more than willing to help him get the HPSC president and the prime minister down. Deku also managed to sneak in a few dates with his girls, don't think, god damn it. During that time, such as going to a new mochi shop to eat with Ochako, a visit to a local musical theater with Kyoka, a private walk around the beach with Momo, a coffee cafe with Melissa, a trip to the mall with Toru, a picnic to the park with Himiko, a visit to the amusement park with Akane, and finally, a group date to watch a movie. All of these under a camouflage, of course, because, well, 4 out of 8 of them were in the most wanted list, duh. Each date was quite successful in Deku's opinion, ending with a peck on the lips and a hug. He would have loved to spend all his time with each of them, but with all that's happening he was just too busy. Of course, he spent more time as possible. They even started sleeping together, much to his embarrassment. He slept with Ochako, Kyoka and Toru together because they shared an apartment. He sleeps with Momo in her mansion, after she turns off the cameras and locks the door, of course, and he sleeps with Akane and Melissa in their own beds. It was a fantasy, honestly, but he will enjoy it. Of course, they only did sleep and nothing more. He wasn't ready for anything more than that. It would be a while before he is ready for that as an activity. But he will get there later rather than sooner. Soon, the first week of June arrived with 1 month left for the end of the term exam. Shoyuta had just finished reminding Class 1A that for the hero course, there would not only be a written examination, but a practical component to it when the bell rang. The students all nodded in reply as he left, leaving only silence until "I haven't studied at all," cried out Denki and Mina in unison, though their reaction to it was quite different. Both were currently second to last and last place in their class from the results of their midterm. Not only were they last, but their grades themselves were quite appalling. Mina was laughing, though it could have been that she had given up hope while laughing. Denki had a more panicked reaction as he scrambled his hair, with panicked look on his face. With the sports festival and internship, the interfestival and all that, I didn't study at all. He of course subtly ignored the days that had been free for him to study as he used it to play video games. It's true we had one event after another, but sweat dropped Fumikage, who was currently 13th place in the class. He himself wasn't confident either. Sato was conversing with Koji and worry about the exam, both of which were placed in the lower middle of the class, with Koji at 11th and Sato at 12th. It will be tough since there is a practical exam too, said Mineta, though with a smug look on his face. He had gotten 8th in the class, meaning he was already doing better than half the class despite his looks. "And here I thought you were one of us," cried Mina out as she glaring at Mineta. "Traitor," hissed Denki, his eyes resentful. "Where's the demand for this type of crap?" "The world, I guess, my good friend," replied Mineta with a condescending tone. While Tenya, who was second, tried to cheer the two up, Shoto's harsh words about being able to pass if one had just paid attention to class caused them to sink down in depression. Who was 4th in place, mostly because he was living with his siblings now, and both of them would tutor him when he needed it. "If you two need help, I may be able to be of assistance with the class lectures, and any of the subjects you are struggling with," offered Momo, having gotten first place in the midterms to no one's surprise. The two quickly bowed to Momo in thanks and praise for the offer, knowing that her help would help raise their chances of passing than if they tried to study by themselves. Kyoka 6th, Hanta the 16th, and Mashireo 7th all quickly asked if they could come too, to which Momo happily agreed before unintentionally slapping them all with how rich her family was with her words. But the fact she was so eager and bouncy to help them to the fact it was cute made everything all right to them, but everyone in class had sweat drops on their heads. Ochako let out a sigh of relief, having gotten 10th in the midterm. It was definitely thanks to being friends with Momo and having Deku lecturing her and Kyoka and Toru that they didn't score lower. Being able to ask Momo for help at any time was a Deku send really. Meanwhile, Yuga was currently in denial about his grades despite being 18th. Sounds like too much work for you, Ponytail. You can let me take some of these idiots and lecture them if you'd like, said Katsuki while looking out of the window, while everyone else face-faulted at how rude his offer for help was. It wouldn't be much trouble, waved off Momo but was happy with the offer. Yeah, I am pretty sure your teaching methods include blowing us up for making mistakes, deadpanned Hanta, to which the class snickered. Yeah. At least I am not in a tight spot, elbows. And technically speaking my learning methods are better than yours, snarked Katsuki, to which Hanta winced. Oh come on guys. I am pretty sure Bakubro is good at teaching. I mean, what's the worst thing that could happen? Asked Ijuru with a grin, who was 14th in the midterms. Being smacked on the head with a rolled magazine, sweat-dropped Mina, to which Ochako snickered. Would you rather me to smack you with an school giant dictionary? Hissed Katsuki, looking at Mina maliciously. The alien-looking girl felt a shiver crawl up her spine at the image. No. Magazines are cool, said Mina frantically, to which the class snickered. At lunchtime, Katsuki was sitting with Momo, planning out a lesson plan for the study group with Ochako, Tenya, Tsuyu, Shoto, and Toru sitting at the next table when someone's elbow almost smashed into Katsuki's head, almost being the key word as Katsuki dodged it without looking. Katsuki Bakugo's instincts are no joke. Oh sorry. Your head was so big that I almost accidentally hit it, Nito sarcastically apologized, not looking apologetic at all. Nito was punished for his rudeness with a well-placed chop to the back of his neck from Itsuka. Geez, I look away for a second and you're already here taunting Class A again, sighed Itsuka, looking quite annoyed. Seriously, get over it. Class 1A are more popular, stop being a brat about it. With a careless toss, Itsuka threw Nito right onto a seat with his tray landing perfectly in front of him. Though his wine glass full of grape juice didn't land neatly, splashing its contents over his ribeye and shirt. So, you guys preparing for the exams? Asked Itsuka, noticing the notes displayed all around the table. Yeah, we're preparing study groups, we're splitting the students fairly between us, answered Katsuki with grumble. He was still salty about the nerd screwing him over with the whole HAREM thing. At least Mina could never hear about it. Did you want to join us? Asked Momo, excited to have more people over. Her mansion was pretty lonely, although Deku coming over once a week to sleep with her was a very welcome change. You can bring your friends too? If you don't mind, I'd like to, nodded Itsuka. I got third in my class midterms, and some of my friends asked if I could tutor them. I'll ask if Komori, Setsuna, and Reiko want to join. Yui said she had something else planned. I think most of the guys are getting tutored by Hananuki, Shota, and Shishida. Pony and Ibara are studying together as Ibara is better at explaining and translating things for her. That works out fine, smiled Momo. Long as copy shit there doesn't come to MY study group, my old hag might be soon to giving birth but she can still commit murder if pisses her off, deadpan Katsuki, pointing at Nito with huff. Oh my, gasped Itsuka, looking happy. You're going to have a sibling Bakugo? Yeah, a little sister. Hopefully she takes up after the old man in personality or our house won't hold standing, grumbled Katsuki, and all the girls giggled teasingly. I'm serious, trust me, me and the old hag argue enough. Another one is a disaster. Well, if you say so, Bakugo-chan, send us a picture though, ribbit. I like little babies, they are adorable, said Tsuyu with a crock. The girls hummed in agreement with the statement. Any idea what the practical is about? Asked Katsuki. I asked an upperclassman. They mentioned that it'll be combat against robots like the entrance exam, though much tougher of course, along with more restrictions, replied Mira with huff as she passed by them. But since they changed the system, it's very possible it'll change the final exam. My class are split up. Mika is going to tutor the rehab students with Himawari and Himoto, while I'll tutor the rest. That's our schedule. So a huge chance we'll end up with a different harder exams, muttered Tenya. Most likely, hummed Momo. Although she wasn't interested in that, she was more excited about her friends coming over for a study session, and then Deku coming over for a cuddling session. They weren't going to do anything spicy, maybe keys a little but nothing more, partially because Momo was experienced with that, and mostly because her boyfriend don't squeal. Wasn't ready for that step. Her boyfriend, okay, small me talk squeal, was all shy about this whole thing, trying his best but obviously lost. Soon Saturday rolled by as Kyoka. Ochako, Mashireo, Setsuna, and Reiko stood outside the Yaoyorozu estate, looking awed at what they saw. Actually, they couldn't even see the manor from the gated entrance at first glance, allowing them to know just how rich she was. And considering that this was merely one of the lands that the family owned, it was overwhelming for them. I knew she was rich, but I didn't think she was this rich, gaped Setsuna. None of them had noticed Ochako ringing the doorbell, nor Momo buzzing them in as the gates opened. Momo quickly led them to the manor. Sadly, Tsuyu had been unable to come as she had to stay home to take care of her siblings, though Momo promised to send notes to her later. Soon they were sitting in the dining hall, all with their notebooks out. The ones that had never been here before were nervous while Momo was setting up a whiteboard and some notes. The door opened up and in came Momo, rolling a trolley of snacks and tea for them all to enjoy. "What is it?" smiled Momo, her infectious bounciness causing the lot to calm down. The subjects were studied on this succession. They started with heroic studies and applications, including modern hero art history. Then moved math and physics. Then English. And finally they studied Japanese, biology and chemistry. Momo was able to teach them easily, her patience and kind nature making them relax and learn without worries, plus she was good at explaining things in a simpler ways for them to understand. Which made everyone wonder how's the others in Bakugo's house doing. "So, is this Bakugo's house?" asked Denki looking at the nice house with a surprised face. "Yeah, never thought Bakugo was well off. The way he dresses and acts makes him look like a delinquent from some bad part of town," said Hanta with a sweat drop. "Oh come on, don't say things like that. It's just the way he is," said Ijiru with a deadpan expression as he rang the bell. As the doorbell rang, there was shouting in the house. One voice was for Katsuki, the other was for a woman whom they suspected to be his mother. "Open the door, you little shit. FOFF. I'm cooking, goddammit. Don't yell at me." "Or what?" "Huh. Oh my god. Now we see why he is the way he is," paled Denki. Mina gulped. "His mom sounds scary," whispered Mina harshly. The door was promptly opened by Masaru, who looked sleep-deprived and exhausted. "Oh, you must be Katsuki's friends. Please come in," said Masaru as he assured the kids inside. "Don't yell at me. Then stop bothering me, you hag. Who the F do you call AHAG? I'm still smoking hot. Don't care. Eat shit. Not eating your food, beach. Are they always like that?" asked Ijiru with a gulp looking at Masaru, who sighed. "Not really," Mitsuki is. "Well, in a permanent bad mood until giving birth. They should be back to minimal shouting after Masaki is born. But don't worry, the yelling is the worst of it," smiled Masaru. "Little shit. Old beach. Not that bad?" sweat dropped Denki. "Trust me, I dealt with worse before. They had a bad relationship in middle school, but now they are actually pretty good to each other. Trust me, the shouting will stop in a bit. They started the mutual insults so they'll get tired soon," shrugged Masaru. "Beach. Brat. Get lost. FOFF. There was silence after that, sweet and welcome silence. "Oh, you're here," said Katsuki casually as he exited the kitchen while drying his hands. "Oh hey man," grinned Ijiru before looking uneasy. "Is everything okay in there?" Katsuki blinked before looking at them. "What?" asked Katsuki confused. "What? The hell do you mean what?" asked Hanta with a gape. "Hey brat. Who are you talking to?" asked Mitsuki exiting the living room with a very big belly. She looked at them before smiling. "Hey brats. Name's Mitsuki, that little shit's mom. At least I'm not old, snarked Katsuki. Mitsuki twitched as she snarled at him, but he smirked in triumph. So that's where he gets it from. Everyone's sweat dropped at that display of superiority complex between the two, with a lot of anger issues. Soon enough, Katsuki dragged them upstairs for a studying session. The subjects were studied on this succession. They started with heroic studies and applications, including modern hero art history. Then moved math and physics. Then English. And finally they studied Japanese, biology and chemistry. Katsuki would smack them with a rolled magazine whenever they would get an answer wrong, but it gave more reasons to get it right. Well, at least he wasn't using any of the bulky dictionaries in the living room. "Don't forget, we also have to keep our body ready to fight for the final exams," reminded Ijiru as they took a small break. "If we're fighting robots, it'll be a cinch," exclaimed Denki, who was holding an ice pack on his head. Not only did his brain overheat from all the learning, but there was a bruise from where Katsuki whacked him several times. "Yeah, I can melt them easily," chirped Mina, who was also sporting an ice pack to the head. "What if it's not robots?" glared Katsuki, causing the two to freeze, looking horrified. "They might change it. They wouldn't be that cruel, would they?" cried Denki, looking despaired. "I can't adjust my quirk that easily." "Nor can I," moaned Mina. "It was easy to go full out on robots, not caring about control." "You can always ask Bakugo for advice," pointed Ijiru with a teasing grin. "He's learned how to control his explosions despite his temper." Mina and Denki stared at Katsuki in disbelief. Him, the hot-headed one of the class with a huge temper, new self-control? It seemed impossible. The hell are you looking at? Deadpan Katsuki, I can control my explosions to make sure my opponents are almost dead. You saw what I did to Maria, right? If I wanted it, she would be dead. Everyone gulped at that. Their friend was a machine of mass destruction, damn it. Omake, you opened what? The U. War Council. The boss? Hello everyone. Smiley face. Fashion statement. Oh. Hot bird, crap. I mind, oh god. Dragon Queen, oh no, what's blowing up this time? Sad face. Mad bomb, did some say blowing up? Laughing face. Super smash, false alarm buddy. Mad bomb. Super punch, what is this time? The boss, nothing, just had a question. Driller threat, what? Tired badass, sigh, what is it? The boss, first, did you just sigh over text? The boss, second, I have a proposition for Nedzu. Dragon Queen, you said nothing was blowing up. I spy, that's not going to end well, is it? The brain. I'm listening. The boss, how are you feeling about a student exchange program, Mr. Principal? Super punch, what? Izuku, of course, between your hero academy and my villain academy that I recently opened. Tired badass, what? Fashion statement, what? High mind, what? Mad bomb, nerd lol. Super smash, Bakugo. Captain America, when did this happen? The boss, that is for me to know and you to fear and never find out. The brain. Proceed, I'm interested. Laughing face. Dragon Queen, and oh. Everything is blowing up. Tired badass. Ugh, knowing my luck, I have to help teach them. Dragon Queen, we need a drink. The boss, see you in Aizawa at 8 o'clock. Mean rabbit, what? Tired badass, don't worry about it. Pencils down, everybody. The last person in each row, collect the answer sheets and bring them here, ordered Shota as the bell rang, signaling the end of the written exam portion. Thank you, Bakugo, exclaimed Mina, full of excitement. Thank to you so much, I feel confident. I didn't leave anything blank, at least. Grinned Denki, still got your best man's back, I see. Katsuki twitched at that as he shot Denki a murderous look. Everyone looked at him strangely. Okay, he might be just paranoid, no way anyone knows he lost that shit bet, right? We should celebrate, cheered Mina, throwing her hands in the air. Not yet, idiots, we still have the practical portion, and knowing the sadistic rat, it'll be a nightmare, warned Katsuki. If it's against robots, then we all got this in the bag, pouted Denki, plus, from what I've heard, they haven't changed it before. It would still be wise for us to use this time to mentally and physically prepare ourselves for the practical. After all, you don't want to fail, do you? Advised Momo. Yes ma'am, pouted Mina, but we're so celebrating after this. Fair enough. In fact, I'll take us all out for celebration if we pass, nodded Momo. They all went home, doing only a light workout and stretching to prepare their body for what was to come. The 1A riding stars. Goddess, so how's everyone faring so far? Uravity. Well, I'm pretty confident after all the training I did with Shoto-kun and Katsuki-kun. Soba-man, so do I. King Explosion Murder, we got this, whether it's the robots or the freaking teachers, we are still passing. Riot and Red, hell yeah. Pikachu, hell yeah. Tape Man, hell yeah. Froggy, so what do you think we will have to do? King Explosion Murder, I did the liberty of checking the options, or actually asked someone with enough brains to analyze the chances. Alien Queen, eh? Oh. King Explosion Murder, the chick from CI, we are still talking, we exchange services. Goddess. Invisibeach. Uravity. Alien Queen. Froggy. Rockstar. King Explosion Murder, what? Soba Man, you were talking to a girl on the phone? Even I see red flags in here. King Explosion Murder, first of all. Nice icy hot. XD. King Explosion Murder, second of all. I've been speaking with her about stuff, her family's rich, so I was asking her for gossip on the higher-ups in case shit will hit the fan. In exchange I give her some gossip of the streets, in case something nasty was coming. Goddess, and what is Intelli-san suggesting? King Explosion Murder, that, considering all the crap we went through this semester, there is a 1000% chance we will be fighting real opponents instead of robots. Pikachu, what? Alien Queen, what? Tailman, what? Invisibeach, oh. Rockstar, OF. King Explosion Murder. Most definitely will be U.A aligned pros, hopefully not top 10 or we're in danger. Sugarman, we're so screwed, aren't we? Tailman, afraid so. Crow, what a mad banquet of darkness. Riot and Red, come on guys, don't despair. We can still pull through. The day of the practical exam arrived, sooner than some thought would. Soon all the students from both 1A, 1B were and 1C gathered at the practical exam area Central Plaza, all wearing their hero uniforms. "So, how do you think you do?" asked Ochako as she stretched her legs. "Pretty well you?" asked Katsuki as he also stretched, looking focused. "Wonder why we're all here though. Are we doing the practical together?" "Could be," hummed Shoto. The other students were also holding some small talk when they saw most the pro heroes of the UA staff appear before them. "Now we will begin the practical exam," declared Shoyuta. "Keep in mind that it is possible to fail this exam, understood?" warned Vlad. "If you want to go to training camp and keep your seat, then don't make any foolish mistakes," finished Mirai. "There are a lot of teachers," noted Kyoko with a frown. Maybe Katsuki's not girlfriend was right after all. "I expect that you all have gathered information about this test ahead of time and have some idea of what you'll be doing," hypothesized Shoyuta looking around. "We're fighting robot warriors like at the entrance exam, right?" sang Denki in excitement. "Fireworks. Curry. Test of courage," cheered Mina, getting ahead of herself. "Yeah," agreed Manga, using his quirk to create happy sound effects words. "Don't forget bonfires," added Setsuna. "Too bad," said a voice that originated inside Shuta's capture cloth that was currently wrapped around his neck. A second later, Nedzu popped out, startling everyone. "For various reasons, the exam will be different starting this time." Denki and Mina froze while Manga had the words pop up above him that said "wa wa wa wea," similar to the trumpet fail sound effect. Nizu went on to explain how they wanted to focus on person-to-person combat, and so therefore would be forming teams of 3 against 1 teacher with a little handicap. The conditions for winning were either defeat the teacher, handcuff them, or escape through the gate. In addition, the teams had already been formed, thus not allowing the students to try to choose their own teams. "There will be some students from 1A teaming up with 1B and 1C, notified Nedzu, smiling widely. "This hasn't been done either, but we as a staff decided to do so since we plan to get most of the exam done. Also, a few more heroes have decided to help us and some even requested to do it. Some of which are already waiting at the exam area." From behind the students stood Best Jeanist, Ed Shot, and a few more heroes. "Well then, I hope you'll all enjoy and pass this," grinned Nedzu with a wicked laugh. Everyone groaned as Katsuki started laughing, gaining the attention of everyone. "What's funny, young Bakugo?" asked Toshinori confused. "Nothing. We's nothing. Just won a huge betting pool," said Katsuki looking around with a grin, causing most of his classmates to groan. "Pay up before leaving the school, idiots." No exceptions. The teachers and heroes blinked at that surprised. They bet whether the exam will be the same or change. Well, looks like Bakugo won that bet from everyone else's expressions. As the teams were announced, Katsuki found himself with Nito, much to his disgust, and with Saya, which he didn't mind much. "Alright, guess it's show time," declared Katsuki as he prepared himself for the upcoming fight. His trip will be paired up against freaking All Might. "I think we should make a strategy to run to the stage," said Nito, looking at his 2 companions who looked at him with matching glares. "Say what?" sneered Saya as she turned to Nito, who held his hands defensively. "What I'm saying is, we can't defeat him. We could try for the capture, but unfortunately he is too experienced and powerful for us to immobilize or trick, plus he can brute force his way through whatever we do." "How do you beat someone like that?" argued Nito as Saya scoffed. "Don't give a shit, I have a grudge match and I'm not wasting it." "What about you, Spoldy? Interested in beating the #1 hero?" asked Saya looking at Katsuki, who grinned as he punched his palm, a small explosion resulting. "I'll do the distraction, you deliver the finishing blow by handcuffing him. The copycat bastard will try to get to the gate while we are distracting him," declared Katsuki as they rode the bus. Saya smirked at that. "Let's crush that Sonava Beach. I need to reclaim my dignity after he humiliated me." Nito just groaned at that. Why does he get to deal with the hotheads? Other people must be having an easier time. "F off," snapped Mira as she dodged a seal from Sir Night-Eye. "No, you," answered Yui. Stoically as she threw a pebble at Night-Eye with her slingshot, letting grow at the last second, but sadly Night-Eye still dodged it. Mira used her gauntlets, a support item that lets her shoot cables from her wrists and manipulate to restrain others, and shot the cables at her homeroom teacher in hopes of restraining him, but to no avail sadly. Yui and Komori were stuck in the same team, and while Komori was trying her best, Yui and Mira were just infighting and refusing to cooperate. The reason? Well, they discovered their mutual interest in a certain blonde menace, and has been fighting about that ever since. Yui and Mira tried to attack from different directions, but Night-Eye moved to the side, causing the 2 girls to collide with each other and fall to the ground. "What the hell?" Stay the F out of my way, yelled Mira in anger. No, you stay out of my way. You're literally doing nothing but distract me, retorted Yui. Night I just sighed at that and shook his head in disappointment. Those two were a lost cause. Before I fail you, can I know what you always don't get along because of? Asked Night Eye. The two girls who were arguing turned to him with murder in their eyes, their hair floating menacingly. Stay out of this, snapped both girls, somehow directing their anger at him. Night Eye realized that he did a huge miscalculation by invoking their wrath on himself. 10 minutes later, Night Eye swore to never invoke the wrath of a woman again, let alone two or more. Ectoplasm multiplied and creates 4 clones of himself that surround Fumikage and Tsuyu. All of the UA teachers will not hold back on their students. Because we want you to grow and improve, and that couldn't happen if we go easy on you, declared Ectoplasm. Seeing that they are at a disadvantage, Fumikage ordered Dark Shadow to throw Tsuyu onto the next floor, which the Shadow Beast did so. Tsuyu then grabbed Fumikage with her long tongue and threw him onto the next floor as well. Those two have very nice synergy and coordination. Excellent, nodded Ectoplasm in approval. Listen up, dearie, the ability to communicate and work well with anybody is a vital skill in heroics. In the monitoring room, Recovery Girl remarked to Eri, who nodded with smile, watching the fights with amazement. Understood, Grandma Chio, nodded Eri in understanding. Katsuki and Saya decided to fight All Might in order to handcuff him, while Nito suggested that avoiding the fight with All Might and escaping is a better course of action. If you want to run, run then. Just don't get in our way. And where did all that superiority complex shit about 1A go, you dipshit? Sneered Saya. Nito gulped at that. It's just that it's All Might. The All Might. Nobody beats him besides Karma, so what can we do to him? I say we stun him in place for a few seconds and run to the gate, suggested Nito. Saya and Katsuki ignored his suggestion and began walking towards the middle of the city to find All Might. Nito just sighed at that. Well, he could just run for the hills then and let them get beaten up themselves. He wasn't suicidal to fight the symbol of peace straight on, it was their problem, not his. Nito turned to one of the alleyways, intent on going inside and then running through the city to the exit, but unfortunately he didn't get the chance to do so. Suddenly, All Might from the other side of the city threw a punch. The wind pressure caused by that single punch devastated the area the trio were in, which caused them to fall down on their behinds. Well, Nito fell, but Saya and Katsuki held their ground firmly. All Might decided that it's time for him to enter the battlefield, so he decided to make a dramatic entrance by causing some destruction around a bit. The trio were shocked at the level of All Might's power despite being handicapped, but had different reactions to it. While Nito was terrified as hell, but Katsuki and Saya were grinning widely in anticipation. I am a villain now, youngsters, and collateral damage means nothing to me. So come and try to apprehend me, declared All Might, his smile looking more scary than reassuring. We need to run, yelled Nito frantically. Then run, snapped Katsuki as he took a stance. Saya did the same with a smirk. All Might charges at the trio. Nito tried to RN, but All Might went for him first, going for a right hook, but much to everyone's surprise, Saya was fast enough to react and kicked Nito to the side before grabbing a pair of taser knuckles. She was a Green Rabbit fan, sue her. And punched All Might with it. Nito fell to ground and got up quickly, deciding to run for the exit. Take this, idiot, yelled Saya as she attacked him as fast as possible. All dodged Saya's punch with a smile, looking amused at the girl's surprisingly fast attacks, but not fast enough. However, as All Might was focused on her, Katsuki used stun grenade against All Might, which distracted him long enough for Saya to slam both her taser brass knuckles on the sides of his head. Gritted All Might from the attack. He was stunned by the attack. It was an insane amount of electricity in those brass knuckles, possibly designed to hurt people like him, but he quickly recovered and punched Saya away before turning to Katsuki and attacking him. Katsuki was fast enough to dodge with an explosion from his feet, launching himself to the side of a building before he started exploding himself around All Might to confuse him. It's like fighting Gran Torino, mused Toshinori to himself as he found keeping track of Katsuki Yobi surprisingly challenging with all the smoke. Explosive smash, yelled Katsuki as he appeared from behind All Might and slammed his palm forward on All Might's back, creating an explosion powerful enough to push him back. Not bad, young Bakugo, not bad. But you'll need more than that to beat me, declared All Might before appearing in front of Katsuki, throwing an extremely quick punch, a punch that Katsuki barely dodged, the knuckles of his idol passing a millimeter from his face. Then I will, yelled Katsuki as he threw his palm forward, building up sweat and shooting down an explosion that exploded, sending All Might flying few meters back. But as All Might regained his footing, someone slammed a steel bar on the back of his head, an electrocuted steel bar on the back of his head which was enough for All Might to be stunned for a second, allowing Katsuki to charge quickly and throw another explosion at All Might's face. Unbelievable, those two are overwhelming me. I'm technically handcuffed badly that I'm at half my power, but I'm back to my silver age. Truly magnificent, grinned All Might as he grabbed Saya from the face. Well young lady, a bit too excited aren't you? F you, yelled Saya as she threw a flashbang at his face. She had support gear, sir. All Might was stunned by the flashbang and go of Saya, who jumped back just in time to avoid being exploded at as Katsuki unloaded his gauntlet at All Might. Take this, yelled Katsuki as he pulled the pin on his gauntlet, the explosion powerful enough to destroy the street. As All Might was sent back, he regained his footing, looking at the two youngsters with a grin on his face. Excellent teamwork. But teamwork can only take you too far, said All Might as he took a step forward. The two prepared for the round 2. Team Bakugo, Monoma and Kaseki wins by escape. Monoma is out of the gate. The three face faulted at that. What the hell what the flying F? Exclaimed the three in shock before realizing something. They looked around and sure enough, Nito was nowhere in sight. That idiot, yelled Katsuki in outrage. I'm gonna kick his ass, he'll never use a chair again, god damn it, screamed Saya in anger. All Might meanwhile chuckled nervously as the two were throwing a fit for not getting to fight fairly. They are too identical, it's almost creepy, sweat dropped All Might. The students all made it back to their respective classrooms, awaiting the final judgment call. A few of the students were looking down nervously, hoping they didn't fail. They had all managed to either have someone pass through the gate or capture the villain, but some of them had been caught. The classroom door of 1A opened, revealing Shota with papers. Everyone immediately sat down in their seats, nervously waiting for the verdict. Good, you're learning not to waste time, said Shota as he walked up to the front of the class. As for the results, congratulations, you all passed both the written portion and practical portion of the final exams. Not that it mattered since you'd all be heading to the summer training camp anyways. Most of the class cheered in excitement that they had all passed before pausing for a second at Shota's statement. Say what? Exclaimed Denki. Shoyuta began to explain the purpose of the exam as well as the logical ruse planted inside the exam to push them harder. Though to be honest, Ashido, Kaminari, Kirishima, Aoyama, you four were very close to failing your practical, warned Shoyuta, causing those four to look down in depression. Fortunately for you four, you still passed. As for the written portion, Aoyama, you need to shape up, otherwise you might not last. Okay, pouted Yuga, no longer twinkling for a bit. I'll be handing out the lodging guides now. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu, if you could pass these out and go over the general details of this camp while I go take a nap, ordered Shoyuta as he placed the packet down onto his desk. He immediately curled up into his sleeping bag and took a nap at the corner of the room. The class began discussing about the camp trip before deciding to head to the mall tomorrow to purchase whatever they needed for the trip, considering they had the day off. You guys are heading to the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall tomorrow? Asked Itsuka as she met up with Momo and Tenya and Ochako and Toru and Kyoka on their way home. I'll see if Yui and the others want to come too. I need to buy some hiking boots from what it sounds like. I'll probably make a list tonight. Indeed, it is good to prepare ahead of time, nodded Tenya. Anyone from your class fail? Asked Setsuna, popping her head over literally. I thought Kamakiri and Tetsutetsu were in danger considering they did fall into a trap. Though I guess being able to escape out of it and passing the exam in the end helped them out. Hey guys, called Mira as she walked to them. I spoke with my class and some of us are going to the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. Any of you want to tag along? That caused a lot of them to perk up as they started discussing meeting up tomorrow. The next day. And so here we are. With the most stores in the prefecture, the newest and coolest, most advanced, it's the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall, exclaimed Mina in excitement as the majority of U.A's hero students stood near a clock tower where they agreed to meet up. They garnered quite a bit of attention from some fans who still remembered the sports festival. Soon they were all discussing what they needed to purchase before Ijiru suggested that they all just split up to purchase what they needed and meet back up at 3 at the exact location. Everyone agreed as they quickly scattered to different directions. Momo went with Jiru to purchase carry-on bags with Setsuna. Mineta and Cozy Eye were heading towards a hardware store to purchase some small drills for personal perverted reasons. Mina went with Ijiru to check out some camping gears. Tenya went towards the clothing store to purchase some new pants for the trip. Soon enough, the only ones left were Yui, Mira, and Katsuki, the last one because he was only dragged here and had nothing to do, while the two girls secretly hoped to get alone with the blonde. What are you two planning to get? Tick-tock you two, said Katsuki, looking at the two girls who were glaring at each other fiercely enough to generate sparks. I was at first planning to get some baby clothing for Masaki, but the old man surprisingly grabbed some yesterday. At most now I'll probably just shop for some shirts and pants. Maybe some shoes like Dunce Face had planned. Oh, I need some bug spray, chirped Mira, grabbing into Katsuki's arms, surprising him. I need to buy some clothes, and I think someone whose parents are fashion designers would be a good judge, said Yui, grabbing into his other arm. The two girls glared at each other fiercely once more while Katsuki looked at the two of them with sweat drop. Before they could even leave though, a voice cut through. Oh wow, you're all from UA High, right? Let me have your autograph, said a cheerful voice. A stranger wearing a black hoodie suddenly placed his arm around Mira before continuing. You're the one who made that speech in the festival, right? And you were the one with those cool explosions. You definitely gave that Maria Beach a nice lesson. Mira was about to blush when she noticed Katsuki's face suddenly turn pale before turning to anger. Before she could decipher what was wrong or even try to escape, the hand suddenly snaked up to Mira's neck, closing on her throat almost painfully. And you, Katsuki Bakugo, ran into the villain emperor, didn't you? I can't believe I'd see you in a place like this. Almost like fate or destiny. But from your perspectives, we haven't met before, have we? Why don't we have some tea? Grinned Yami, his face as one Katsuki wouldn't forget. It was all over the damn news for days, and he was Deku's rival of the sorts. Katsuki fingers twitched, his teeth grinding in anger at his friend being held hostage. Yui, meanwhile, was frozen in place in fear, seeing the man who burned down cities in front of her. Now, just act natural like I'm an old friend. I'm only here to talk, that's all. Though if any of you try to do something funny, then black flames will incinerate this girl's pretty face. She'll start burning from the skin of your throat, and in less than a minute she'll be turned to dust, threatened Yami. A hero will catch you, whimpered Mira nervously, looking at Yami's smirking face. Katsuki will stop you if you do it. He will explode your face that you wouldn't be recognizable. Maybe, but I'm pretty sure I can get more people before he catches me. All these people in this crowded area. It wouldn't be hard for me to level this place with an attack, before he gives that famous howitzer impact of his, grinned Yami, looking smug. Make your choice. Katsuki growled before slowly unclenching his fist, with Yui letting go of his arm slowly. Fine, but you want to talk to me, right? Let Blueberry go and take me hostage instead, you bastard, growled Bakugo. Bakugo, no, whispered Mira, not wanting him to get hurt, but stopped feeling the fingers tightening around her throat. Who, playing the hero, sacrificing his life for the damsel? Asked Yami mockingly, but he looked genuinely impressed. Then stand over here so I can grab on your throat. That way I know you won't try anything funny, buddy. After all, nobody would like to feel black flames on him. Nodding at the order, Katsuki walked over, as if greeting a friend, while Yami hooked his arm over Katsuki, placing his hand onto his throat. Having a good grip now, he slowly let go of Mira, pushing her towards Yui with his hands, surprisingly gently. Yui quickly caught Mira, who was now rubbing her throat. With his main objective done, Yami guided Katsuki towards a bench, maintaining the illusion that it was just two friends talking. Mira and Yui could only sit across from them in plain view of Yami, unable to do anything lest they risk Katsuki's life. Anyways, I lied, it's not a coincidence, I came here looking for you, started Yami, smiling at Katsuki. You came looking for me? How the F did you idiot know I was coming? Questioned Katsuki, keeping that question in mind. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk to you. You could say I'm intrigued by you, said Yami, looking at Katsuki in interest. The F does that mean, you idiot? Asked Katsuki. Well, to sum up, I am impressed by you. You are powerful, a natural leader, and have firm ideals. Plus of course the guts to publicly shit on the HPSC president and everything she stands for, cuss people at high ranks in the hero rankings, and anything that would get you closer to your goals. It reminds me of myself, almost like looking into mirror. Katsuki scowled at the comparison. I'm nothing like you, piece of shit. I didn't mass murder government agents, politicians, heroes and police for a while week and destroy cities. So don't compare me to your miserable ass, snarled Katsuki. That's not what I meant. I didn't say you are a villain, I merely see that we are both passionate about what we do, and are willing to do everything necessary without fear to achieve our goals, explained Yami calmly, not bothered by Katsuki's hostility. And what the F are you gaining from telling me all this? Questioned Katsuki. I think we would be very good arch-nemesis for each other, started Yami, causing Katsuki to freeze and sure. Karma and Lemillion are definitely some type of destined arch-nemesis, so I need to find myself one as well, and who better than a person am I personally parallel with? And what the hell is in it for you? Asked Katsuki. Well, I want to be the unquestionable king of villains, but karma is obviously superior to me. Why is that Katsuki Bakugo? You knew him the longest? What makes him better than me? Asked Yami. Katsuki took a moment to think about the question before replying that it was the difference in their methods. Deku took a firm stance on his methods and the reasons why they do what they do. That vengeance was more violent and, in the public's view, more insane, while karma was a reasonable punisher. The fact that the origin of karma's madness was because of his treatment as a quirkless in the current society they lived in. That the treatment he was given, the abuse and belittling as well as the Prime Minister's sabotage of his life pushed him to villainy, which made the public see him as someone who became a villain not for fun, but necessity. Deku stands firm in his ideals, never backing down from his goals, both strong and smart enough as well as reasonable and cunning, as well as resourceful. Katsuki pointed out that vengeance wasn't only an upstart, but also he didn't really give any reasons to the public for his acts, making assume he was genocidal maniac and nothing more. By the time Katsuki was done explaining, it was as if a huge weight had been lifted from Yami's chest, along with a giant light bulb above his head. Yes, that's right. When all's said and done, that's where I ended up. What was I worrying so much for? My goal is the same like everyone, but unfortunately I can't change the world if I didn't state that it needs to. Can I? Throwing punches before even giving a reason is stupid. How didn't I see that? Oh, I'm so glad we could have this talk. It's great, thanks Bakugo. I see what I need to do differently now, smiled Yami peacefully as he subconsciously tightened the grip on Bakugo, who almost choked. Mira and Yui froze at the sight of Yami's face, slightly fearful at the malevolent expression on his face. The tightening of Yami's grip did really hurt him, and it was making it harder for him to breathe. Yami sees it perfectly now. He wondered why he wasn't as fearsome as Carla despite his power and achievement, but the problem was that he lacked sympathizers. Nobody understands his goals, just like Katsuki said. That's why Karma was more fearsome and respected, because his beliefs was a common knowledge. You done with your childish tantrum face? Wheezed Katsuki, glaring at Yami. Yeah, it was an enlightening conversation. So what should I do now? Maybe kill a few before escaping? Pondered Yami out loud, contemplating on actually doing it. Try it, growled Katsuki, his right hand aimed at Yami ready to unleash an extremely compressed and heated explosion. If Yami used whatever quirk, then Katsuki would make sure that Shigaraki wouldn't escape, not with his top blown up and filled with third-degree burns. Mira and Yui looked ready to tackle Yami in case he actually went through with his threat. I was just joking, buddy, grinned Yami as he finally let go, standing up to leave with cheerful expression. Not interested in killing Karma's childhood friend and getting on his shit list. I'll leave you be with your girlfriends here. Going for AHAREM ending, aren't you, hero? Not very heroic, is it? Now then, don't follow me, otherwise I'll get angry, and literally level Tokyo in retaliation. Mira and Yui both rushed towards Katsuki, worried that Yami might have done something, but Katsuki told them he was fine, although his throat hurt like a beach. Wait, you idiot, hissed Katsuki, what the hell are you after? Who knows, shrugged Yami as he continued to walk away. But more importantly, the next time we meet, it will most likely be because I want to battle you, my arch-nemesis. With that statement, Yami managed to blend into the crowd, forcing the others to lose track of him. The police were quickly called and a joint effort by the police and active heroes around the area was formed to hunt for vengeance, but he was long gone. The mall itself had been closed early to try to find him or any hints, but sadly there were none. Katsuki, Yui, and Mira were brought to the police station for both safety and questioning, where Tsukachi assured them that they weren't in trouble at all. They were later escorted out where all their parents were waiting, along with Toshinori. As each child tried to comfort their parent that they were all right, Toshinori was with the Bakugos, looking over Katsuki, who scoffed, saying he was fine. I said I'm fine, snapped Katsuki as his dad fussed over him. That idiot, us lucky we were in a crowded area or I'd have blown his sorry ass to bits. Bakugo, said Mira, walking to him. Katsuki stopped his rant and looked at her, noticing she looked scared. Yeah, you okay? That one didn't do anything, right? Asked Katsuki, his hands popping up with small explosions. No, I'm just sorry that you had to take my place as his hostage, apologized Mira with a bow. Don't mention it, that one came looking for me anyways. If anything, I should say sorry you were pulled in my mess, waved Katsuki. Mira looked at him for a second before hugging him. I was scared, that guy burned cities like nothing, and thank you for being the one calm and shooing him away. Katsuki blushed as he awkwardly patted her head. Don't mention it, said Katsuki as he glared at his grinning mother. Ugh, the old isn't shutting up, is she? Turns out, All Might cake over for dinner and he was teased endlessly, "F you vengeance. Katsuki will explode your as next time he sees you." Soon, the end of the first term came to a close on April 20th. The training boot camp hadn't been cancelled, but rather relocated to a different location that none of the students would know until they actually arrived so as to throw off the villains in case they wanted to try to attack them again. Summer vacation was upon them all, consisting of 40 days of vacation time. However, the heroics course would be working through the summer vacation, but they were at least allowed 7 days off before they would be attending the training camp on the 27th. Katsuki had been walking out of the classroom, when he saw Toshinori carrying luggages with him, and Mirio following with his own bags cheerfully. "Ah, perfect, just who I wanted to see," exclaimed Toshinori. "Will you be busy in the next 3 days, my boy?" "Not that I know of." "Why?" asked Katsuki skeptically, who had planned to use those days to investigate on vengeance. "That guy declared war on him and Katsuki will come out on top." "Good. Now then, I'm heading to I Island for the I Expo as well as some personal business, and I was hoping you would come with me. I received an invitation and I can bring a +1. So I am bringing young Togata. You got an invitation for winning the festival, right?" "Island. Wait, you mean that I Expo?" asked Katsuki surprised. He got an invitation but going with All Might sounds better. The world-class exposition showcasing the research and developments at I Island, where they lead in quirk development? Yup. That I Expo. I got a ticket too for winning PY Festival and I'm taking Nijire-chan, so why don't you invite someone and come with us? Asked Mirio with a grin. Katsuki grinned. Alright, why the F not? Let's go. Good, I've already informed your parents about the trip, and they said you can go with us. We kind of have to leave immediately if we're going to catch our flight. Don't forget your hero suit. I already have your other clothes with me from your dad, said Toshinori with a smile. Alright then, grinned Katsuki. But who should I take with me? Wondered Katsuki. Me? Please Splody take me, cheered Mei happily as she jumped on his back, causing him to stumble. What the cross eyes, where the hell did you come from? Said Katsuki as he balanced himself. I came to ask if you wanted to help me test few explosive babies and I heard about the I Expo. Please Splody take me. There's going to be so many babies in there for me to see, grinned Mei happily. Katsuki contemplated for a second. First of all, he was gonna ask Shitty Hair, but this crazy popped in front of him out of nowhere randomly. He was about to say no when she gave him the puppy eyes look. Katsuki looked at the two other blondes for help, but they just looked at him teasingly while trying to not to laugh. Idiots. Fine, sighed Katsuki and Mei cheered. Ugh, this better not be a disastrous trip. Omake, the final exams from hell. The day of the practical exam arrived, sooner than some thought would. Soon, all the students from both 1A, 1B were and 1C gathered at the practical exam area Central Plaza, all wearing their hero uniforms. So, how do you think you do? Asked Ochako as she stretched her legs. Pretty well you? Asked Katsuki as he also stretched, looking focused. Wonder why we're all here though. Are we doing the practical together? Could be, hummed Shoto. The other students were also holding some small talk when they saw most the pro heroes of the UA staff appear before them. Now we will begin the practical exam, declared Shoyuta. Keep in mind that it is possible to fail this exam, understood? Warned Vlad. If you want to go to training camp and keep your seat, then don't make any foolish mistakes, finished Mirai. There are a lot of teachers. Noted Kyoko with a frown. Maybe Katsuki's not girlfriend was right after all. I expect that you all have gathered information about this test ahead of time and have some idea of what you'll be doing, hypothesized Shoyuta looking around. We're fighting robot warriors like at the entrance exam, right? Sang Denki in excitement. Fireworks. Curry. Test of courage, cheered Mina, getting ahead of herself. Yeah. Agreed Manga, using his quirk to create happy sound effects words. Don't forget bonfires, added Setsuna. Mira meanwhile wasn't holding her breath. I heard it was robots too, but after everything that happened we figured it would be harder, sighed Mira. Katsuki nodded at that. And with the fact that all 3 classes are here it supports her idea, and all these teachers and pros as well. Yep, originally I was going to have you fight us teachers, said a voice that originated inside Shuta's capture cloth that was currently wrapped around his neck. A second later, Nedzu popped out, startling everyone. But for various reasons, the exam will be different starting this time. Yes, you will be figure. Wait, what do you mean originally? When did this change? Questioned Shoyuta. He was getting bad vibes, red flags all around. The other teachers looked as worried as Shoyuta was, looking at Nedzu with worry. The rat was a sadist, malevolent bastard after all. Nedzu gave a wide grin at Shuta's question. Yep, I changed it since that would be too easy. What? What do you mean fighting pros would be too easy? Screeched Mineta, looking ready to piss himself. The other students gulped. Exactly that, fighting some top heroes and highly skilled teachers is too easy. Instead you will be fighting them, exclaimed Nezu, pointing to the side. Dramatic music started playing in the background, causing everyone to look around in confusion. Why do I hear boss music? Asked Itsuka fearfully. You've got to be shutting me, gaped Setsuna, looking to the side. Everyone including the teachers followed her gaze and gaped, turning pale in horror. Hello everyone. We are here to beat up some high schoolers, grinned Kota sadistically as he cracked his knuckles. Legally this time, pointed out Katsuma, looking apologetic. Why are they here? Shouted Present Mike and Midnight, simultaneously looking traumatized. Nezu grinned widely at the question. Because Midnight. The students will be fighting the League of Villains for their final exams. Or well, those 3 members of the League of Villains to be precise. Mahoro grinned widely as she was riding on a giant dragon with literal bonds for armored and skull helmet. Yep, so please try and make it entertaining for us by struggling, because I'll have you scream till you can scream no more, declared Mahoro with evil laughter that caused everyone to shiver. You all are horrifying, gulped Hanta, looking at his teachers pleadingly. Kota raised a skeptical eyebrow at that. The F else did you expect, Tape Boy? We're villains, being evil is in our job description. Welcome to hell, I'm afraid, sighed Katsuma, punching his palm, the small action enough to make small shockwave. Meanwhile his siblings did another round of evil laughter. This can't possibly be legal, can it? Snapped All Might, looking at Nezu fiercely. The students looked hopeful at that. Oh, it is. It's a new student exchange with the A.U Villain Academy. We will be getting some of their students for the rehab course from next year, grinned Nezu. Some of the U.A students were huddled together in fear but stopped to register something. A villain what? Yelled the students. Kota and Mahoro cackled once more. Nijire and Mei eagerly stared out the window of a private jet that the students and Tashinori were on, waiting to see I Island. Tashinori was him taking a nap on a couch in the side while Katsuki and Mirio were playing cards to pass the time. Meanwhile Ryuko looked at the 2 excited girls with a fond smile before staring back at his little book all about I Expo. She was still surprised about All Might himself offering her a visit to the I Expo in I Island, ever since that one meeting a while back when he looked so defeated about spending his entire life trying to make the world a better place, just for it to turn into a nightmare, and she helped him get his spirit up. They started meeting up more often. He had very amusing takes about his time in the U.S. and was just so sweet. I see it, exclaimed Nijire in a loud voice that snapped Tashinori out of his sleep and snapped Ryuko from her private thoughts, and caused Katsuki to fall from his seat. Mirio just chuckled at Nijire's excitement. The artificial moving city inhabited by over 10,000 scientists, I Island. I can't believe this is how I get to start my summer vacation. I will see so many babies in there. And meet a lot of possible investors. Thank you so much, Splody, squealed Mei in joy. Tashinori chuckled as he leaned over, looking amused at the 2 excited girls. I didn't think you'd be that excited. I'm glad those 2 invited you young ladies. I was emotionally blackmailed to bring cross eyes, you old man, deadpan Katsuki sent a glare at Tashinori. And is Ryukyu your girlfriend or something that you brought her here? If Tashinori was still missing a lung, he would have probably puked a bucket of blood out from the suggestion. Meanwhile Ryuko looked startled at that. Well, wouldn't that just be sweet? Asked Nijire before punching Mirio on the arm playfully. I mean, Ryukyu is like my mom, All Might acts like a dad for Mirio, then getting married would feel right for us, no? Tashinori fell from his seat at that, while Katsuki was busy laughing his ass off. This trip was going much better than he anticipated already. Yeah, well, jokes aside, you might benefit from actually not living alone, said Katsuki. I agree with you. Condition, what do you eat? Do you have anyone to look after you? Asked Mirio in concern. I'm a grown-ass man, young Togata and young Bakugo. I don't need someone looking after me, and I invited Tatsuma-san because she is fond of science fiction movies, so the I Expo would be like a dreamland to her, explained Tashinori. Why yes, and I'm grateful for you, Yagi-san, smiled Ryuko gratefully. Meanwhile the teens looked at each other skeptically, their eyes narrowed at the 2 adults, already plotting how to get those 2 together, for Katsuki feeling like owes All Might that much for helping set him straight, for Mirio he just wanted to see his mentor happy after all the years of loneliness he had, and for Nijire she just wanted to see her mother figure happy. The plane will begin its descent to I Island. The teens, Ryuko and Tashinori, looked up to the speaker in response before Tashinori stood up from his seat. Now it's about to get pretty exhausting because once I arrive, Toshinori's body began to smoke and expand until he transformed into his All Might persona, shedding off the jacket, white shirt, and pants to reveal that he had been somehow wearing his Golden Age uniform underneath the whole ensemble. That, or he managed to change into his clothes extremely fast. Must maintain my muscle form constantly. Now then you should change too. Your hero costume should be in the luggage that you brought with you, right? Yudare should have allowed you to bring it for this occasion. The three heroes nodded as they quickly went to change their clothes. Soon, the group were on a moving sidewalk, undergoing the immigration inspection. All Might decided to quiz the kids about I Island and its creation while waiting. Soon enough, an electronic female voice began to speak to them once the scan was complete. The immigration inspection is complete. Currently, on I Island, we are having a pre-opening of I Expo, an exposition showcasing the results of various research and development. If you received an invitation, please come and take a look. May immediately rushed out the door, quickly taking in the sight of I Island's architecture, the number of people and the technology in the immediate area. I can't believe so many people are here before the expo is officially open to the public. It's not what I expected, commented All Might as he looked around, while Ryuko looked around her by his side, her face that of an excited child, which was cute sweet in All Might's opinion. Unlike Japan, people are allowed to use their quirks however they wish on this island. The pavilions are full of attractions and demonstrations, so you should definitely take some time for those later, you three. I wonder if there's somewhere where I can freely blow shit up, mused Katsuki, and Mirio laughed. I am sure there is a place where we could fight to the fullest, Bakugo-kun, nodded Mirio. This place is so cool, so big, so many people, so many quirks, so many inventions, so many stuff to do. Where do we go first? Do we visit the labs, or the cafeteria, or Nijire was stopped from talking as a hook grabbed into her leg. She didn't even realize that she was actually flying off like a balloon. For F's sake, deadpan Katsuki. You are more of a goddamn airhead than Cheeks. Guess this baby came in handy, don't you think, Splody? Asked May teasingly, and he nodded, giving her her hook gun back. Well, at least they're energetic, don't you think? Asked Ryukyu, looking at All Might. Now let's see, the hotel should be nearby, muttered All Might as he pulled out his cell phone just as an employee greeted them, welcoming them to I Island before discovering that she was standing right in front of All Might. An excited scream from her brought countless people to swarm around him. Despite being a hero in Japan, he was famous across the whole globe as he had also worked in America. Some time later. I didn't think we'd be stopped for so long. We were going to be late if they didn't stop. And youngsters, do take note that all these to my face were not consensual, understood? Commented All Might as he wiped off some lipsticks on his face. Mirio and Nijire were snickering at him, Katsuki was grinning like a cat, and May didn't look particular caring. Ryukyu though seemed to be glaring behind her at the women like she was contemplating. All Might meanwhile meant what he said. He had someone he was genuinely interested in and didn't want it to seem like he wasn't taking it seriously. Okay, understood, said Katsuki with a Cheshire cat-like grin on his face. But what are we going to be late to? Asked Mirio, curious. I have a meeting with an old friend. David Shield is going to be there as well. We are going to be discussing few things while you guys could roam around, explained All Might. Does that mean I can see all the babies around here? Asked May, excited. Under supervisor or you'll blow the entire place up, deadpan Katsuki. May pouted at that. I'm not that bad, Splody. Yes you are, said Katsuki without skipping a beat. It was then that they heard the sound of bouncing. They all looked to see someone bouncing on what looked like boots with small airbags on them. Soon they saw a girl with long white hair and glowing purple eyes coming to greet them. She saw them and her face lit up in excitement. Mr. Might, squealed the girl as she jumped at the symbol of peace, who easily caught her in his arms. Ah, young Christina. How lovely to see you, my dear. When did you get so grown up like this? I can barely recognize you, you know, laughed All Might as he spun around while the rest watched in surprise. I'm 18 years old, sir, I'm not a child anymore. I got much heavier now, said the teen playfully. You got heavier? I didn't notice that, it seems, grinned All Might. So, are you introducing us or are we going to stand here awkwardly? Asked Ryukyu, looking at All Might skeptically, but with an amused smile. Ah yes, this Christina Peachtree, the daughter of one of David's friends, and one of the best prodigies the I Island ever saw, introduced All Might, putting down the teen gently, and she waved at them. Yo, I'm Christina Peachtree, like Mr. Might said, and it's really an honor to meet you all, said Christina before looking at Mirio and Katsuki. Katsuki Bakugo and Mirio Togata. Gee, it's an honor to meet you. I'm actually a fan of you too. You seem to be not only strong future heroes but nice ones too. Hope we can work together in the future. You are students of Mr. Might, right? Christina extended her hand for a handshake that both boys dignified. Yes, I'm one of his students. But not this guy since All Might teaches first years, explained Katsuki. But I'm his apprentice. Along with Bakugo-kun over here, smiled Mirio, slapping Bakugo on the back. It was then that Nijire flew to Christina with her quirk, getting right to her face. OMG, your hair is so pretty, your eyes are pretty too. What is your quirk? How do you know All Might? How did you meet him? How did you end up a prodigy? Is it your quirk? Does it give you super intelligence? Or are you super good at inventions? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite food? Are you Italian with your name? What dash? Nijire was pulled back by Mirio, whose sweat dropped at his girlfriend's antics. Sorry, she is a bit of a curious one, apologized Mirio. Nah, it's fine, in I Island everyone is a curious one, after all that's what science is about, waved Christina cheerfully. Mei was next before Katsuki could grab her unfortunately. Oh, you study in the I Island Academy? Can I get to visit it? Please, I want to see all the babies you have in there, grinned Mei. Oh, we have a lot of babies, I assure you, and the best materials you could find too, smiled Christina. Katsuki was surprised the girl wasn't freaked out by Mei, but then again, in an island full of scientists, what are the chances that there isn't at least 100 people in the 10,000 that calls their inventions babies? You guys gonna be heroes, right? Asked Christina, looking at the two boys with a smile. They're going to be a spectacular heroes in the future, boasted All Might with a grin. Christina clapped her hands in excitement at meeting student of All Might, her eyes sparkling behind her glasses before quickly analyzing the two boys' hero uniforms, noting the rather simplistic design for Mirio, but impressed with support items Katsuki had. She walked to him, touching the mask on his face. It's just for decoration? You could put a scanner on it to see through the smoke, muttered Christina, to which Mei took a note for herself. Christina looked at Katsuki's right hand next, gently rubbing it after removing the glove. Though there were no visible injuries, she could feel some small scars on it, probably from the fight she saw on the television with Karma. It was an intense battle, plus even if he was immune, his explosions if overused could damage his arms. Then she went to Miro next, noting that despite his costume being made to work with his quirk, it offered no protection from fires, knives or bullets. Perhaps you should consider upgrading your costumes, you two, those hands really could use some care. And this suit needs some better, more sturdy materials, muttered Christina, looking between the two boys analytically, but before she could get more touchy with the already uncomfortable boys or get stabbed by Nijire and surprisingly Mei, whom both were gently but sternly grabbed by Ryukyu, All Might coughed loudly, gaining her attention. Young lady, shall we? Asked All Might politely, and the two boys sighed in relief. Christina blushed as she instantly straightened up, apologizing for being sidetracked. We gotta hurry and make it to the lab to surprise Papa. He and Uncle Dave are waiting for you, said Melissa as she pressed a button on her boots, instantly transforming them into a small square object that she could put into her pocket, revealing that she was wearing a pair of normal shoes under. This way, guys. The group looked at each other and smiled before running to chase after the girl. In his personal lab stood Jason Peachtree, looking at a photo of him and David Shield back when they were college students. When David started working with Toshinori and became his sidekick, Jason kept on his studies on quirk science but kept in contact with his old friend. In fact, All Might was also a good friend of his almost as much as Dave. They both ended up in the I Island together as scientists until he left, in hopes of getting Melissa back after she was taken by the League of Villains. He still couldn't believe how the League members attacked the I Island and kidnapped Melissa Shield from it. It was huge PR slap to the island honestly, and nobody recovered from it. David was confused over why would they want Melissa, but Jason had his hypothesis. Melissa was a quirkless, and while there was no discrimination here, there was some prejudice unfortunately, and bullies. He really wished he was wrong, but seeing that Melissa is a willing villain, he was right. Boy, he hates being right sometimes. Professor? Said a voice, breaking Jason out of his thoughts. What is it, Henry? Asked Jason, shaking his head while putting his phone away. I finished cleaning up and putting the equipment away as you asked, stated Henry. Already? Thanks so much, Henry, you're the best, nodded Jason, grateful he had such an organized assistant. Why don't you get out of the lab and go have some lunch with Christina? Suggested Henry. David shook his head, stating that she was busy with her own independent work despite the academy being on break for I Expo, though it was easy to see that Jason was proud of his daughter, which was why he was surprised when she suddenly popped into the room. Henry greeted Christina politely, to which she replied with thanks for always taking care of her father, who did nothing but research all the time and was living on coffee and spite for his rivals. While Jason couldn't deny that claim, he was more curious as to why his daughter was here. To celebrate the completion of the first stage of your research, I invited someone to celebrate it with us, grinned Christina. And who would that be? Asked Jason in genuine curiosity. Someone whom you dearly love, Papa, smiled Christina as she waved her hands to signal them to come in. Hello Jay, it's been a while hasn't it? Said David, entering the room looking excited. He met up with Christina and All Might on his way here, and decided to join with them. I am here. Shaking with excitement for our heartfelt reunion, declared All Might as he stepped into the room, with the group coming in after him. Toshi? Dave? Blinked Jason in surprise while Henry couldn't believe the #1 hero of Japan was here. All Might laughed before grabbing Jason, spinning him around for a hug before gently dropping him onto the floor. Jason slowly stood back up before a smile entered his face, recovering from the hug but ended up getting another one from Dave, but this one was easier to handle since they were the same height and strength. The three made a little small talk before giving each other a fist bump to show how close friends they were before All Might introduced the teens and Ryukyu. May started speaking with Jason and David on how they were the ones to design All Might's costumes, and how cool they were and how high quality it was. David and Jason couldn't help chuckle at this as David reminisced back during the days he designed those costumes, with Jason being someone who offered input and gave some ideas from time to time. Young Age up to Silver Age all had capes, while Golden Age didn't, and there was a reason why. David had been against capes from the very beginning when he designed All Might's costume, arguing that it would hinder him during his hero work. All Might fought back, stating that he wanted the cape because not only did it look cool and iconic, but how it could be used to help. David had been forced to agree to make the cape as part of the design when All Might stated he would just buy a cape if David didn't design one. For the years, the cape had never hindered All Might, making All Might think he had been right all along up until the rocket incident, where he almost choked to death because of the cape. David had gleefully rammed it into him about the dangers of having a cape, to which All Might reluctantly agreed that a cape would do more harm and had it removed from the Golden Age design. Upon All Might's cough, Jason's eyes narrowed before asking Christina to take the group to look around the I Expo, stating that he wanted to catch up with All Might and David alone, while also dismissing Henry. Just as they all left, All Might's body began to smoke once more before transforming back to his real form, although he didn't cough blood or anything and looked more comfortable than he used to. So, what did you guys want to talk about? Is it about the whole monsters attacking the festival thing? I did analyze it here like you asked and I don't like it, sighed Jason. Those monsters were the work of a madman, much worse than the Nomas somehow. So what do I call you by? First names or family names? Or do you prefer hero names? Asked Christina politely, remembering the cultural difference between America and Japan for names. You can just call me Melissa. Mirio is fine if you're letting me call you by your given name, replied Mirio cheerfully. My hero name is Lemillion, as you know, feel free to use it if you like. And my name is the Savior Bomber. Dynamite, said Katsuki with a shrug. What an interesting name, Katsuki, hummed Christina, looking at Katsuki. Well then, let's get this tour started, said May, excited, bouncing on her steps. Yes please. I'm excited, cheered Nijire loudly. Ryukyu just chuckled in the background, seeing both boys sigh. Sorry about them. I know that started Katsuki. A little much I guess, added Mirio. Oh, it's fine really, nothing is wrong with a bit of enthusiasm, honest, smiled Christina widely. The group went to various locations after that, with Christina giving them the guided tour around. There were various heroes from all over the world attending the expo, and to overcome the language barrier, each one of them had been given an earpiece with an active translator working. Christina took them into a building showcasing the latest inventions, all of which had been based on inventions that had been patented by David and Jason. They did notice the pride Christina had for her father and uncle before making some small talk about their respective academies. When Ryukyu complimented Christina on being a genius, Christina could only blush at that before denying it, saying she needed to study more often. Plus, I am nothing compared to her, said Christina with a distant look in her eyes, which completely changed the mood for the group, as it turned from cheerful to sad/nostalgic. You mean Melissa Shield, the star student of the I-Island Academy that was kidnapped and turned into a villain? Asked May bluntly, causing all of them to wince. Her social skills were as horrible as Shoto's, but she wasn't bothering to work on them. Yes, she was and still is my best friend and my sister figure. Her life is a quirkless. Could have been happier, I guess. She was a true genius, a prodigy even, but unfortunately that doesn't save you from bullies even in the I-Island, sighed Christina. Katsuki flinched on instinct. He had his own history with bullying as a former one, a stain on his past that he could never clean, the shame of his past, even if it was orchestrated by a bunch of idiots. But she genuinely tried her best, continued Christina. Best grades in her year, best quality inventions, polite and kind to all, but she was seen as nothing but a quirkless freak by most of other students, who were disgusted that the freak was better than them. The venom in her voice was easy to spot and feel, and they did agree with her. Honestly, Karma, being a late bloomer, was ironically the one who could understand her the most, and funny enough, she didn't get a quirk until turning to villainy. What irony is that? I'm not sure, sighed Christina. Well, their loss, her support gear will be used by villains and they'll wish they weren't idiots to her, so just kick back and watch them clawing at their eyes in regret, said Katsuki, to which she giggled. Ah, poor girl, she is super smart and from what I saw in the TV super cute. How could someone be mean to her if she was such a good girl, pouted Nijire. Because there are people who act bad just for the sake of it. For no actual reason, explained Ryukyu with a sigh. She hated quirk and quirkless discrimination honestly. She sounds like a great inventor, and if the gear and technology the League possesses of her making, then I wish she cake to you, Dade. I'd have loved to make babies with her, pouted May. Christina decided to change the subject. I want to be a great quirk scientist and inventor like my dad. What about all of you? What are your plans for the future? Asked Christina. Mirio looked down to his own hands, clenching it for a bit before talking to himself. I want to be a great hero like All Might and save lives with a smile. I want to at least save 1 million people, to live up to my hero name. Katsuki thought for a second before answering himself. I want to be a great hero, make up for my past sins and acts, help save others to at least feel like I did something meaningful with my life. All Might really holds a special place in your hearts, doesn't he? Asked Christina. You look like you're having fun, Bakugo-kun, said a very familiar voice. Katsuki turned around to see Mira standing there in her hero suit, her eyes and expression rather flat. Blueberry? How the F do you get here? Asked Katsuki, looking surprised. You look like you're having fun, Bakugo-kun, said Yui, appearing out of nowhere, before looking Mei, who was busy inspecting some support items. Ahem. Katsuki turned to the source of the cough to see Momo, Kyoka, Itsuka, and Setsuna all standing there. You appear to be having a good time, said Momo teasingly, to which Katsuki shot her a death glare. Shut the F up, Ponytail, I'm not alone, deadpan Katsuki as he pointed to Mirio and Nijire close to them looking at a giant set of armor. While Ryukyu was behind them, Mei was in sight inspecting some support gear. Bakugo, I overheard. It did sound like you were having a lot of fun, added Kyoka, twirling her earphone jacks while smirking at him, to which he gave the middle finger. Are these your friends? Asked Christina in curiosity, looking over at Katsuki, who scoffed and shoved his hands in his pockets. Yeah, these are my classmates and a non-ending pain in my ass, nodded Katsuki while yelling the last part at the smirking girls. And I kinda didn't get to tell them the chance I'd be coming here. Everyone, this is Christina, who's been showing me around the expo. Everyone over there. Hello. My papa and uncles dashed, started Christina, only to be interrupted by a Katsuki, who quickly pulled her aside. Don't tell them that I came with All Might, whispered Katsuki. Why not? Asked Christina, mystified by his actions. For reasons I can't explain, whispered Katsuki. Please? Christina giggled, seeing how serious he was before nodding in agreement, turning back to the others. How about we grab some tea at the cafe? The girls nodded. It was then that the group came back. My Mirio-kun, this place is full of so many amazing stuff. I wonder where they even get the ideas to make them, said Nijire cheerfully as she was grabbing Mirio's arm. Well, they are scientists, and they base their inventions on quirks, so that's where they inspiration for their inventions, explained Ryukyu with a smile. Wow, so many babies in here, it's so cool. I wonder if there are any companies I could try to get in touch with in here, grinned Mei as she walked back to Katsuki and Christina to find them with the girls. Oh? When did you ladies come here? Asked Mirio, surprised. Just now, sighed Katsuki. Yui and Mira looked at Mei skeptically. How did you get here, handsome? I don't think you got an invitation, did you? Asked Mira skeptically. I know, I came with Splody here, grinned Mei. I heard him talking about coming here with All Might, so I asked him to take with him. You mean you puppy-eyed me into taking you? Didn't even know you could do that, deadpan Katsuki. After a small introduction and a bit of fangirling over Ryukyu, the dragon heroine left to walk around on her own while the teens went to grab something to eat. Luckily, Christina easily hit it off with the other girls, distracting Yui and Mira from their murderous rage on a certain inventor. Katsuki and Mirio sat at another table, having a small talk and making bets about All Might and Ryukyu, although Katsuki kept glancing at the mentioned 3 girls with tardiness while Mirio chuckled in amusement. Thanks for waiting, said a familiar voice as a cold drink was placed in front of Katsuki. Katsuki looked up to see Denki, Mineta, and Cozy Eye all standing there in waiter uniforms with matching grins. Yo, what's got you so down, man? Grinned Denki as he lifted his hand for a fist bump, which Katsuki gave. Need your best man to help you out? Like you could do anything to help out, teased Kyoka from her section of the table, with smirk on her face. What are you lot doing here? That's so mean, Jairu, cried Denki. They needed some temporary staff for the expo, so we applied, gestured Cozy Eye. We can go to the expo during our breaks and we get paid at the same time. And maybe we can even have a wonderful meeting with cute girls who are a 10 dash. Oh my god, I'm in love, declared Mineta as his eyes landed on Christina. Oh damn, a real American dream girl, panted Cozy Eye. Hey, Pony is from the States too, you know, shouted Itsuka, but Cozy Eye wasn't listening. Hey Bakugo, where'd you meet this hottie? Whispered Denki. Introduce us. Introduce us, said Mineta with a drooling grin. Don't be hogging the girls, added Cozy Eye. Do they also go to UA? Asked Christina, her glasses glinting under the sunlight. That's right, said Denki as he, Mineta, and Cozy Eye posed for Melissa. We're basically pros, bragged Mineta. We got a lot going for us, boasted Cozy Eye. Why are you three slacking off? If you're going to earn money, you should be working hard. The trio panicked as Tenya charged towards them, rushing past them before coming to a screeching halt. Four Eyes, you're here too? Asked Katsuki with a raised brow. Did all these idiots follow him? Tenya nodded as he explained that since he came from a family of heroes, the Ida family had gotten an invitation for the preview. However, his whole family was busy, so only he had come. Momo chimed in, stating that she had gotten invites because her father held some shares in the I Expo sponsor stock, along with 2 more tickets. The girls in 1A had a rock-paper-scissors competition to see who would get to attend the preview early, leading to Ochako and Kyoka getting lucky. Itsuka had received an invitation from a sponsor sending her tickets in recognition of her abilities at the sports festival and ended up inviting Yui as her +1. Mira was sent as representative of Class 1C in the I Expo and Setsuna tagged along with her. In fact, most of the students of 1A and 1B were on the island, waiting to attend I Expo when it opened to the public. You know, if you're all planning to look around tomorrow, I could show you around as your tour guide, offered Christina. The girls gleefully accepted the offer while Denki, Mineta, and Cozy Eye begged to be taken with. Before Christina could even respond, an explosion echoed in the distance, surprising them all. They all quickly turned towards the source of it to see smoke trails rising up in a specific rocky area. Is it a villain? Asked Cozy Eye cautiously. No, that's more likely the villain attack course we have there, answered Christina. Mirio perked up at. Really sounds like fun. Hey ba dash, Mirio trailed off as he noticed that Katsuki was no longer in his seat. Where's Bakugo? Asked Mira skeptically before seeing that Mei and Yui were still here, making her calm down. Probably went to check out the villain attack course, said Momo with sigh. Then let's go check it out, exclaimed Denki as he began to rush over there with Mineta, only to be halted when Tenya grabbed their collars. No you don't. You have work to do, understood? Lectured Tenya, causing the trio to cry as the rest of them left to investigate the explosion. A clearance time of 33 seconds. He's taken 8th place, shouted a female announcer as the group arrived at the scene to see Ijiru standing on top of the rocky mountain. Now please welcome our next challenger, announced the announcer, causing the group to look down in time to see Katsuki walking up to the starting point. Is that redhead also your classmate? Asked Christina. Yeah. The red spiky hair one is Ijiru Kirishima, nodded Momo. Now villain. Go, started the announcer. Katsuki immediately launched himself forward with an explosion, jetting himself into the nearest villain bot. Right before impact, Katsuki not only let out an explosion to destroy the villain bot, but also used it to propel himself in a different direction towards another villain bot. Die! Shouted Katsuki as he landed the final blow on the last robot. Look at that time. He's cleared it in only 14 seconds. First place, shouted the announcer as Katsuki landed back on the starting point with a smirk. As he began to walk towards the exit, he heard Ijiru's voice. Hey, isn't that our classmates and Small Might on the stands? Immediately, Katsuki blasted himself up towards the railing, landing right in front of Mirio with a smirk, and startling everyone. Hey Toon Face, why don't you go down there and try to beat my record? Barked Katsuki pointing downwards. Kirishima, did you receive invitations to I Expo too? Asked Momo leaning over the railing. Nah, only Todoroki got an invite due to being from a hero family. I decided to tag along with him as his +1, he was cool about it, grinned Ijiru. Mina was not happy to not get to go to the preview early, but I promised we'd go together tomorrow. So, Are you guys going to do this or what? It's pointless. There's no way you'll get a better time than me, scoffed Katsuki. Is that a challenge? Beamed Nijire, looking at Katsuki with gleeful eyes. I bet Mirio-kun would destroy your time. Hurry up and get your attempt over then, and let's see, said Katsuki as he hopped over the railing. We have a new challenger coming on at the spur of the moment. What will he show us this time? Shouted the announcer as Mirio got onto the starting point, stretching his muscles a little. I'll use 30%, thought Mirio as he felt one for all cycling through his body. Any higher and I'll suffer torn muscles and Eri-chan will smack me. As a gust of wind blew from his position, the announcer raised her hands. The course is set. Villain attack. Go. Immediately, villain bots began to spawn in random locations. The course was set so the villain bots wouldn't spawn at the same location from the last run as to avoid people studying the course. It wasn't fun or fair for someone's time to be beaten just because they knew the course beforehand. Mirio immediately rushed forward, aiming for the first one he saw. Without hesitation, he slammed a punch right through the villain bot. As the villain bot exploded, while Mirio was already running towards the next target without hesitation, the second and third villain bot was swiftly destroyed right after. The fourth one, however, wasn't destroyed. Instead, Mirio grabbed it and dragged it with him towards the top. At the arc of his jump, Mirio spun and hurled the villain bot into the fifth one before kicking behind him, hurling himself towards the other one, crushing both at once. Amazing. He's cleared it in just 8 seconds flat. He's gone and taken first place, cheered the announcer. As the crowds were cheering, Christina could only stare in shock and awe at Mirio's speed and power. It was eerily similar to All Might's own, with exception. However, despite all that, she noticed something else was off. Wow, you were so fast, Togata-kun, complimented Ochako. Although she was internally salty about him almost killing, she mentally squealed her boyfriend. An impressive showing, truly amazing, nodded Tenya. Indeed it was, nodded Momo. I'm going next, said Nijire, eager to see what her own time would be. Like hell you are. I'm going again and blowing that score away, shouted Katsuki. Before she could jump to the starting point though, they all felt a large tremor beneath them. Wow. 14 seconds. He's tied with second, shouted the announcer as they saw the mountain covered in ice, along with Shoto standing at the starting point without even moving. He's in your class too? Asked Christina, surprised by the new arrival. You're all amazing. As expected of future pro heroes? While the others blushed at this compliment, Katsuki had already launched himself at Shoto, where the two started a small talk. Katsuki made a retry with his quirk being used to its fullest potential instead of just what it was in the past, gaining second place with 9 seconds, much to annoyance. Mirio and the others explored I Island with Christina being their tour guide, with Shoto and Ijiru joining into the group. At one point, the boys were all distracted testing their reflexes at another game. It was at this point Mira and Yui decided to ask Christina about her connection with Katsuki, out of curiosity of course. So, how do you know Bakugo-kun, Christina-san? Asked Yui first, having sent Itsuka to distract Kyoka and Setsuna for a bit. Well, we met today, hummed Christina, trying to think up a way not linking All Might to Katsuki as per his request. I met him and Mirio and the rest of their group. Apparently they met up before then when I accidentally collided with Katsuki. I recognized him and Mirio, and fawned a little because heroes are so cool, then offered them all a tour. Which was cool, by the way. There are a lot of amazing babies here to see. I really owe Splody for taking me with him, grinned May, to which Yui and Mira shot her death glares. Christina giggled at that, seeing the two jealous looks from the girls. Oh, that's what this is about? Cute, I'll grab some popcorn then. It would be hilarious to watch a cat fight. Today we will be closing at 6 p.m. Thank you for coming. As the announcement rang out its warning, Denki, Mineta, and Cozy Eye were all laying on each other's back, looking dead tired. It's still the pre-opening and we're already this busy, moaned Mineta. What will it be like tomorrow? Stop, I don't want to think about it, cried Denki. Is this even worth it? Sighed Cozy Eye, looking dejected. It's most likely we wouldn't be able to see the exhibit if we're this tired. The trio heard their name being called and looked up to see Mirio and the others walking towards them. Suddenly, Tenya held out 3 tickets in front of them, causing them to blink. What's this? Asked Mineta as he slowly took the ticket from Tenya's hand. Invitations to the reception party, explained Momo. The trio looked up in shock and rising hope at this before Kyoka could only sigh. Christina prepared them for you all. She thought you should at least have some fun today, exclaimed Ochako. She decided that Melissa was right, her best friend from the I Island was a nice person. Christina smiled kindly. I had extra, so please use them if you'd like, The trio could only cry with happiness while praising their new goddess. Tenya meanwhile explained how there would be other pro-heroes at the banquet, and suggested that they arrive at the party as a group at 6:30 p.m. sharp at Lobby 7 of the Central Tower so as not to embarrass Yue. He took it to himself to contact Shoto and Ijiru before rushing off. As they went their separate ways to their rooms to prepare, Christina suddenly tapped Mirio and Katsuki on their shoulders. "Do you mind going somewhere with me first?" asked Christina, to which they nodded. Soon, Christina took them to a more hidden section of the island, mainly reserved for students of the academy at I Island. "And this is the lab that I use," explained Christina as she opened the door to reveal her personal lab. "Sorry it's so messy." "Wow, it looks so professional," stated Mirio, looking at all the high-tech machinery around the room. He could barely identify half of them. As he continued to look around, he noticed several trophies on her bookshelf. "Wow, Christina, you're really talented," complimented Mirio. "Well, would you look at that," hummed Katsuki as he picked up a photo that had younger and happier duo of Christina and who looked like Melissa Shield grinning at the camera, holding inventions in their hands. Christina waved Mirio's words off with a small blush, stating that her grades weren't naturally good, so she had to spend a lot of hard work studying. She then saw the photo Katsuki was holding, and a flash of pain appeared in her eyes before she wiped it out quickly. Melissa made this support item while watching Mr. Might. She didn't finish it before her. "Leave, so I finished it in her stead. She is much better than me, but I tried my best. This cruel world dampened a bright talent with its prejudices," sighed Christina. Katsuki quickly put down the photo before muttering an apology, to which she waved off saying it wasn't his fault. Mirio and Katsuki were actually quite bothered by what she said. Not her, but how much this world sucked. It wasn't just karma, there were so many people like that around the world. As the two were in their own thoughts, Christina took off Mirio's gauntlets and wrapped a pair of red-looking bracelets around Mirio's wrists. "Try pressing this panel." Mirio obeyed, slightly mystified, only to see the bracelets suddenly expand and wrap around his hands and arms, forming a pair of red gauntlets. "The same transforming capability like your boots?" asked Mirio in amazement as he inspected it, tapping it as he did so. It felt sturdier than his old gauntlet. Katsuki meanwhile let out a whistle. "If I had to give it a name, I'd call it Full Gauntlets," smiled Christina. "When I first met you, I noticed some very small scarring on your right hand and arm. I only noticed it because I shook your hand and took a close look. Then, at the attraction, it seemed you were limiting your quirk on purpose. It is because your quirk is too strong and your body can't handle it, am I right?" She then walked to Katsuki, offering him a similar bracelet to which he used, getting a similar pair of gauntlets around his arms. "These are the soft gauntlets. They are designed to soften the impact of attacks and absorb shocks, but for you it would allow you to use bigger, more powerful explosions without worrying if breaking your arms or damaging them, since the gauntlets absorb the recoil that should hurt you. I saw your arms too, and I thought you could use some help instead of just gritting through the injuries in the long run," smiled Christina. The two looked at Christina in shock that she could decipher so much in so little time. "This Full Gauntlets is strong enough to take the full power of All Might's punches 3 times. If you wear these, you'll be able to use your full power without any backlash. It might not be useful in the future when your body can handle its full power, but it can at least protect you from your own full power and other people attacking you. So please use them. Become a wonderful hero that can save people from trouble, okay?" smiled Christina before turning to Katsuki. "And please feel free to use the soft gauntlets to be able to maximize your own quirk, and become an amazing hero too, okay?" "Oh, thank you so much, Christina, this amazing," grinned Mirio. Katsuki inspected his gauntlets before grinning, feeling how soft from the inside they were, but from the outside they were like armor, sweet. "Yeah, this should be very helpful while I'm out there beating the living shit out of villains." Katsuki's and Mirio's cell phones suddenly began to ring. The two quickly went to answer the call, only to have Tenya and Nijire blasting in their ears, telling them that they were very late. "I'll be there soon," sighed Katsuki as he rushed out of the lab with Mirio following. "I'll see you at the party, Christina," exclaimed Mirio, running off. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to many, a group of people had managed to infiltrate deeply into I Island and were currently hacking into the security system. Mirio rushed towards the meeting lobby, wearing a black suit with a white short-sleeved undershirt and black vest with a red tie. "Sorry I'm late," exclaimed Mirio as he rushed in, only to stop in confusion. Wait, where's everybody else? They're not here yet. What do they think attending as a group means?" huffed Tenya as he chopped the air, wearing a blue suit with a yellow tie. Shoto stood at the side, wearing a white suit with a red tie. Kaminari, Cozy Eye, and Mineta wore their waiter clothes, as they hadn't expected the invitation to such a party, and thus hadn't prepared any formal wear. Just as he said that, the entrance door opened to reveal the rest of the girls walking in. "Sorry we're late," apologized Ochako as she walked in with the rest of the girls, wearing a pink dress, black stockings, a pearl necklace and a flower on her head. "I apologize, but Jairu," stated Momo with a smile while Jairu hid behind her nervously. Momo wore a yellow with a hint of green long dress that not only left her arms bare but also hugged her curves in the right place while giving a good glimpse of her cleavage. Though it wasn't like she wasn't used to someone seeing them considering her usual hero suit. Her hair was tied up elegantly with a small golden hairband on it. "I'm not used to clothes like this," said Kyoka hesitantly, wearing a dark pink skirt with a small black jacket over the blouse. Her hair was also styled quite differently from what she was used to. She wishes Deku was here so he could give her his loving unconditional praise and compliments, also show him that she could dress cutely, but he was busy unfortunately. "Thanks to Momo, we had some choices to go over," commented Mira as she stepped in, wearing a light blue dress that left her shoulders and arms bare with a necklace. "Hey hunks, how's it going?" grinned Setsuna as she stepped into view, wearing a dark green dress that left her arms and shoulders bare, and was short enough to show some of her thighs. "Ah, Mirio-kun. You look dazzling with that suit. Did Sir Knight I pick it up for you?" "Did he? He looks good in suits." "And you look good in suits," said Nijire, grabbing into Mirio's arm before pouting heavily. "I wish Tamaki-kun could join, but it's too many people for him. That social anxiety needs to go if he's gonna be a hero." Nijire was dressed in a light blue dress with white flowers on it, with a V-cut exposing some cleavage. Her dress was also short that it only reached her upper thighs. Mirio blushed, his cheeks turning red, especially that Nijire was moving around, causing him to get a good feel of her goods, which caused the perverted Trip to glare at him, burning with jealousy. "It's my first time wearing such formal clothes," blushed Ochako, then looked around confused. "Where is Bakugo, by the way?" "Tsunava is annoying and worthless," shouted Katsuki as he came last, cursing like a drunk sailor. "That old hag changed my attire with this." He originally was going to wear his military-style suit in case a villain fight broke out, which wasn't very fashionable but instead was practical. Now he was stuck wearing this for the party. He didn't know what to even call this, it wasn't his style or preference, and he thinks that he looks dumb in it. He was brought out of his thoughts when someone tapped his shoulder, causing him to look to his side. "How do I look?" asked Yui, wearing a conservative blue dress that managed to showcase her curves, the colors of her dress similar to her hero costume. "Good," said Katsuki with a shrug, to which she grabbed his arm without warning and inspected his suit. "You look charming, you should try formal clothing more often," commented Yui, causing Katsuki to blush in response. His other arm was promptly grabbed by Mira, who grinned at him. "Bakugo-kun. We didn't get the chance to speak much recently. How do I look in my dress?" asked Mira with a smile while batting her eyelashes cutely. Did anyone ever tell you that you look like Rimuru Tempest?" asked Katsuki, to which she giggled. "A lot, but I don't feel flattered about it usually." "Why, you think I'm that good looking?" asked Mira, but before he could respond Yui spoke up. Excuse me, but I was the one talking to him before you. So please leave immediately," said Yui with a glare. "Huh? And what does that mean, before me? This is not a reservation, I'm just talking to my friend Kodai-san," said Mira with a smile that most people would run from. Yui's face darkened. I insist I was the one talking first, please leave." "Hey Splody," grinned May, coming into view before looking at him. Could use a bit of mods, want me to make you a baby for fighting in case you went to a party and villains attacked?" Katsuki ignored the two girls clinging onto him and grinned widely. "Oh yeah, Chris Eyes, you always speak my language," said Katsuki, looking at her appraisingly. "Well, you're my best source of inspiration and best testing dummy. After all, explosions can't scratch you," grinned May. The two girls directed their attention as they started arguing with her giving flat answers that pissed them off even more. On the side, Katsuki watched the arguments unfold with a sweat drop. "Holy shit, do you see that?" asked Mineta, looking at Cozy Eye with shock. "Why is the biggest jerk in our grade getting all the attention?" cried Cozy Eye. "Maybe because he ain't an idiot?" asked Kyoka as she jabbed the two of them with her jacks. "Did I mention that you look beautiful, Jairu?" asked Denki with a smile, looking her in the eyes. Kyoka blinked before panicking. Oh no, she can't tell him she is seeing someone because Mina will demand meeting him, but she can't let him be attracted to her either. Deku will be royally pissed off. Thanks, listen, to not be rude, I'm not into guys. Or girls either. "No offense, man," said Kyoka, trying to play it off cool. Denki blinked before pouting. "I see. Sorry for bothering you, Jairu, said Denki before smiling. Hope I didn't bother you. Nah, it's cool man, it's cool, I'm actually flattered. Just don't bring it up again, waved Kyoka as she mentally sighed, phew, bullet dodged. The door opened once more, causing Cozy Eye and Mineta to forget their previous line of thought as they saw the American beauty walking in with a blue dress with a light lavender mini skirt. Christina forewent the glasses, opting to wear contacts with her hair tied up elegantly into a bun. She wore a small choker, golden earrings and red lip gloss, showcasing her charms as the eldest one among them all. Her body was just as mature and curvy as Momo's, perhaps a little more as she was older. The headliner has appeared, shouted Mineta to the heavens as he cried tears of bliss. Crap, Mineta, I can't take this anymore. What should I do? Asked Cozy Eye, also crying tears of joy. Who knows? I'd be taking photos right now, cried Mineta. Do whatever you want, but shut up, muttered Kyoka in embarrassment at the sight of the duo. Meanwhile Denki's sweat dropped at the two's antics. For the love of all might, tell him he doesn't look so much like a lovesick puppy like these two. The pervert duo were not the only ones taken aback by Christina's beauty and charms. Even Shoto and Tenya stalled for a second upon seeing Melissa before turning their attention to somewhere else. Meanwhile Katsuki blushed as he looked away from her quickly, seeing the three jealous girls stop their argument to shoot Christina a glare for getting his attention. Why the F was he so popular with girls? He was supposed to be a jerk, not a chick magnet. And Shri at the sake time? What the F? Is this how the Nerd King got himself into his own mess? Central Tower, second floor reception hall. Inside the reception hall were dozens of guests from sponsors, scientists and heroes, all gathered around and enjoying themselves with the wide variety of food and drinks provided for them. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the I Expo's reception party. Let's have the #1 hero of Japan, All Might, who is visiting us today, to say a few words and lead us in a toast. Everyone, please give him a round of applause, stated the announcer/host of the party. All Might looked around in confusion as everyone began to applaud and cheer for him. Even other heroes from varying countries respected All Might, hearing all his legendary feats. Despite mainly thriving in America and then Japan, almost everyone around the world knew about All Might. Therefore, they weren't offended when All Might was suddenly chosen to lead them in a toast. To the side he could see Ryukyu giving him a smile while motioning for him to get to it. Her Chinese-style dress along with the makeup and red lipstick along with the earrings made her look very charming in his opinion. Guys, I didn't know about this, what should I even say? Whispered All Might, holding a wine cup full of juice to disguise it as drinking champagne. He hadn't expected this, nor did he even have a speech prepared. This was bound to happen once they found out All Might, the symbol of peace, was here, chuckled David with a laugh. You'll do fine, old friend, just do your usual thing and you'll get everyone riled up easily, said Jason with a casual wave. Geez, sighed All Might as he walked towards the stage, but seeing Ryukyu giving an encouraging smile made it easier for him. Meanwhile, back at the entrance, Tenya tried to call for Ijuru, only for him to not respond. The group figured that the two decided not to come and prepared to enter the elevator to the reception hall. In reality, the redhead had decided to come, but thanks to Ijiro's lack of directions and sense as well as not paying attention to where the party was even at, Ijuru were lost in the middle of a metallic hallway. All Might coughed before starting off a light speech for the crowd. Thanks for inviting me. I'm All Might. I don't like formal talk, so dash. Before All Might could even start a speech that he had made up just now, a loud sound rang throughout the tower. The television set behind him suddenly blared red with the words "emergency" on it, causing everyone to panic. Inside a security center, the figures grinned as they had taken over the whole system. I'm in, grinned the hacker. All over I Island an announcement could be heard. This is an announcement by the I Island security system. We have received a report from the security system that an explosive device was placed in the I Expo area. I Island will now be in high alert mode. Residents and tourists should return to their homes or lodgings immediately. Those without lodgings for the night can report to the nearest evacuation center for temporary residency. Anyone still outside 10 minutes from may be arrested without warning. Please refrain from going outdoors. In addition, most of the main buildings will be sealed off by the security system. I repeat this dash. As the same announcement rang throughout the city, people began to hurry back to their homes or lodgings. They could see the security bots all patrolling out in full force, making them realize that perhaps this wasn't an exercise. Businesses quickly cleaned up and closed down their shop, hurrying back to their homes. In various parts of the city, students of 1A and 1B could be seen heading back to their hotels, grumbling about not being able to see a better part of the nightlife. In the reception hall, the doors were suddenly slammed open as armed men with masks, carrying the latest automatic rifles, walked into the room, all pointing at civilians and heroes. "It's just as you heard. We have taken over the security system," announced a voice as the door opened up to reveal a man with a white coat, red hair, and a menacing metallic mask on his face. This was Wolfram, one of the international villains and one of the most dangerous in the world. Beside him were two more terrorists guarding his sides. "Don't think about putting up a fight," threatened the boss. "If you do." He directed their attention to the television set, where they could see the security bots that were blocking parts of the road with curious bystanders watching over them. "Then the security machines will bear their fangs at all the good people on this island," finished the man. "That's right. All the people on this island are hostages. Of course that means you all are as well." All Might turned around, his face grim as he prepared to take the terrorist by surprise, hoping to catch them off guard. But the boss was smarter than to continue monologuing for too long. "Do it." Instantly, holes appeared on the floor before a blue cable shot out from them, wrapping all the heroes in attendance and trapping them. The heroes found themselves unable to break off from the restraining devices nor use their quirks in fear of hitting others. All Might managed to stretch the cables with his muscles and had been prepared to break out of them before a gunshot rang in the air, freezing him in his place. "Don't move," threatened the boss as he walked up on stage. "If you take even one step, then I'll kill everyone here in a second." "Shit," cursed All Might as he was kicked onto the floor, unable to do anything less he risked the lives of others. "Good boy," said Wolfram as he looked out to the crowd, smirking in triumph. "You're going to all learn from All Might and do as I say quietly, right?" All Might locked eyes onto David, telling him that he could break out of the restraints if needed, but David shook his head. "Toshi, we have no choice but to listen to them right now," warned David through his eyes. Years of friendship allowed the two to understand what the other was saying via body language and eyes. "But Dave," thought All Might, unhappy with the situation. "Don't worry, I'll find a way to save everyone. Just bear with it for now," replied David. In fact, he was personally panicking. He knew Toshinori could beat them, but knowing Wolfram, he probably has hostages just in case this happened. Meanwhile, Jason pressed a button on his watch, letting out a signal to someone to show up when the time was right. Meanwhile, All Might agreed, albeit reluctantly, saving his strength for now. He might need it for a later time. Back at the entrance, Shoto got off his phone with a frown. "My phone has no signal. It looks like all reports are being blocked," stated Shoto. Being the son of the former number 2 hero, he had a few perks such as a stronger cell service than any normal providers, as heroes needed to be able to be contacted at any point in time. "Seriously?" asked Mineta nervously while Kyoka prodded at the elevator buttons. "The elevator isn't working either," shouted Kyoka. "Seriously?" cried Mineta, his voice reaching an octave higher. "I can't believe the security system would switch into a high alert mode just because they found some explosives," mused Melissa as she put her finger under her chin, knowing the ins and outs of the security details and codes. There had to be something more. "Ida, let's go to where the party is being held," advised Ochako as he stepped forward, while secretly pressing a button on her ring, time to call her Dark Knight in his bloody armor to rescue her. "Why?" asked Tenya in confusion. "Because All Might is at the party," replied Mirio. Hearing their teacher and number 1 hero present, the students all breathed a sigh of relief, thinking everything would be okay now. "Christina-chan, can you get us to the party?" asked Nijire with a smile. "If we use the emergency stairs, I think we can get close to the party," nodded Christina, pointing to the corner room where the doors leading to the stairs were. "Please lead the way," asked Mira, with the others all nodding in agreement. Wolfram, the leading boss villain of the crew, grinned as he patrolled around the area, making vague statements when one of the heroes demanded to know what he was after. Wolfram kicked the hero in the chin for such a remark before his earpiece began to ring. Listening into it, he grinned as he got his next set of directions. Then looking around, Jason's assistant Henry caught his eye, as if by chance due to the name tag. "You're a researcher here, right?" asked Wolfram as he walked up to Sam, who gulped in panic. "Take him." "What? Why?" asked Sam in a panic as 2 terrorists marched up to Sam, grabbing his arms to take him away. "Stop," said Jason firmly as he walked up, unable to handle this injustice. "He is my assistant. What do you plan to do with him?" "Jason, come back. These guys are armed," hissed David in panic. Ironically, he was the one who was going to hire this guy, to have still come anyways filled David with guilt. Well, if it isn't David Shield," grinned Wolfram as he turned around, looking at the 2 scientists menacingly. The famous scientist who won the Nobel Prize as well as the lead scientist on quark research and inheritance Jason Peachtree. You two will come too. And if I wear fuse? Asked David bravely. Wolfram grinned before replying. Then somewhere on this island, someone's scream will ring out. The two gritted their teeth before agreeing to follow them for now. As All Might watched his friends go, he growled as his muscles began to bulge. Guys, will I be able to defeat the villains and get the security systems working again? Especially in my body right now. No, I must do it. Because I am a symbol of peace, thought All Might as he began to prepare to free himself. Before he could do so, a flash of light caught his eyes from above. Quickly looking up in fear that a sniper was trained on him, he sighed a breath of relief when he saw it was Mirio with his phone flashlight on, flashing intermittently at him to attract his attention. All Might has noticed us, said Mirio as he saw his mentor now looking up. Jarisen, can you do it? Kyoka nodded as her ear jacks were plugged into the ground, capable of hearing everything going on inside the reception hall. Please talk, gestured Mirio to All Might, pointing to his ears to let him know they could hear him through the glass ceiling. We're listening. All Might nodded before conveying that a message that the villains had taken over the tower, controlled the security system, and was holding everyone on the island hostage. The heroes present were also hostage, including himself. His last orders were for Mirio and the others to get away as far as possible while remaining safe. Kyoka gulped nervously before relaying the message to Katsuki, Mirio and the others. They all soon quickly hid back in the emergency staircases, discussing their choices laid out before them. Tenya, Momo, Mineta, and Denki were in favor of following orders and finding other pro-heroes to help, but Christina rejected that plan as the place had been built with the same level as Tartarus, the special prison for villain criminals built distantly from any form of civilization. Considering that it was built to hold the world's most dangerous criminals with the highest security standards, escape from the tower just wasn't feasible. Kyoka stood up in annoyance when Denki suggested they just wait it out, only for Mineta and Cozy Eye to argue that they would be fighting villains that managed to capture even All Might. As everyone looked around, throwing ideas and arguments about the situation, Mirio stood up from his kneeling position. I'm going, declared Mirio with a steely and determined gaze. I'm going to save them. I have to get to the number million after all. Yeah, let's kick some ass, Toonface. Time to show these idiots who they pissed off, grinned Katsuki, punching his palm and creating a small explosion. You're planning to fight against those villains? Didn't you two learn anything from Hosu? Cried out Mineta. I learned that there are things I just can't back down from, replied Katsuki. I learned that if I only fought my own safety, then others could be hurt because I didn't stand up to fight to help. We're training to be heroes. It's our business to meddle in these things. I won't stay and hide knowing there is something I can do to help others. So I'm going, declared Mirio. As the duo stood up to leave, Christina grabbed their shoulders, stopping them for a second. The two turned to look at her questioningly and she cleared her throat to speak. I think I know of a way to save everyone without fighting the villains, explained Christina quickly. Island's security system is on the top floor of this tower. If the villains have taken control of the system, then the authentication locks and passwords have been disabled. We should be able to restart the system. We just need to get away from the eyes of the villains and get to the top floor. Then maybe we can save everyone. The duo's eyes widened and so did a few others. What do you mean get away from the eyes of the villains? How? Kyoka chimed in for clarification on what Christina said. Currently, none of us have actually been harmed. I think the villains aren't used to working with the security systems, theorized Christina. Avoid fighting and get the system back to normal, huh? Hummed Shoto as the others began to look up in agreement. But the villains are waiting on the top floor, aren't they? Frowned Momo in worry. There might not need to fight at all if we do this right, reasoned Nijire. If we can get the system back to normal, then All Might and the hostages will be released. If that happens, then the tables will be turned in an instant. All right, Bakugo, let's do it, voiced Mira confidently. I don't want to sit around and do nothing if there is something I could do. I think that's something that's more important than whether we're heroes or not. I'll come too, stated Yui with a stoic face. If there's one thing I learned from you, it's to never give up. I'll join in too. I have some babies we could use, grinned Mei as she held a remote. A second later a drone appeared in front of them with a chest that had some gadgets in it. Everyone would have questioned where the hell was that drone, but they had more pressing issues. Alright, sounds like one crazy ride you got there, smirked Setsuna, crossing her arms and looking at Mirio and Katsuki in amusement. I'll join in too, so I could brag to our friends how I helped save the Island. Bakugo, stated Shoto, drawing attention to himself, his face determined. I'll go too. Soon everyone was clambering to join despite their nervousness. "I'll turn us back if I decide we cannot anymore," voiced Tenya as he walked up. "If you're okay with that, then I'll go too." Mirio nodded, appreciating Tenya's down-to-earth tendencies to prevent them from getting over their heads. Mineta snapped in tears as he saw everyone joining in, figuring out he didn't have a choice in the matter now. Christina smiled as she saw everyone getting hyped up when Katsuki and Mirio walked up to her. "Christina-san, you should stay here," advised Mirio, not wanting to get her into danger as she wasn't trained to fight like they were. "I'm coming too," rejected Melissa with a fierce tone. "You guys don't have anyone that can change the settings of the security system. I'm a student at the academy. I think I can be useful. I might just get in the way until we get to the top floor. But let me help protect everyone too. Please." Mirio saw that fire in her eyes before slowly nodding in acceptance. "Fine. But stay close to us all. Don't ever get separated, alright?" Christina nodded in agreement at that, so Mirio accepted her joining. "We'll save not only your dad but All Might and everyone else in a flash," whispered Izuku before turning towards the others. "Everyone, let's go. Right?" All Might coughed into his hands as the restraint cables bound all over him, contemplating on what to do when he decided to take a peek back up to the glass ceiling. He was lucky that none of the villains ever thought to look up in a hostage situation, focusing solely on their hostages. There, he saw Mirio waving at him, his eyes full of confidence. "Young Togata. Those eyes. Don't tell me." "No, run away," though All Might conveying his words and emotions through his eyes. Mirio understood as he shook his head, his eyes conveying the message that he wasn't going to run, that he was going to save them all, doing whatever they could do. Mirio gave All Might a big grin, sticking his hand out before giving All Might a thumbs up and a chuckle before turning around to leave. "He's going after all, huh?" sighed All Might to himself before chuckling mentally. "I know I must reproach him as a teacher for his actions. But if you don't move now, you're not a hero. As my successor, I can only trust and praise you if everything goes well. So go. I'll believe you can break us out of this situation. We're counting on you, you zygotes." "Alright, let's do this, people," announced Mirio as he ran back to the others. David and Jason had been brought to the top floor into the control room via elevator, where they were ordered to unlock the vault or die. Seeing they had no choice, David obeyed for now. Although the two had no idea what these guys wanted, David explained that the device he created was destroyed by karma, but Wolfram denied it, saying they were here for something else. Meanwhile, Mirio and the others were forced to take emergency stairs to avoid detection. As they reached the 30th floor, Katsuki couldn't help but turn to Christina in curiosity, asking her what the top floor level was. 200th floor, panted Christina, who was somehow able to keep up despite not having trained to be a hero. "Seriously? We have to climb that much?" cried Mineta in horror. "Not even I have enough air to blow after that," gulped Cozy Eye. "It's better than running into villains in my opinion," replied Momo. "Ugh, but if we run out of energy when we get there it might prove more harmful," pouted Nijire, whose quirk basically drained her own stamina. She would be the most disadvantaged in a fight after this. Nonetheless, they kept running up the stairs. Luckily Momo had created some comfortable running shoes for them all, switching out the high heels that some of them had been wearing. "Christina, do you want me to use my quirk on you?" offered Ochako as she turned around, noticing Christina starting to lag behind. "Thanks, but I'm fine," panted Christina, who had somehow managed to keep a pristine look despite climbing 55 flights of stairs. "Save your power when we really need it." Mirio frowned as he slowed down, letting Christina catch up. He could see she was really pushing herself to the limit. Making a quick decision, he suddenly scooped her up bridal style, making her yelp in surprise. "I can dash," began Christina, only for Mirio to shake his head. "We need you rested enough to operate the system when we get there. If you're too tired, then this plan will fall apart. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. I've carried a lot heavier stuff while running before," interrupted Mirio, remembering how he ran while carrying very heavy rocks as part of his physical training under Sir Night Eye. "Just let him help you," smiled Nijire, who didn't seem bothered by her own boyfriend picking another girl in his arms. Whether it was her trusting him or her too focused on the mission is anyone's guess by now. Christina looked at the two for a few seconds before she nodded and she closed her eyes, taking the chance to regain her breath. They had hit the 80th floor when they found their way blocked by a shutter, preventing them from going up. "What should we do? Break it?" asked Shoto. "I can blow it to pieces in one swift blast," shouted Katsuki as aimed his right palm with a vicious grin on his face. "Katsuki, no," yelled Christina, stopping him as she shook her head. "If we do that, then the security system will react and the villains will notice us." Then can't we go from here? Asked Mineta as he pulled open a side door, finding it unlocked but unknowingly triggering an alarm to the control room. Seeing as Mineta had already opened the door, the others had no choice but to go through the door, risking detection now because of Mineta's rashness. Not to mention it was the only other way that Christina knew how to get past the shutters without breaking it. At the top floor, the main villain hacker, who wore a metallic headgear with a blue eyepiece, pulled up surveillance on the 80th floor to find Mirio and the others running in the hall. He quickly notified Wolfram about the intruders. Let down all partitions on the 80th floor, ordered Wolfram as he waved his arms to two of his men. Don't let those kids get away. As the two of them ran out, All Might couldn't help be worried. They had done well so far to not get caught, but just for how long? He knew Katsuki and Mirio were extremely powerful, and young Uraraka and Todoroki were somewhat in a close level, but those villains will aim to kill, so as a teacher he couldn't help but worry. As the group ran, they saw the shutters closing down each section of the paths in front of them and behind them. Todoroki, shouted Tenya as he saw the doors right in front of them. Shoto nodded as he quickly used his quirk to create ice, blocking the shutters from fully closing. Tenya quickly ran, hopping past the gap in the shutters before activating his quirk, speeding up before completely destroying the door and his pants with a powerful kick. Everyone over here, shouted Tenya as the others quickly hopped past the gap. They quickly ran into the room, finding themselves in the plant factory where scientists researched how quirks could influence plants. As they ran, Kyoka's ears picked up the small humming noise of an elevator coming up, stopping them before pointing towards the main elevator. There, they saw the electronic panel signaling someone was coming up. Figuring that it was the villains using it, they quickly went to hide behind some bushes. I wonder if we can use that elevator to get to the top floor, wondered Mineta. Would be better than running all the way up, nodded Cozy Eye. No, only authorized people can operate the elevator. And it's made as sturdy as a bomb shelter, so we can't destroy it, sighed Christina. Us that a challenge? Asked Katsuki with a raised brow. Come on, let us use the conveniences of modern civilization, complained Denki, getting tired of running. Soon the elevator stopped right on the 80th floor, opening up to reveal two villains wearing the same terrorist clothes as the others, only unmasked now. One was a skinny, strange-looking man with pale yellow skin and a face similar to a goat with a mohawk, while the other was a rather short, stocky, middle-aged man with a round head and a thick neck. They said the kids were here, said the short one as he looked around. They came to an annoying place, growled the taller one as he looked at all the plant life around the area, taking in where they could be hiding in such a giant area. They all tried to stay silent as they could, hoping to rush past the villains without any trouble. Then Kyoka's ears picked up more footsteps, looking towards the source of it. Katsuki's ears picked it up a few seconds later, wondering just who it was that was with them. I found you, you damn kids. The group jerked up in fear at this, thinking their hiding spot had been exposed when a second later. Are you talking to me? Asked Ijiro, confused with Tetsutetsu and Imasuji, the three of them looking confused. Who the hell are you? Asked Tetsutetsu with a suspicious face. What are you doing here, kids? Demanded the shorter one. That's what I want to know, you know, fired back Tetsutetsu in annoyance before Imasuji decided to intervene. We got lost. Sorry guys, said an embarrassed Imasuji as he walked forward, with a placating gesture. Where do we go for the reception? The two villains looked at each other, unable to tell if the two boys were seriously lost or not. There had been signs everywhere pointing to where the reception banquet was, which was the second floor, and these children had somehow wounded up on the 80th floor? Sounds like bullshit, Daigo. How the hell do you get lost for over 78 floors? Whispered the taller one. Same, we should get rid of them, Nobu, replied the shorter one. I can see through you. Don't lie to me, shouted Nobu as his hand suddenly expanded and morphed, ripping apart the glove he was wearing. While the expansion was similar to Itsuka Kendo's quirk, they could see skin webbing connecting to all his fingers. With a roar, Nobu threw what seemed to be a ball of air that had gathered inside the palms of his hand. A stream of air could be seen being forcefully displaced as it flew at Ijiro, who was still looking confused at the sudden violence. Shoto immediately blocked the attack with a large wall of ice, saving Ijiro from being hit. The three boys realized just whose quirk had blocked the attack before looking towards the source to see Shoto standing there. Shoto looked back towards the villain, realizing that the ice wouldn't hold them for long as echoes of impact began ringing in the air, with shards of ice falling. We'll stall for time here, said Shoto as he quickly created an ice platform beneath Mirio and the others who had come out of their hiding spot. Look for a way to get to the top. I'll be right behind you all after we clean this place up. Mirio looked at Nijire as they ascended. Nijire nodded and flew down to help her juniors. She was getting too low on stamina anyway, so why not get exhausted over beating up bad guys? You're all here? Blinked Tetsu in confusion. What's going on, Todoroki? You didn't hear the broadcast? Asked Shoto in slight amusement and shock. Villains have taken over this tower. I'll explain later, but for now, the villains. Just as he finished constructing the ice tower for the others to jump off to the railway, holes in the glacier appeared to allow the villains to walk out with ease. You kids, growled Daigo as his eyes opened and began to shake. Soon, his whole body transformed into a big purple humanoid with bulging muscles, long hair and red eyes. Shoto immediately sent a wave of ice at Daigo, only for Daigo to pulverize through the ice, walking forward as if it didn't hinder him, before launching another punch at where they all were. It was then that Imasuji activated his quirk, growing into a similar height and size and stopped Daigo, the two of them going into an arm lock. Tetsu and Ijiru took the chance and went on Daigo from behind, giving him strong punches to the back, causing his to lose his balance and cry out in pain. Imasuji took the chance and let go of Daigo before throwing a straight punch at Daigo with all his strength. The punch was strong enough to send him flying backwards and slam on the floor with a loud thud. Nobu meanwhile was having a hard time dealing with Shoto's balanced method of combat by using ice for defense and fire for offense. Nobu managed to find a small opening and aimed his cannon to shoot, only to be blasted by a golden spiral from the back. Hey. That's a cool quirk. Do you shoot only air? Or do you shoot anything in your cannon? Does it have to be a cannon or can you transform it to something else? What else can you do? Shut up! Yelled Nobu as he shot air blasts at Nijire, but the girl easily dodged and shot another blast at him, sending him back. Who the hell are you brats? Asked Daigo with a snarl. The people who'll kick your ass, declared Tetsu proudly. The others broke through the other side of the room, only to find the shutters sealing their exit to the stairs. They quickly looked around for another way up when Mirio noticed a ceiling hatch at the far side of the room. The maintenance room for the sunlight system, exclaimed Christina. Wouldn't that have an emergency ladder? Asked Tenya with a grin, knowing that any proper building that followed safety codes would have such a thing. It's true that there's a manual one, but we can only access it from the inside, replied Christina. Putting her hand inside her dress a little, Momo used her quirk to create a small attachable detonator, tossing it right onto the hatch before it exploded. If you go outside through the space in the vent, you should be able to use the outside wall to get to the top floor, said Momo, letting the others catch on that they could get inside once more to the upper floors. The only problem was who could fit in such a vent and climb the wall, though. As one, they all turned to Mineta, realizing that his small stature and quirk could be the one to turn it around. Wake me, exclaimed Mineta. Stupid. What floor do you think we're on? Hold up, let us convince him, said Denki as he and Cozy Eye dragged Mineta to the side before Kyoka and Ochako could plead with him. If you save everyone and become distinguished, then they'll interview you. And you'll become super popular with the girls, whispered Denki. Think of all those fans just eagerly waiting to get to know you, perhaps on a more personal basis, nodded Cozy Eye. HAREM, whispered both boys to Mineta's ears from each side, letting the words echo in his brain. All right, I'll do it for it, shouted Mineta, his motivation skyrocketing. Cozy Eye quickly made some air platforms for Mineta to hop on towards the opening. There, Mineta began to scale up the tower, using his pop-off quirk to do so. As he climbed up the tower at a rapid pace, he kept chanting to himself, using it as motivation to ignore the pain on his scalp as well as the height he was climbing. Upon reaching the maintenance room via the vent, he tenderly removed the small explosive that Momo had made. Mineta was sorely tempted to keep it, considering just where it had come from, but it was just slightly more important that he got that ladder down. The ventilation shaft opened up, letting Mineta drop down onto the ground before quickly running to the side, dropping down the long ladder for everybody else to catch up. Now give me some love. Just the ladies are fine, just the ladies, drooled Mineta. You were amazing, Mineta, complimented Christina as she was the final one to climb up. As expected of a hero student. Though it wasn't exactly what Mineta wanted, he still eagerly took the praise anyways, becoming even more hyped up. In the control room. Hey, you still can't find them? Asked the peach-haired man as he looked over the hacker's shoulder. The hacker growled as he managed to pull up a video of the students, only for the camera to suddenly be destroyed by Kyoka. Oi, 80th floor. The kids are getting away. What the hell are you guys doing? Demanded the peach-haired man. On the 80th floor. Daigo grunted in pain as he felt another golden blast hit him, followed by a trip of fists that sent him stumbling back. Daigo tried to catch the brats but they were too quick for him to get a lock on. Especially Nijire with her flying and blasts that kept blinding him with light. With a roar, Diego slammed the ground, creating a small shockwave towards Tetsutetsu and Ijuru. "Leave my juniors alone, you meanie," yelled Nijire as she flew forward, dodging past the rocks as she blasted Daigo into an ice glacier. Shoto slid across the room, dodging several attacks from Nobu before firing another path of ice at him. Nobu ran forward, using his hands to help accelerate his speed before jumping in the air. With a few swipes, Daigo blocked the attack, letting chunks of ice balls fall into the ground. Shoto immediately noticed this before realizing that Nobu displaced matter with his hands rather than making it disappear. "Ah, they just don't stay down," pouted Nijire as she noticed Daigo slowly getting up once more, getting frustrated that Daigo wasn't down yet. "I can't keep playing with you forever, mister." Jumping in the air, Nijire's hands were clasped together for few seconds before she charged at Daigo. Daigo roared as he accepted the challenge, thinking he could tank it through before finishing off Nijire. "Ultimate Nijire Blast!" exclaimed Nijire. She shot forward, surprising Daigo at the speed that he couldn't even raise his arms to block the attack. She unclasped her hands and launched a bright concentrated blast of wave motion that connected to his chest, sending Daigo flying away unconscious as well as transforming back to normal. Nobu howled in anger as he displaced air towards Nijire, intending on sending him flying. The manly trio, however, got in between the two, and before Nobu reacted, they punched him in the same time at full strength. "Good night/sweet dreams/see ya later," grinned the trio as they slammed their fists into Nobu's face, knocking him unconscious. The team quickly regrouped and looked at each other to check on any injuries they got from the fight, but they looked fine. "All right, let's go after Bakugo and the others," ordered Shoto as they began to run towards the same direction Mirio and Katsuki and the others had taken, with Nijire quickly summarizing what had happened. They had to stop as security bots suddenly began to flood the area. "Looks like round 2, stated Tetsutetsu as he raised his arms up, as did the others. "Let's do this," shouted Ijuru. "Time for battle," exclaimed Imasuji. And the fighting began. "Boss, these are no ordinary kids," reported the hacker to Wolfram. "They're students from UA High School's Hero Course Hero Reserves. The brats are probably trying to restore the security system," mused Wolfram. "You started the security machine on the 80th floor, right? Then raise all the partitions on floors 100 to 130? "Huh?" asked a confused hacker. "If they wanted to stop the students from interfering, then the shutters should be closed to prevent them entry." He wasn't sure why Wolfram wanted them open again. "Do what I say," ordered Wolfram with a calm grin. The students themselves had noticed that the shutters had been raised once more, wondering just why such a thing had happened. "They're leading us somewhere, aren't they?" concluded Momo. "Yeah, definitely a trap," nodded Yui stoically. "Even so, to get a little further ahead we'll take it," said Mirio. "We'll go where they want us to go for now. And blow them out of the way," declared Katsuki proudly, punching his palm. Soon they made it to the 130th floor laboratory, where they saw dozens of the security robots patrolling the room. "It looks like the enemy has changed from shutting us in to trying to capture us," whispered Tenya. "I'm sure they realized that we're UA students," nodded Mira, knowing the system would have logged their information in upon entering I Island. It was only a matter of time for matching their faces and gaining their info. "But in that case we know what to expect too," declared Momo as her back began to glow. Having worn largely backless dress, she immediately created a large insulation sheet for them to take cover. "Right, let's go with plan A then," agreed Tenya. "Kaminari?" "All right, I'll do my best too," grinned Denki as he cracked his knuckles before holding out his wrists. "I'm counting on you, Ida." Tenya nodded as he began to rapidly spin, taking Denki with him for a ride. With a roar, Tenya hurled Denki up into the air, aiming perfectly right at the middle of the walkway where the robots were. "Take this. Indiscriminate shock 1.8 million volts," shouted Denki as he blasted the area with his powerful lightning. The robots immediately withdrew into their shell, protecting their circuits with their tough outer shells. "They defended," warned Mirio to the others. "Damn it then. 2.3 million volts," cried out Denki as he upped the voltage in an effort to break through the shells. "Idiot if you do that," called out Kyoka, but it was too late. "Yay," giggled Denki as he went past his limit, sputtering down into his retarded form. "You'll become stupid," sighed Kyoka, seeing it was too late for that advice. "But thanks to him, the security machines have been stopped," reasoned Mira. She had to bite back her words as the machines burst out of their shells and instantly tied up Denki. In an instant, they began to move towards the others in unison. We have no choice, everyone, growled Tenya, looking around them. Plan B. Right? Shouted Momo as she made a smoke grenade filled with specific dust particles to help hinder the machines. We can jam their communications with this. As she began to make more, the other girls were about to reach for them when Yui stopped them, grabbing all of them. Let me touch them before we throw it all, stated Yui stoically as she touched all the grenades with her 5 fingers. After passing them out, the girls all threw it in different areas. Just before landing, though, Yui activated her quirk, increasing the size of the grenade before it blew up, increasing the explosion and the smoke that came up from it. Mineta began to hurl his grape-colored balls in an attempt to help Denki while blocking some of the machines from approaching them. The robots rolled into the ball, getting stuck on contact. Several more crashed into the stuck robots, creating a small blockade that didn't last long as several more began to jump above the blockade. Seeing that they didn't have a choice but to get into close quarters, Mirio, Katsuki and Tenya quickly got ready. Mirio tossed his suit coat, both of his arms raised as the bracelets on his wrists activated, cowling up around Mirio's arms and fists. Katsuki did the same thing, raising both of his arms as the bracelets on his wrists activated, cowling up around his arms and fists. With a dash, Mirio stepped forward, winding his arm back before launching a right hook into the lead robot with 50% of one for all. The robots were sent launching into the air, crashing into the walls from Mirio's attack. Certainly feels sturdy, grinned Mirio, not even feeling any impact from the hit. With his other gear, he had to be wary of it breaking due to wear and tear if he used too much power. Katsuki did the same thing as Mirio. Katsuki yelled as he blasted himself at another bunch of robots. Throwing his right arm forward, he shot a powerful explosion at the lead robot. The entire bunch of robots were sent flying from the shockwave and slammed into the wall before exploding themselves. Oh hell yeah, this so soft and comfortable, grinned Katsuki, not even feeling the recoil from his explosion. It still hurt to travel the sweat, but the recoil wasn't a concern anymore. Mirio, Katsuki, tone down that power, we can't afford too much stuff to be damaged here, warned Christina as Tenya quickly grabbed Denki, who was still giggling. Sorry, apologized Mirio immediately while Katsuki scoffed. Gyro-san, where are the security machines? Asked Tenya upon landing. They're coming from the left, warned Kyoka as she pulled back her earjacks from the ground. They quickly ran to the right to avoid the security robots before Mira smiled at Katsuki and commented about the cool gloves he was wearing. You brought it with you, huh guys? Smiled Christina teasingly. I never figured out how to take it off, actually, sweat dropped Mirio with a nervous smile. Me neither, you didn't tell us how to, deadpan Katsuki. Christina blinked before blushing, forgetting that she had never had the chance to teach the duo how to take it off. They soon seemed to shake off the robots, making their way through the 138th floor where all the servers for the tower were. However, just as they were about to cross the server room, the door opened up to reveal more security robots waiting for them. A trap? Shouted Tenya in anger. Then we'll break right through them, growled Katsuki as he prepared to launch himself, only for Christina to suddenly grab his arm. We can't, warned Christina. If the servers here are damaged, it might affect the security system too. Before they could react, even more security robots jumped out from the walkways above. Just how many are there? Shouted Cozy Eye and Mineta in anguish. We'll stop the security machines here, declared Momo as she knelt down. Togata-senpai, take Christina and find a different route, offered Tenya as he placed Denki down, who was still in his retarded state, with Kyoka quickly taking up the task to keep him safe. Mirio nodded as he quickly turned around, looking for another way out. Bakugo-kun, come with us, suggested Christina quickly. Katsuki thought for a second before looking at the others, asking if they needed help, but everyone shook their heads in denial, stating that they could handle it. All right then, Cheeks, you come with us, said Katsuki, grabbing her arm. She blinked before nodding in acceptance while everyone else readied for the fight. As Tenya began to rev up his engines, Momo created a cannon with Yui helping to enlarge it so she could conserve some of her fat storages. Momo then sat back as she started to create ammo, leaving Yui to man the cannon to fire. Kyoka stabbed any security robots nearing their position, using her accelerated heartbeat to crack through the tough outer shell. Mineta was hurling as many balls as he could to trap the security robots without any heat of his scalp. Mira grabbed a boo staff that Momo created for her and started destroying any robot that came near her, with Mei shooting them with a personal-made electrical gun burning air circuits. Cozy Eye was taking deep breaths and creating air walls to block any of the robots from getting too close. Sadly, even with their best attempts, they were soon overpowered. Tenya was the first to go down when his engine stalled, allowing the robots to take advantage of this by wrapping him in restraints. Mira and Mei were next as several managed to pounce behind them despite their best efforts to keep moving due to numbers. Momo collapsed into the floor, having used up all her fat reserves to the fact that if one paid attention, her ribs were starting to show. The rest were taken down by sheer numbers and restrained onto the floor. Mirio and the others ran forward, with Christina taking glances back at the way they had left. Mirio couldn't help but worry for his juniors, but Ochako and Katsuki pushed him forward, telling him that if they were caught, then there would be no point having the others stay behind to delay the robots. Soon, Christina guided them outside to where the wind power generator system was. If we go up the tower, the security machines are probably waiting to ambush us, hypothesized Christina, frowning slightly. So we'll go up to the top all at once from here. If we can get to the emergency exit all the way up there. If we have Ochako's quirk that lets her make everything she touches weightless, then we can do it. As she said that, Ochako and Katsuki could see Christina was shaking in fear as her hands couldn't stay steady. Yet at the sight of this, both of them couldn't help but admire her courage to go through with such a plan. I'll follow you with my explosions and cheeks with her quirk, nodded Katsuki. With a nod, Mirio quickly carried Christina on her back with Ochako activated her quirk on the two of them. Mirio quickly jumped up into the air, and Katsuki started following them with his explosions to sail through the air. Ochako was going to follow them when more security robots appeared and went to attack her from behind, causing her to jump back and activate her powers. Cheeks, come with us, yelled Katsuki. No. I'll delay these guys, you go save everyone, yelled Ochako back. Wee-hee-hee, shouted Nijire as she jumped in between Ochako and some robots, blasting apart several of them with wave motion. Seconds later, a large patch of ice appeared before several others, freezing them in place. The three of them quickly looked towards the other door to see Shoto, Tetsutetsu, Imasuji, and Ijiru rushing in to help out. Are you alright? Asked Ijiru as he punched a robot out of the tower. Yes, Senpai, Katsuki and Christina are heading to the top floor right now, pointed Ochako. I'm using my quirk to lighten them up. Then we're going to stop these guys right here, ordered Shoto as he fired another stream of ice. Ochako was using her speed and reflexes as well as her combat training to zoom through the robots, scoring more kills than anyone else combined, which honestly was rather humbling to them, especially Nijire, but then again she was on her last legs now. Mirio smiled at the reinforcements before a gust of wind blew him and Christina off course from the door. With a growl, Mirio prepared to launch himself with a punch, but Katsuki surprisingly grabbed him and started spinning in the air with explosions. Christina was scared by the movement but didn't complain as Katsuki yelled and hurled them forward, shooting them up to the top of the tower. Seeing that the two were inside the tower now, Ochako quickly released her quirk on them, focusing on the more immediate threat now. Back at the reception hall, Wolfram frowned as he received the latest reports. Send Swordkill and the others, ordered Wolfram as he walked out of the room, defend the control room until I get there. Mirio flipped in midair, landing swiftly on his feet before putting down Christina. Katsuki meanwhile, landed a bit more harshly with his explosions but he was fine nonetheless. Are you alright? Asked Mirio as he helped the girl up. Just a few scratches, otherwise I'm fine, nodded Christina as she looked up towards the stairs. Katsuki in an instant charged behind them, yelling out a die, as he shot an explosion at a figure that was going to attack the two of them. You revolting kids, growled Swordkill as he looked at Katsuki with anger, then turned to Mirio. Don't pretend to be heroes. Pretending? We are heroes, you idiot, yelled Katsuki as he rolled his shoulder. He turned to Mirio and smirked. Go Toon Face, this idiot wouldn't even be warm up to me. Mirio smiled and nodded before grabbing Christina's hand and running off to the stairs. Alright then. I'll see you in a couple minutes, Bakugo-kun, shouted Mirio cheerfully as Christina shot him a worried look. Hey you damn brats, don't you look down on me, yelled Swordkill as he charged at Mirio, his right arm already forming a sword before he tried to stand Mirio, but much to his shock the sword went through him as Mirio cocked his arm back. Detroit Smash. Mirio channeled one for all through his arm at 30% before throwing a right hook at Swordkill's face. The punch was powerful enough to send him flying back into the waiting Katsuki. Time for our match, idiot, yelled Katsuki as he charged forward with a vicious grin. Swordkill slashed at him quickly with multiple strikes but Katsuki was fast enough to dodge, his insane battle sense and reflexes along with his reaction time letting him dodge easily before he shot an explosion, sending Swordkill back. Have fun, Bakugo-kun, declared Mirio as he ran with Christina, who looked at the blonde bomber in awe at his skill. I will, yelled Katsuki as Swordkill transformed his other arm into a sword to overwhelm Katsuki. David felt his forehead dripping with sweat as he accessed the control panel in the storage room with Jason, the two of them not knowing what the hell was going on. Being one of the top scientists of I Island, they had high-level access to the console they were using, but had to be careful about it. After a few seconds, the two sighed in exasperation as they managed to break through the storage system. "I was able to unlock it," declared David to Wolfram's men. "Good. Go to Block 1537," ordered one of the men as Jason went to the storage area. A second later, an electronic hum could be heard as the storage block hissed open to reveal a metal briefcase that Jason grabbed. "And what is this supposed to be?" asked David, looking confused as Jason stood by his side besides the men. "It's your dear invention that you thought was long gone," grinned a hooded figure as he went and took the suitcase. David froze at that. What? Impossible. I saw that video. Karma destroyed the device," said David in horror. "What? Dave, what's the meaning of this?" asked Jason in confusion. Did David work on something he wasn't aware of? "What do you mean something Uncle made?" asked Christina, stepping into the room with Mirio, both looking confused and surprised. "Huh. I see that some kids managed to come here. How interesting," commented the hooded figure. "Answer the damn question," snapped Mirio. The hooded figure went on to explain that while it was still being tested, unlike the medicines that amplified quirks, the device could do the same without affecting the body. However, David's sponsors not only confiscated the invention and research data that David had poured hours of work into but froze the research itself in fear that if it was let known to the entire world, the structure of superhuman society would change too drastically that the government wouldn't be able to handle it, leading to anarchy. David had no choice but to give in to their demands after being pressured by several governments, but he did so with anger that his research was being taken from him. Then it was Sam who had suggested using villains to steal everything back and go underground with the research. Jason's whole body tensed as he looked at his old friend, asking if this was all true, to which David admitted that it was a plot he once had, but never went along with. "Uncle Dave, is this true? Is this why Melissa left? Because she knew what you were planning?" asked Christina carefully. "Yes, but I never went on with it. I realized that it was truly dangerous and can't let it fall to the wrong hands. I saw a video recording of Karma himself destroying my invention, stepping on it until it was small pieces and then burning it with fire," said David in disbelief. "That's what you came to think?" chuckled the hooded man. "One of your sponsors went behind everyone's back and switched it so he could find a way to take it without anyone realizing it. But that's not all. In that block there is also a copy of the new and revolutionary quirk research that we are going to sell for a lot of money." Mirio quickly turned towards the source of the voice, only to see several metal poles rushing towards him, wrapping around his body before pushing him into a wall, where several more metallic poles wrapped around his limbs. Before he could do anything, he felt one pierce right into his shoulder. "Mirio!" screamed Christina in shock. Mirio felt dizzy for some reason, disoriented and unable to use his quirk to escape from these bindings. "You really are a piece of work, David Shield," smirked Wolfram as he walked into the room. "This device that we thought was lost is now ours to take." The two scientists were restrained with cables and other metallic objects that wrapped around them, restraining their movements fully. "Papa!" cried Christina as she ran towards them, causing Jason's eyes to widen in fear. "Stay away," shouted Jason, but his daughter ran forward anyways. Wolfram grinned as he pistol-slapped Christina in the face, sending her rolling into the floor before grinning at the two scientists. "I am going to bring both of you with me, to work for me and me alone. After all, two geniuses like you could make me so much money," said Wolfram. "And the first thing you'll do is mass-produce that device for me?" "No, give Papa and Uncle back," cried Christina as she tried to push herself back up. "Give them back." Wolfram grinned as he turned his gun towards her, intent on shooting her. "That's right. I should get rid of all the professor's attachments first." The two's eyes widened in fear as they tried to move. "Anything but my daughter," thought Jason, horrified. "This is all my fault. Please anyone save her," thought David in despair. "I can't," thought Mirio in horror. Bang. The sound of a gunshot rang through the room. Everyone but Wolfram closed their eyes, but Wolfram gasped in shock, causing them open them again. "Idiot," growled a voice that seemed so foreign and familiar to them all. Christina looked in front of her, and her eyes widened in shock. Wolfram's eyes suddenly almost bugged out of their sockets as he laid eyes on the new arrival. "Melissa?" whispered Christina in shock. In front of Christina was Shield Maiden, holding her hand in front of her with her fist tightly closed. She unclenched her fist, revealing the bullet in the palm of her hand. "Too slow," said Shield Maiden calmly. "Oh, way too calmly," the hooded figure, much to nobody's notice, got out of the room without being seen. Wolfram growled as he shot his gun once more, but to no avail. Shield Maiden moved her hand faster than the eye could follow, grabbing the bullet in her hand once more. "You attacked my previous home," said Melissa darkly. "Put innocent people in danger. Tried to hurt my dad and uncle. And tried to shoot my sister." Wolfram quickly tossed the two scientists behind him as he placed his hand onto the ground, instantly raising up a metal wall. Melissa jumped forward, throwing her fist right into the metal wall, causing it to dent inwards. "Chris, go!" shouted Melissa as gusts of winds bellowed from the impact. "I'll save the our dads. So in turn save everyone else. And try to get Lemillion in fighting shape. He looks poisoned, so I'm not holding my breath." Christina's eyes turned from shocked and happy to sharp as she nodded, running out of the storage room and towards the empty control room now. "Stop her!" shouted Wolfram to his hacker, who tried to run towards the exit to follow her, only for Melissa to suddenly appear at the exit. Melissa raised her arms, ready to fight, but instantly, and before even she could react, Wolfram was already sending several steel pillars at her location. Melissa did her best to resist all the metal pillars slamming into her, but she was soon buried underneath the attack from Wolfram. "Foolish child, did you think that defeating me is that easy? I am an international villain after all," sneered Wolfram as he waltzed by the pile. Melissa was buried underneath all the metal, but she wasn't done yet. Meanwhile, Melissa had bought enough time for Christina to access the security control center and reactivate its normal settings. "Tisish, did she get the security systems back to normal?" grunted Wolfram in annoyance as he heard the alert winding down as well as the security doors opening up again. All over I Island, the communications blackout was lifted while security robots returned to normal. In the tower itself, the robots that had been attacking the two groups halted their attacks, going back into hibernation. In the banquet hall, the restraining cables deactivated, allowing the heroes to break free and quickly take down the terrorists. "Did you do it, everyone?" thought All Might as he stood up before rushing out of the banquet hall. Seeing that they no longer had control of the security room, Wolfram quickly threw David and Jason over his shoulders and began to calmly walk towards the landing pad on top of the building where the helicopter had already landed. Moments later, the metal pillars that had buried Melissa suddenly began to shake, each one shaking more violently as seconds passed. Suddenly, Melissa burst out of the metal prison, letting out a roar of true and utter rage. Meanwhile, Mirio had just phased through the metal prison, stabbed on the shoulder but ready to fight, and save the professors from the villain. "Can barely move," gritted Mirio as he clutched his wound, "but I'm not out yet." Finding the willpower to stand up once more, Mirio slowly walked out to see a droplet of blood leading away from the vault. Realizing that it was David's blood as when Wolfram knocked the two scientists unconscious, Mirio began to follow it quickly. As he did so, Mirio crossed paths with Melissa, who was doing the same thing in hopes of tracking down her dad and uncle. The two stared at each other for a second awkwardly before Melissa spoke up. "I just want my dad and uncle safe. I'll leave once it happens. Be thankful Deku didn't come personally, or the villains would have been slaughtered immediately." Mirio nodded, happy that Deku didn't show up in person to this mess, because it would end up in a bloodbath for the villains, that is. Mirio took only a few steps before stumbling once more, and heaving in deep breaths with Melissa trying to keep him standing. "Damn. Paralytic," growled Mirio as he tried to push himself up once more. Suddenly, he felt a hand over his shoulder as well as a sting in his arm. Mirio turned his head to see the hooded person injecting Mirio's with some sort of concoction. "That'll get rid of the paralysis," said the hooded man as he finished the injection, quickly grabbing a piece of fabric to wrap it around the Mirio's wound. As he finished, he looked at the duo of blondes that glared at him, with Melissa obviously trying not to punch him straight in the face. "Why help me?" sneered Mirio as he slowly clenched and unclenched his hand, feeling his nerves coming back to him. "Though I intended to steal the invention and get money for it, I never intended to actually hurt these two," sighed the hooded figure. "I am a privateer that works for himself and have my morals. I gave them the poison to paralyze All Might if he tried to stop the plan, but I kept the antidote just in case. It was never in the plan I was told to kidnap the two scientists. Despite everything that's happened, I never imagined it going this far off track." The hooded figure started walking off slowly. "So go ahead, you two, show them what happens when you decide to be a cynical, greedy backstabber with the wrong people." "That was always the plan," nodded Mirio as he stood back up once more, walking after the blood trail while slowly regaining control of his body once more. "I will my dad back and kill that bastard," yelled Melissa as she ran forward, ignoring Mirio now that he was fine. All Might dashed down the hall before he felt his phone vibrate. Quickly picking it up, he saw it was from Melissa. "What's wrong, Christina?" asked All Might in a rush. "Mr. Might, Papa, Uncle Dave have been taken by the villains, and Melissa appeared out of nowhere and has gone after them. Mirio is seriously injured right now, but he is still going after them. And Katsuki is busy fighting some weird Noma-like abomination," reported Christina as she rapidly switched over the cameras to see her father and uncle being carried away by villains with Melissa running after them at inhuman speeds, and finally seeing Mirio slowly trailing behind her. "It'll be fine. I will go," replied All Might as he ran even faster. Though he wasn't aiming for the stairs but rather the nearest exit. Few minutes earlier. "Die!" yelled Katsuki, unleashing the finishing blow to his opponent. Swordkill was sent flying back with trail of smoke and sparks, his smoking body hitting the floor. "Weakling, a quirkless teen could kick your ass," mocked Katsuki in outrage as he remembered the videos about Izuku as the Green Rabbit, and how many people much stronger than this idiot he defeated. "Such a waste of time, you're not even worth being called a villain." Swordkill growled in anger at that, trying to stand up but to no avail. Sadly, he looked at Katsuki walking off before someone spoke in his earpiece. Well. "It seems that the end has come for you, Swordkill," checked the voice of the hooded figure as the sound of button dressing was heard. "What are you talking about?" coughed Wolfram as Katsuki was walking off, almost reaching the stairs. "What I'm talking about is that you and Wolfram had outlived your usefulness to me. So I'll have to get rid of you now," explained the voice. Suddenly an item on his shape of a small that was put on Swordkill's back exploded, gaining Katsuki's attention and covering Swordkill in what looked like whitish-blue glowing mud. Swordkill howled in pain as he started flailing around and screaming in pain, his body somewhat transforming. "What the F?" said Katsuki in shock as he watched both horror and disgust the man twitch like he was possessed by something, his body inflating randomly and twisting. In few seconds, Swordkill was replaced by a hulking figure with purple skin, dead eyes, and much to Katsuki's disbelief an exposed brain with a yellow beak. "Now Swordkill, kill Katsuki Bakugo. He will be too troublesome to live for the future," sighed the voice from earpiece. The Nomo let out a screech before in a split second, it covered the whole distance between them, ready to throw a punch that would surely pulverize Katsuki's head. Katsuki, having extremely fast reflexes, used his quirk to shoot back slightly before shooting himself at a wall. The Nomu followed him closely, jumping with only brute strength and punching where Katsuki had previously been as he kept blasting into a wall after wall. "Shit, this thing is fast, not as fast as All Might but ridiculously fast," growled Katsuki. He found himself an opening after he blasted himself right into the Nomu, twisting his body so the passing lariat missed him with a few inches. Once he landed on the wall, he blasted back at full speed while preparing a blast. "I win!" yelled Katsuki as he threw his palm forward, a spark traveling through his body and unleashing a huge explosion, so hot to set the wall on fire. Katsuki grinned as he looked at the leadless Nomu, but his confidence halted when he saw the arm going for a punch. Katsuki blasted himself backwards as the Nomu regenerated its head. "Sonava Beach," deadpan Katsuki, "this going to be a hard fight." "Boss, what about everyone else?" asked the pilot as he saw Wolfram and the others arrive at the rooftop, where a helicopter was waiting for them. "We're leaving before the security system gets reactivated," ordered Wolfram. The pilot nodded as he quickly ran back into the helicopter to start up the engine. "Leave me alone," groaned David as he woke up from being knocked unconscious. "Go to hell," groaned Jason as he looked at Wolfram. "I'll add just a few more sins before making your wish come true. And make a fortune as well," retorted Wolfram with a grin. Just as he tossed David and Jason into the helicopter, along with the suitcase, Wolfram heard a familiar voice roar out in anger. "Wait." Wolfram turned to see Melissa standing over the door, her eyes murderous and pissed off beyond description. "Give me back Dad and Uncle, you idiot," demanded Melissa as David slowly opened his eyes in shock. And fear for Melissa, he knows she is strong but this is too dangerous for her. "And if I refuse? You might be infamous in Japan but I'm an international criminal, little girl," mocked Wolfram as he looked at Melissa condescendingly. "Then I'll kill you and get them back anyways," shouted Melissa as she jumped forward, dodging all the attacks with incredible speed, while changing directions so quickly she was almost teleporting. "I'll rip your head out of your shoulders. And then I'll drag you to Deku to resurrect you so we could torture you to death together." "Damn, Brad is hard to track with that speed of hers," growled Wolfram before changing plans, quickly pointing his gun at a defenseless David, her father. "How do you plan to do that, little girl?" Melissa stopped, unable to do anything lest he risked her dad's life. "Don't worry about me, my dear. Please get away," pleaded David. Geez, it's so inconvenient being his daughter, laughed Wolfram. I didn't do much and you already can't move. With his target now standing still, Wolfram launched several more metal pillars at Melissa with a vengeance. Melissa raised her arms up, using the steel gauntlets around her arms as the first line of defense to block. No matter what, it's not a smart way to live. Being attached to people like that, the only one you should fight for is yourself after all, commented Wolfram as his final attack launched Melissa back into the door she came through. Get us out of here. The helicopter began to ascend as Melissa pushed herself back onto her feet. Thanks to shock nullification, she didn't suffer any real injuries, but now she was stuck with her dad and uncle as hostages to that Tsunava beach. Still, this wasn't enough to make her give up. With a roar, she dashed forward once more, using the metal pillars that Wolfram had created as a pathway up before jumping off of it. Melissa raised her left arm and in turn giving the helicopter her back, she then punched the air in front of her, the strength of the attack shooting her straight into helicopter. Right as she reached the helicopter she grabbed into it with her hands. Since he's in the air and not touching any other metallic structures, he can't use his quirk 1-me, theorized Melissa as she grabbed into the helicopter. She doubted Wolfram would use the helicopter as a weapon as it was his only means of escape. Shit! Cursed the pilot as he tried to stabilize the helicopter to cope with the additional weight. Mirio managed to arrive at the rooftop with Christina's help to see Melissa holding onto the helicopter. "Melissa!" shouted Christina in fright at such a dangerous situation her best friend was in. "Dad!" shouted Melissa as she tried to get her upper body into the helicopter. "Stop it," whimpered David. "Dear, get away. I'm not worth it. Please Melissa, don't risk your life. You can save us later with others. Don't throw yourself into dangers like this," reasoned Jason, looking heartbroken. "Everyone is waiting for you and I won't let those idiots take you. I will get you both back," shouted Melissa back as she managed to get her upper body onto the helicopter. David could only look at his daughter in shock and awe at her will to save them when he heard a gun being cocked. "You certainly act like a hero, even though you are in reality a villain," acknowledged Wolfram, if only for the sheer amount of stubbornness in Melissa, before pointing his gun at her. "But you're an idiot." Just before Wolfram fired though, David tackled his arm in a desperate attempt. The bullet slammed into Melissa's gauntlet-covered arm as she raised it to defend herself. The bullet luckily deflected off of the gauntlet, shooting into the night sky. The impact, however, was enough to cause Melissa to lose her grip on the helicopter and started falling down. "I won't give up. I'll save 1,000,000 people," thought Mirio as he activated One for All throughout his body to himself as he prepared to jump forward. Just as he did so, he felt his body freeze up for a second. "Damn it, that stupid medicine," cursed Mirio as he willed himself to stand up straight. He won't let a stupid medicine defeat him. He was Mirio Togata Lemillion, the wielder of One for All, the person who will save 1,000,000 people. So with a dash, he kicked off the floor with enough force to destroy the pavement and shoot forward like a bullet, fast enough to catch the falling Melissa. Melissa growled in anger. "I will kill you, Wolfram. You will be begging me for mercy when this is over," swore Melissa as Mirio put her down. Back in the helicopter, Wolfram threw David into a wall in annoyance at his stubbornness and having interfered with his attempts to kill someone. "Shit!" swore Melissa as she saw Mirio's shoulder. She grabbed a special item like a spray from her belt and sprayed Mirio's shoulder with it to close his wound. "Give him back. Give the professors back," shouted Mirio in desperation as he managed to stand up once more, ready to rocket himself in an attempt to catch up. "Now is the time to smile, young Togata," shouted All Might with a grin from the bottom of the tower. Then, with a mere mighty flex of his leg muscles, All Might jumped, shooting himself towards the helicopter. In mere seconds, All Might shot past the helicopter, showing his incredible strength to everyone. He then swung his arms out, halting his ascension so he was floating above the helicopter. The pilot and the hacker gaped in shock and horror at the figure of All Might. "It's fine now. What? Because I am here. To save my best friends from these villains," declared All Might boisterously. "I'll have you give my friends back, you villain. And then we're going to have a very nice talk about kidnapping those I care about and attacking my students." Using his mighty strength, All Might shot himself towards the helicopter. The pilot tried to move the helicopter out of the way, but it was too late for them. All Might punched right through the helicopter blade and the helicopter itself. A second later, the helicopter exploded from the damage, spiraling down back towards the tower. All Might, however, had not only punched through the helicopter but also grabbed both David and Jason in the mere milliseconds he was inside the helicopter, carrying them in his hands as the three of them landed safely on the rooftop. "Papa," breathed Christina in a sigh of relief. "Hey dear," said Jason as he looked at his daughter with a smile. Melissa, however, was more emotional than Christina as she grabbed her dad into a hug and lifted him up. "I'm so happy you're fine. I'll make him pay, Dad, don't worry." "Melissa," said David with a smile as his daughter hugged him. "It's fine now," said All Might calmly. "Everything will be all right." It was then that a metal pillar slammed into All Might, sending him tumbling away. "All Might!" exclaimed Mirio and Melissa in shock before quickly turning towards the source to see metallic cables suddenly wrap around David and Jason, dragging them away. "Papa/Dad. Professors. That loser Karma, that liar. He told everyone in the world that All Might's quirk was declining and that he didn't have the power he once had," laughed Wolfram as he slowly ascended upwards, wearing David's invention with a grin as his voice blurred while trapping David and Jason inside his metal prison. "He's using the dad's invention? But Deku destroyed it. Or was it a decoy for his decoy? Ugh, greedy investors," thought Melissa, her eyes widening at the power Wolfram was clearly displaying. All Might groaned as he noticed his time was running low before getting back up, ready to fight. He was in much better shape since Eri Shigaraki healed him, but he was far from his prime, unfortunately. "You don't know when to give up, huh?" growled All Might before dashing forward, his left arm raised behind him. "Texas?" Wolfram immediately raised a thick metallic wall in between them, blocking All Might's path. "Smash!" roared All Might, punching the metallic wall in hope of breaking through it. He looked in shock when he saw the wall didn't even budge. "Was that it?" smirked Wolfram before blasting All Might away. With a maniacal laugh, Wolfram began to reshape the tower to his own liking, adding it to his own throne. As expected of something from David's shield. "I can feel my quirk being revitalized. This is good." "No, this is great," bellowed Wolfram as more and more metal came towards him. With the device, he didn't even need to touch the metal surface, but rather command it to come with his mind. All that while Mirio, All Might, and Melissa could only stare in horror at the amount of power Wolfram was generating. "Now, to raise the price of this device, why don't we have a demonstration of how it can destroy All Might?" mused Wolfram. "But first..." Wolfram raised his arm before pointing it at Melissa. Instantly, a large metallic block formed above Melissa and dropped down towards her. Melissa looked above her in surprise before she threw her right fist forward, letting out all her power, while adding shock multiplier increased the power of her punch to 10 times of the original power output. The block of metal shattered into small pieces, causing everyone else to breathe a sigh of relief at Melissa being fine. "Is that all you could do, you bastard?" roared Melissa. "My boyfriend hits much worse than that. And in training." Wolfram looked more amused than bothered by her mocking before chuckling to himself. My, what strength." "Then again, perhaps I was too hasty," hummed Wolfram before a malicious grin appeared on his face. "Having a second shield to create more devices for me and to use as a hostage will certainly be beneficial. But I guess I'll take the other girl first." "Don't even think about it," roared Melissa as she cocked his arm back. Wolfram scoffed as he sent several more metallic cables to block out Melissa's attempt to rescue Christina. But neither of them expected Mirio to phase through the ground and grab Christina before letting her phase with him, dropping her inside the tower to safety. As he did that, he reappeared in front of Wolfram. "Tough luck, buddy," mocked Mirio with a grin on his face. "That brat," growled Wolfram, intending to fire a barrage of pillars at the two before noticing All Might charging forward at him. Quickly reverting to his original plan, Wolfram changed targets, sending a metal pillar to clash against All Might. All Might threw a punch at the metal pillar, the attacks crashing against each other and creating a small shockwave before All Might was pushed back down to the ground. Mirio winced in worry when he saw All Might's body steaming up, struggling to push the attack back as he groaned loudly. Wolfram laughed as he sent more pillars at All Might, relentless with his strikes. "Uncle Might," whispered Melissa in worry as she saw All Might struggling so much. "Hurry up and get crushed," shouted Wolfram as he sent several more metal pillars at the symbol of peace, intending to crush the symbol forever. Before the attack reached its mark, a wave of ice froze the pillars in place. Wolfram growled before looking up in surprise, hearing explosions coming close to him. "Go to hell," howled Katsuki as he fired a chain of explosions at Wolfram, who quickly raised a metal wall to defend himself. Katsuki kept firing until he winced in pain, his wrists screaming at him for abusing explosions so much that Nomu was a nightmare to defeat, and broke both his gauntlets as well as causing damage to his arms. He barely overcame the regeneration by using the most hot explosion he could muster, but it caused him horrible burns on his arms and palms unfortunately. And even then he only came here because Ryukyu took his place to fight and restrain the Nomu, her strength and speed as well as sturdy dragon form making her the best match for that thing. How can you get beaten up by such a damn lame lost boss, huh, All Might? Demanded Katsuki, smirking in a teasing manner. Don't forget me, cheered Nijire, looking at All Might cheekily as she shot blasts of wave motion at the cables and metal pieces to distract and weaken Wolfram. Young Bakugo? Are you alright? All Might yelled in surprise and worry at the state Katsuki was in. While you beat the villain, panted Shoto as he and the rest of the gang arrived at the battlefield. We'll take on the lumps of metal, shouted Ijiru, hardening his arms. Yes we will, shouted Tetsutetsu and Imasuji, appearing to help and activating their quirks. Yaozu, please take care of things here, asked Tenya as the engines on his legs began to rev up, dashing forward with Ijiru and the other two. We're helping too, declared Mira as she and Mei both held missile launchers that Momo provided and started bombarding Wolfram with their ammo. Mirio grinned as he made his way towards the others. With my students so motivated, I can't be held back by some stupid limit. I just need to go past my limit and beyond, shouted All Might as he saw his precious students doing their best to eliminate the metal pillars to ease his job. All Might threw another punch, shattering the objects attacking him before jumping forward, creating a small shockwave as he did so. That's right, plus ultra, roared All Might as he punched, weaved, dodged and ran his way through Wolfram's barrage of attack. As three more pillars tried to slam into All Might crossed his arms together. Carolina smash. All Might's cross-arm chop destroyed the attempted attack, creating a blinding light as he had just landed to where Momo and the others were too. Wolfram was forced to shield his eyes from debris and light before looking back down once more to see All Might closing in. Prepare yourself, villain, bellowed All Might as he tried to punch Wolfram. Abruptly, his charge was halted as All Might's limbs were suddenly entangled in metallic cables. Still, All Might tried to brute force his way forward. Is this all you've got, Dash? Taunted All Might before Wolfram's hand clasped around on his throat. All Might looked in surprise at the amount of strength Wolfram was displaying before the set arm's muscles suddenly expanded, gaining a pink tinge as it did so. Prepare myself? Mocked Wolfram. You should take your own advice, All Might. What's with this power? Thought All Might before he coughed up as Wolfram tightened his grip on his throat. Then, to his horror, Wolfram's other hand moved towards his injury, the thumb pressing down on the scar viciously as the other fingers squeezed down on his muscle. All Might couldn't help but scream out in pain as Wolfram pressed on his old wound. The students looked in horror as they tried to break through, but Wolfram was still sending waves of pillars at them as he toyed with All Might's injuries, preventing them from getting close. All Might, shouted Mirio as he bent his legs to interfere, only to suddenly collapse from the pain on his shoulder. Mirio, shouted Nijire as she noticed him go down to his knees. This power-enhanced muscles. There are multiple quirks here, thought All Might before his mind quickly came to a conclusion. Don't tell me. Yeah, a few months ago I made a call to that boy, nodded Wolfram, proving All Might's theory. I asked him to give me a second quirk. He almost murdered me for even calling him. But money pushes all problems away. Boy, what a fight it was to negotiate with him, but finally this quirk is mine now. Karma? Rasped All Might in surprise, no longer smiling. You finally stopped smiling, huh? Smirked Wolfram as All Might struggled to reach him. Yeah, although I'm pretty sure he'll be pissed off how I'm using his gift. I mean, he technically never bothered to kill you because you're useful to him, but me? I'll enjoy doing it. He might come for me later, but that's a concern for another time. With a wave of his hand, Wolfram had the metal cables restraining All Might pull him away. Before All Might could try to break free, he saw two metal blocks from either side of him flying towards him. He quickly raised his arm to defend himself as the two blocks crushed him in the middle. As if All Might was a magnet, more and more metal blocks collided towards him, trying to crush him even more. Farewell, All Might, proclaimed Wolfram as he manipulated several metal pillars into spears and shot them right through the growing pile of cubes trapping All Might. The students felt a sharp chill in their spine when they saw this image, and couldn't help imagine All Might's mangled body from it. Los Angeles smash, shouted Melissa as she jumped forward, using all her speed to run forward to her uncle's help. She still loves him, he wasn't perfect, and she was still mad for what her did to her lover. But she still loved him, damn it. So as she charged forward and reached the cubes, she threw her left arm, unleashing a corkscrew punch, her arm glowing with black lightning somehow, but she was too busy to notice it. Las Vegas smash, screamed Mirio as he jumped forward, ignoring the pain while adrenaline rushed through his body, his right arm already extended and coiled, it went smashing the cubes trapping All Might. The two attacks from the two teen blondes smashed open the prison, freeing All Might while sending debris towards Wolfram. Wolfram raised his arm to defend himself while sending another pillar to smack Melissa and Mirio back into the ground. Melissa landed on her feet, her shock nullification taking most of the impact while her super regeneration was already healing whatever internal injuries she sustained. Mirio didn't have hat luxury though. Mirio winced as he hit the ground hard but quickly stood back up as All Might landed next to him. He was unfortunately too disoriented by the poison to use permeation to the fullest. One for all though was perfectly responsive. Funny enough. Young Togata. That was reckless of you, scolded All Might, not to mention you're bleeding heavily. Mirio could only give All Might a grin before replying, yeah it was. But it's a hero's job to save those in need, no matter what. You can't become a hypocrite to scold me when you do the same, said Mirio cheekily. All Might looked at Mirio, stunned for a second before grinning back, feeling pride overwhelm him. Ah, true, I'm in a bit of a pinch right now. So will you aid me, young Mirio? Mirio grinned, both at how All Might used his first name as well as asking for his help. Taking his hand, Mirio stood up, giving a small laugh. Haha, let's do this, grinned Mirio as he charged up one for all at 40% throughout his body, his muscles slightly expanding and his hair getting spikier and turning white. How sweet, are you sure you're not my somewhat cousin? Asked Melissa with a deadpan expression as she looked at the two, although she was trying to suppress a smile from appearing. The two glared at Melissa for a second at the lame and somewhat too old of a joke before focusing on Wolfram again. Let's go, said All Might, his body no longer steaming as much as it had been. Right? Nodded Mirio in determination. Time for revenge, you prick, growled Melissa as the three of them bent their knees before dashing forward towards Wolfram. Worthless little brats and scrawny old man. You're nothing better than trash. You don't know when to give up, howled Wolfram in anger as the dust cleared from all the debris he was hit with. He thrust his arm forward, sending many more metal blocks at the three blondes who were charging towards him. You're the one who doesn't, shouted Katsuki. Fired off another chain of explosions at the blocks, ignoring the stabbing pain in his forearms. Seeing his first attack fail, Wolfram manipulated the metal around him and threw metal pillars at All Might, Mirio and Melissa. I won't let you, declared Shoto as he fired a wave of ice, forming a giant glacier to block the attack. You dashed, began Wolfram, only to widen his eyes as giant objects were flung in his direction. Quickly pulling a metal wall to defend himself, he spied the other students of Yue Ochako was using her quirk to lighten anything she touched before passing them to Yui, who touched each object. Imasuji and Tetsutetsu and Ijuru hurling the objects with their strength, Itsuka with her giant hands and Tenya with his feet, all to distract Wolfram. He tried to summon some walls but the metal exploded in place. Wolfram looked and saw it, which angered him. Mira and Mei were hurling explosives at him to destroy the metal so he couldn't manipulate it to his will. Enough, shouted Wolfram as he ruptured the ground near the students, sending them tumbling away. Cozy Eye managed to create several air bubbles, manipulating it so they were softer than his usual rigid air barriers. Each one of them landed onto the bubbles, breaking their fall and landing more gently. With the distractions out of the way, Wolfram turned his attention towards Mirio, All Might and Melissa. Mirio, utilizing his main quirk, phased through the barrage of attack while charging forward. Melissa on the other hand was zigzagging through the attacks with surprising speed and agility. All Might punched through quite a few, surpassing his limit. A blur of yellow, white and red streaked up towards Wolfram, getting too close for Wolfram's comfort. Wolfram growled as he shot a large sphere of metal aiming to hit the students, but Melissa changed her trajectory and jumped forward to it, grabbing it in her arms and stopping it in, utilizing her immense strength to stop it in place, and letting both Mirio and All Might push forward without stopping. With a loud grunt, pissed at Melissa's interference, Wolfram gathered all the metallic debris above him, forming a large block on a scale much grander than before. To overcome the crisis in front of you, began All Might as he clenched his left fist tightly. With everything you got, continued Mirio, clenching his right fist with the gauntlet beeping behind him, getting into the chant. And save everyone. With everything you've got. That's what makes a hero. I'll crush you all in this tower, bellowed Wolfram as he fired the metal cube down at them. Double Detroit smash, shouted the two of them in the same time. Their attacks smashed into the metal cube, forcing it to halt in its path. Wolfram tried to will the metal cube forward, but he was being pushed back from the attack. The two users of 1-4 all glanced at each other and nodded, pouring even more power into their attack. Soon it was too much for Wolfram as he winced from the backlash of losing control of his attack. The metal cube burst into pieces as Mirio and All Might continued forward, undeterred by Wolfram's frantic attacks. As the students of UA cheered them on, Melissa could only gaze up in awe at Mirio and All Might's determination. So this is the power of One for All. A power dedicated to protect those in need. To fight evil no matter how powerful and stand up for the innocent people. No wonder Deku refuses to get rid of such power, thought Melissa with a wide grin. Resonating deep within Mirio and All Might, the past wills and power of One for All echoed in their bodies, granting even more power within them. Go. Beyond, shouted Mirio and All Might as they readied their final attack, with All Might striking a pose, plus ultra / plus ultra. The two of them shot forward as Wolfram quickly wrapped himself in metallic wirings in hopes to protect himself. Ultimately, it didn't stand a chance against two powered-up punches as it broke through. Mirio's punch struck deeply into Wolfram's gut as he pushed it forward, shattering the full gauntlet in his right arm. Wolfram didn't have time to ponder about this as All Might's punch smacked him in the face. With the attacks landing, Wolfram roared in pain before losing all control of his quirk, rendering his metal throne into pieces. As David and Jason, who had woken up from All Might and Mirio's chant, looked up, they both saw Mirio in the air in a pose just like All Might. They could clearly superimpose All Might's image with Mirio. They could see he will be the next symbol of peace for the world, the light for the masses. Did they do it? Asked Tenya as he watched the metal tower Wolfram had created crumble. They did it, whispered Mineta, clearly amazed. They finished off the villain? They all began to cheer in excitement while Shoto and Katsuki gave off small grins. As the sun began to rise, Christina was already dashing up towards the area where the final clash took place. She managed to reclaim the tower after Mirio put her down with his quirk and she saw it. There hung Wolfram, his whole body shriveled up from abusing his quirk as David's invention fell off him. Mirio himself managed to pull himself out of the debris covering him, coughing as he did so. "Guys," exclaimed Christina as she ran up to him, "I'm so glad you're okay." "Ha, there's nothing to it, I'm fine," grinned Mirio before wincing as his wound flared up. "We'll get you to a hospital quickly," ordered Christina, "but first." "Thank you. I'm so glad. Very glad. Thanks to you all, we were able to save everyone." "You shouldn't downplay yourself, you did just as much," replied Mirio, grinning widely. "Without your expertise we could have never rebooted the system. Not to mention the full gauntlet was useful in allowing me to use all of my power. So thank you very much." "Ah," whispered Christina with a smile. "Ah, but I broke it," winced Mirio. "Don't worry about it," chuckled Christina. "I've seen it in action and got the valuable data I need. I can make you a new and stronger one soon." It was then that the others arrived, making sure Mirio was all right. "Mirio-kun, are you all right?" exclaimed Nijire, throwing herself at him with worried expression. Mirio smiled and caught her in midair before smiling widely. "Yeah. We beat that villain with your help, so thanks everyone," said Mirio looking around. "You were all amazing. Wish I could help more, you chef," yelled Katsuki as his arms started hurting much more now that the adrenaline worn off. "Bakugo-kun/Splody," the three girls gasped as they ran up to him. "Oh dear, your arms are horrifically burned," hissed Mira as she inspected his arms. "And too bruised as well, I bet the bones are cracked from the inside," said Yui looking actually worried expressively. "Good thing I never go anywhere without burn cream," grinned May as she pulled out some burn cream from her pocket. "Sweet Hatsum, let's bandage him," said Mira quickly pulling out some bandages that she definitely didn't have before. "I'm fine." Before Katsuki could resist, Yui shoved a piece of cloth into his mouth and made him sit down quickly. "Bite on this and let us help you," said Yui calmly, but her tone both fierce and final, not taking a no for an answer. Everyone laughed as the three girls fussed over the explosive blonde and took care of his arms like nurses, very hot and attentive nurses. "Well, someone is living the dream," said Cozy Eye on the verge of crying in envy. "Not only him," said Mineta, crying tears of blood at another sight. Mirio was standing there awkwardly as Nijire was hugging the side of his head and rubbing her melons on the side of his face while he was too embarrassed to move. Everyone laughed at the two lucky bastards while Mineta and Cozy Eye looked despaired and envious. Sitting a bit further away was Dave and Jason, both leaning against a wall as All Might made sure they were okay, though his body slightly steaming as he began to show signs of transforming back to his true form. "You should thank Melissa and young Mirio for their help," smiled All Might when David thanked him for saving his life. "They did just as much. Christina told me everything." The two scientists could only breathe a small sigh of relief at that, before David looked around. "Wait, where's my daughter? Wasn't she with you guys?" asked David frantically. Crash. Everyone looked to the far side as the debris fell off from a pile, From the pile came out Melissa dusting herself off while grumbling about some things they couldn't hear. Mel, cheered Christina as she ran to greet her long-lost friend, looking absolutely overjoyed. Melissa turned to the voice of her friend and smiled happily as she shrank down to her normal size, her muscles becoming more lean than bulged. "Hey there Chris, how's going?" asked Melissa while inspecting the damage to her suit. "Man, she'll have to make it more resistant to damages." "Fine. And you? Are you okay?" "That was some very, very powerful shockwave and impact. Did you get hurt?" asked Christina in worry as Melissa shook her head in negative. "Nah, I'm way tougher than I look. Superpower makes me practically a small all-might, so my durability is insane. As well as everything else," waved Melissa casually as she started walking, with Christina following her quickly. Melissa walked to her dad and uncles, who looked at her with a complicated mix of emotions on their faces. "Hey guys. How are you doing?" asked Melissa awkwardly as she rubbed the back of her head. "Fine. You look great. Wish you could dress like that before karma took you instead of before," sighed Jason in exasperation, being the first to respond. "Yes. I'm very sorry Melissa for not being a good father," started David, but Melissa picked him up and hugged him, despite her quirk not being active, showing strong she was at base. "No, you were always great, trust me, you were great Dad, it's just that I wanted to find people who understood me. Who knows what it feels like to be different and treated badly for it," said Melissa as she put her father down then sighed. "I'm not coming back, my loyalty is to Deku and him alone." Toshinori sighed at that. "I expected as much. But how'd it get into I Island anyways?" asked Toshinori confused. Melissa chuckled before replying. "Oh, I came to watch the I Expo. Vampire is a disguise master, thanks to her nobody could even recognize me. But when things started going to hell I decided to come and help," explained Melissa with a smile. "Well, I'm just happy that everything worked out in the end, and that nobody got hurt," sighed Christina as she looked at Melissa. "Is there really nothing I could do to change your mind? Make you come back?" "Nope," said Melissa with a pop before she started walking off. "Wait Melissa, where are you going?" yelled David in surprise. "To grab something," said Melissa as she walked to the downed Wolfram. As she reached the villain she kicked him to the floor, causing him to groan in pain. "You were really a one naughty boy, weren't you?" Melissa's eyes started glimmering with mirth as she looked down at Wolfram's beaten-up form. "Deku asked me to bring you to him, you know, and you should have a good idea of what he does to hoes that pissed him off, you idiot," started Melissa, and Wolfram started thrashing in panic. "He's very bored these days, you know, he wishes he kept Redestro for longer than just 2 weeks, maybe this time he'll keep his new toy for longer?" No. Anything but that. "Please kill me now," yelled Wolfram in panic as Melissa giggled. "Hell no, Deku wants his quirk back. And your own quirk too. Metal manipulation is a really cool quirk, you know? It's really a shame that it was in the hands of someone like you, someone who uses his power selfishly, but now in Deku's hands it could serve a real goal, a real cause, a real man properly. And you? Well, as I stated, Deku needs a new toy to let out his sadism on," shrugged Melissa. "And you think we'll let you take him so easily?" asked Mirio cheerfully as he appeared beside her. "He might be a villain, but we won't let you take him to whatever Deku is planning for him. Villains are still people after all." Melissa looked at him, then the rest of the students, ready to gang up on her before smiling widely. "You really are a cool hero, Lemillion. Willing to save this scumbag after all he did. But that won't really matter, he deserves and you know it." "You think we'll just let you take him?" asked Katsuki, cracking his knuckles. "F the pain, he can still fight." "No, but I never said you had a choice," chuckled Melissa while subtly pressing a button on her belt. Before anyone could react, dark sludge started covering Melissa and Wolfram, causing the former to grin and the latter to thrash wildly while screaming in terror, but before any of the students could try to grab them, the two was already gone, leaving a small pile of sludge where they had previously been. "Well sighed Katsuki as he fell on his behind and looked up into the night sky. "I'm really cursed, ain't I? I can't spend a vacation without dealing with giant monsters and crazy villains. Wait a minute. Where's Ryukyu?" asked Nijire in panic, looking around, and Katsuki sighed in exasperation. "Taking a rest after she helped me restrain that freak I was fighting. Don't worry, she's fine, probably dragging it somewhere secure now," waved Katsuki casually. The next day, Toshinori, Mirio and Katsuki were already up and about. Thanks to the advanced medical equipment on I Island that hadn't been affected by the attack, the three were quickly healed. I Expo was cancelled, much to the disappointment of many people, but it was understandable after such an event. Security would need to go through a major overhaul with this latest breach, and they wouldn't be able to do so safely while hosting tourists from around the world. As a treat, though, Toshinori invited all of Class 1A and 1B who had come to I Island for the I Expo for a barbecue near a private pool that he had reserved. He himself would do all the grilling, and he was in his shriveled form, but nobody seemed to mind. To them he was always All Might, the badass cool and strong hero that saves the day no matter what. Toshinori he did live in America, which could be considered the spiritual home of barbecue. He learned all about it, and thus knew how to grill properly. Jason and Christina had also been invited too, along with Ryukyu, who looked happy to not be stuck in her hotel room all day, or maybe she was just happy to stay with Nijire, since the two of them were very close. Haha, enjoy, laughed Toshinori boisterously as he finished grilling a stack of skewers, prepping up another batch with Mirio, Katsuki, Pony, and Christina helping him in making the food. Pony was very ecstatic to talk to someone that could speak fluent English as well as being able to eat barbecue. Japan didn't have too many USA-style barbecues unfortunately, and she missed the Texas barbecues she used to have with her family so much. Christina, why don't you get to know my students some more? Suggested Toshinori as he placed the skewers on the grill with ease, checking on the ribs to make sure they were cooking properly. We can handle the workload here, assured Mirio as he ripped off a beef cube from his skewer before helping Toshinori with another load of skewers. Yeah, go have some fun, nodded Pony. Pony, why don't you go with her? Suggested Ibara. It's a rare chance for you to make new friends and be able to communicate with them so easily. I would be more than willing to assist our teacher with cooking. Really? Okay, exclaimed Pony before dragging Christina over to where Yui and the other girls were, all sitting at a table where a fruit basket was in the middle. Ochako was peeling some oranges from the said basket. Mirio smiled as he went to grab another hot plate for Toshinori to plate, only to be intercepted by Shoto. It would be wrong to not help out, muttered Shoto, causing Mirio to smile at his help. Tenya would have offered his assistance had he not been busy making sure Cozy Eye and Mineta weren't perving at the girls, as it was a pool party. David himself was relaxing on an outdoor lounge chaise. He was grateful that Toshinori had made them this party, even if he barely managed to even see his daughter, but at least he knows she's fine. He was sitting with Jason, the two of them speaking about the fond past and their own research on quirks and support gear as well as their daughters. My Yagi-san, those look quite good, smiled Ryuko as she inspected the plates. Toshinori blushed slightly at that and chuckled. Why, thank you. It's one of the things I learned back at the US. I learned a lot of things there, believe it or not. A hero needs to learn many skills, not just stick to one skill set, right? Oh, I know that very well, nodded Ryuko with a smile. I'm skilled in tracking, trapping, survival, sewing, fishing, CIA-enhanced interrogation techniques, cooking dash. Wait, CIA what? Cutting Katsuki looking very intrigued. Yes, I need to hear about this, sounds like one heck of a story, grinned Mirio. Started Toshinori with a sweat drop. 20 years earlier in America. So, a trainee started, a blonde man with a muscular build and blue eyes, that happens to be Toshinori Yagi. Can I, give that training mannequin a white wig and paint its eyes red? For personal reasons. The trainers looked at each other confused by the weird request but shrugged it off, not caring in the slightest. Sure thing, man, said one of the trainers. Yeah kid, go ape shit on it, waved the other trainer. Toshinori Yagi grinned widely as he started rubbing his hands together while muttering to himself, creeping out the two trainers. Several hours later. I want to know, asked the higher-up visiting the training center with a large sweat drop on his head. Why is that blonde trainee accusing the mannequin of killing someone named Nana, while waterboarding and beating him up? Probably not, said one of the instructors. But I like his enthusiasm and creativity. Yeah, definitely creativity, you should have seen him using the water and electricity method. On its crouch, God, I can't believe this came out of my mouth, chuckled another instructor. Back to the present. There was a long pause as everyone stared at Toshinori for few seconds before Katsuki burst into laughter looking like Christmas came early or something else. Please tell me you have recordings, grinned Katsuki widely. Wow. Just wow, blinked Ryuko. She never saw All Might for that type of guy, but she'll admit she finds it kinda attractive. CIA interrogation techniques, huh? Said Mirio with amusement. Yes, CIA interrogation techniques, nodded Toshinori with a smile. You think you could tech me? It'd be great, chuckled Katsuki. It would be glorious. Only if you promise to not use it on villains, young Bakugo, retorted Toshinori, and Katsuki shrugged. Sure, whatever. Hey, Four Eyes. Come take those plates, barked Katsuki, to which Tenya nodded his head and went to get the plates. And then they declared together plus ultra. And threw a double punch at the huge attack of Wolfram, finished Melissa, smiling widely as she snuggled against Izuku. Amazing. I guess I missed quite a show then. Good to know that Mirio is growing into his powers quite comfortably, after my arch-nemesis must be very powerful, smiled Izuku as he wrapped his arm around his blonde girlfriend's body. The two of them were snuggled in his bed, wearing light clothing and watching a movie together while speaking about their day. Yeah, hopefully not that powerful. I don't want a repeat of Hosu ever again, understood? Asked Melissa, poking Izuku's chest with a serious face. Izuku chuckled at that before nodding. Yes ma'am, I don't intend on taking more of that if I could avoid it. It wasn't really that pleasant honestly, so yes I'll be careful from now on, promise, said Izuku, looking Melissa straight in the eyes, his red orbs staring right into her blue ones. Melissa felt her heart flutter as she looked into his eyes. She smiled widely before she packed his lips with hers, giving him a loving kiss on the lips. I love you, started Melissa before kissing him again, more heatedly this time. Izuku embraced back before his own smile widened further. I love you too, Melissa shield. More than you could possibly imagine. The two started making out on the bed, the two of them enjoying each other's mouths and scents, with Izuku being the one taking the lead, probably from his body being more dominant when Melissa was in her normal form. They didn't stop making out until 3 hours later, where they promptly fell asleep. It had been quite a challenge for Toshinori and Mirio to escape I Island without being mobbed by the press. The government of I Island had tried to keep the information about Wolfram's infiltration and the battle silent, so naturally as all big secrets went, everyone on the island knew All Might and the up-and-coming hero Lemillion had something to do with Wolfram's defeat. Luckily they had a private plane so they more or less managed to escape the reporters. With Ryukyu, Nijire, Katsuki and Mei tagging alongside them, the plane trip was actually quite fun as the students were now heading to the summer camp of hell as Aizawa called it, which Mirio and Nijire didn't elaborate on what the hell that meant, but Katsuki didn't care much, he was more concerned with that sword idiot that became a Nomu somehow. The list of Japanese supervillains, updated after the attack on I Island. Sis rank. Karma from the League of Villains, rank 1, possibly killed in action. Vengeance from the Paranormal Liberation Front, rank 2. Maria from the Creature Rejection Clan, rank 3. Poseidon from the League of Villains, rank 3. Mightless from the Quirkless Liberation Front, ranks 3. Beast from the Inhuman Supremacy Party, rank 4. Sis rank. Reaper from the League of Villains, rank 5. Shield Maiden from the League of Villains, rank 5. Dobby from the League of Villains, rank 5. The Hero Killer Stain from the League of Villains, rank 6. Lady Nagant from the League of Villains, rank 6. Deathstroke from the Paranormal Liberation, rank 7. Hellboy from the Paranormal Liberation, rank 7. Turn Flecked from the Human Rise, rank 8. Shrek. Twice from the League of Villains, rank 8. Echidna from the League of Villains, rank 8. Titan from the League of Villains, rank 8. Mustard from the League of Villains, rank 9. Gui 10 from the Meta Liberation Army, rank 9. Slide and Go from the Meta Liberation Army, rank 9. Hunter from the Quirkless Liberation Front, rank 10. Payback from the Paranormal Liberation Front, rank 10. Liberator from the Paranormal Liberation Front, rank 10. Tiger Claw from the Inhumane Supremacy Party, rank 11. Kurogiri from the League of Villains, rank 11. Mr. Compress from the League of Villains, rank 11. Deku yawned as he woke up. He tried to move but he felt white on him. Blinking slowly he looked down to see something that made him smile widely. On his right was Ochako, cuddling to his side with a peaceful smile on her face, wrapping her arms around him with her head resting on his shoulder and snoozing quietly. She looked truly adorable. On his left was Toru, hugging his left side while beaming at her sleep. While mumbling stuff to herself, she was probably having a dream about the two of them doing things again. Wouldn't be he first time, at least she isn't as descriptive in her mumblings as Himiko. He is sure if he was to claim Himiko's virginity tomorrow he knows enough to do everything she desires from her mutters alone, and he is waiting personally to the time he could do said stuff with her. On top of him was Kyoka, dressed in a small sleeping dress and hugging his chest tightly, looking truly content with her life right now. She looked adorable in Deku's opinion, and the clothes she was wearing gave too little for imagination. In fact the three of them were. The only reason he didn't give up is because he didn't know what next. He wasn't scared of knocking them up, he literally bought from someone a quirk that stops unwanted things from happening. It's like not wanting to pass on one for all unless desired. Same here, but with kids what he was worried about was getting obsessed with them. He was a hormonic teen with 7 hot girls for him and him alone. He could easily get sidetracked from his goals and focus too much on the relationships, making him make mistakes and get caught. Lemillion wasn't joking that time. Deku knows the risks. That's why he was taking things as slowly as he could, especially that his beloveds were actually pretty fine with going fast-paced. But that wasn't the only worrisome things. The MLA and other criminal groups were very quiet recently, 2 quit actually. And the HPSC was silent too, and everything was just awkwardly silent like the silence before the storm. But was there really a storm about to be unleashed? That worried him. A lot. He feels like he was winning and for some reason, it felt wrong. He just got Villain Academy working properly for a whole month. There was the anti-U.A by all means, and the internships are starting soon. The espionage organization He Will Die Before Ha says it was gathering pretty good info, which is mostly bought by Stain to publicly shame after purging the fakes, which was fine honestly. Tamura was having the bright idea to create a small army of low-ranked thugs outside the League, give them some proper training, and then make them into a mercenary company that works for the League but takes paid jobs from other organizations and even countries. He liked the idea, he really did, so he let his brother set it in motion. He became the symbol of evil, hooray. But something feels wrong about, he is just so incredibly confused about his life right now. He set himself on a long journey to become the unchallenged and unquestionable symbol of evil, the king of all the villains, the emperor of the underworld of crime. The ultimate and worst and lost fearsome and most powerful villain, but he achieved it way too quickly. He won. He is the symbol of evil now, everyone knows him as that. He is now the worst of the worst, the strongest of all. He owns everything in Japan's dark corners now. Karma's name is enough to make anyone around the world shiver in fright. He was the king now, the emperor, even the god of villains maybe. Well, Maria was still there, and Beast, but with Redestro, whom was honestly the only threat Deku was worried about, there was still vengeance. But as dangerous as he was, Deku's empire wasn't in danger from him. Japan was in danger, but Karma's empire wasn't. With his archenemy for conquering Japan out of the picture, he was in a situation where he kinda didn't know what to do now. As if, did he do it or not? He was aware that there wasn't going to be achievement gained. Announcement when he gets a large enough percentage of villains under his thumb. Life didn't work like that, no matter what Tamura would insist on. Was that? Or was there supposed to be something he had to do before making it official? And it's not like he could get crowned by someone, or that he could simply announce that he is now the symbol of evil in the media. Could he maybe do both? But that would just be cheesy as hell, and too dramatic even for him. Heck, his dad might call that an over-exaggeration. "My king, what are you muttering about?" asked the voice of Ochako, her tone both sleepy and curious. Deku looked down to his right side. It's dark in the room, but he still sees Ochako using night vision. She looked at his eyes, probably the only light in the dark room. "You are muttering to yourself, but I can't make out what you're saying because you are just too fast." Ugh, that stupid muttering habit of his. He didn't let his queen sleep because of it. Fantastic. "I'm sorry, my dear Machi. Please get back to sleep. Tomorrow's the summer camp after all," sighed Deku, using one of his 2 hands to pat her head gently. He could see her face twist in pleasure as she leaned into his touch. "But you look worried. Please tell us, my lord. After all, a relationship is mutual support. So give us the chance to support you," said the voice of Toru from the left. She was looking him in the eyes, but more likely because it was the only source of light in the room. Deku thought about it for a second. They were right, relationships were mutual. He couldn't ask them to vent their own feelings and frustrations on him, to trust him with their own thoughts if he didn't trust them. In the end he decided to speak. "Just, not sure what to do now, I guess," sighed Deku as he rubbed their heads with his 2 hands. "I mean, I wanted to become a symbol of evil and help clean this country from the chaos. But now the HPSC is no longer as powerful. The Prime Minister is too scared of me to start anything discriminatory. The Udate are pretty much our friends. And it's just the weakened Meta Liberation Army in Hokkaido, the CRC cult and the Beast crowd out there. After all, the QLF are in alliance with us, and with the symbol of peace soon to be established, with me practically owning all other groups, having the next generations of villainy in my debt, and the League being too infamous and fearsome to be hunted down. I feel like I won, but I'm not sure what to feel about it. It's like there's something coming." A silence before the storm somehow. There was a pause at that. Deku could see his 2 beloveds tilting their heads in confusion. Their confused expressions are just too adorable for him, honestly. It's like Eris that could make out wit. Deku almost puked at the image. He needs to visit Hound Dog. It was a scary and definitely sick thing to even think about, if even by mistack. "Ah yes, typical question," sighed Ochako as she pinched his cheek with her very delicate fingers. "Ah yes, you're feeling like something is missing when you won, because somehow you won faster than anticipated? Like you're missing something? Or that something might go wrong?" asked Toru with a smile. Deku found himself stunned by their understanding. How? Did they get him so easily? Was he that easy to predict? "Yes. That's what I feel, like something is wrong," admitted Deku with a sigh. "You are so cute when you are like this," said Ochako, snuggling closer to him somehow. said the quiet voice of Kyoka on top of him. Of course they weren't quiet enough, especially for someone with excellent hearing like Kyoka. Yeah, it's very hot. Hearing the last two words in these circumstances is really nasty, especially for a teenager like Deku, who was love-starved by all means of the word and was aware of it. Then again, he did technically have 3 girls in his bed. And they were very attractive and beautiful girls, with amazing bodies, adorable and beautiful faces and more beautiful hearts in them, that could somehow love a monster like him. "You're not a monster," hissed Kyoka. Of course she could understand his mumbling, which he could never stop outside of villain work. Yes, a monster wouldn't know what love is, a monster wouldn't take care of children, a monster wouldn't save lives, a monster wouldn't try to make the world a better place, said Ochako in determination. Something he deeply loved about her, he was far past the liking phase despite the relationships being barely a month long and moved to the word love. He loves Ochako, he loves all his girls. Understood? Not. A monster, said Toru, pinching his cheek with more force than necessary, not that he could feel pain, much to her chagrin. Understood, nodded Deku, not daring to even think of disobeying his queens before sighing loudly. Maybe they could give him a new perspective? So he asked, "So what do you think I'm supposed to do now?" There was a small pause as the girls blinked at him. After exactly 3 seconds Kyoka spoke up, giving her answer. "The same thing you used to do until now?" Sighed Kyoka, her answer seeming more like an answer. Her answer did nothing but confuse him. "Like what?" asked Deku, curious. He wasn't fully sure what this meant. He can only hope that this is leading somewhere. He doesn't want to stay feeling like this. It feels wrong and he doesn't like it. Gather power, followers, money and so on. Shrugged Ochako while rubbing her cheek on his shoulder, inhaling his scent, that caused him to blush. Why were his girls so goddamn cute? I mean, that's what villains do, right? While heroes are trying to stop them or take those away from them. Deku paused for a second, considering that in his head, the idea was rational enough and he was getting somewhere, but he needs more guidance from girls. I guess, sighed Deku to himself, looking at the girls with smiles. I'm just not sure what to feel about my victory. I mean, if someone as dangerous as I am doesn't just randomly pop up from nowhere, I'll end up having to fight the government head-on, which might be a bit dangerous because then the Udata will have to be there and it's genuinely awkward. I mean, I'll be trying to do that non-lethally, but even without Tartarus, we might be losing people permanently, and that's dash. Deku must have missed some silent agreement between his girls, because Ochako and Toru embraced his cheeks at once, with Kyoka claiming his lips as hers to enjoy. That silenced him and turned him as red as his eyes. Probably, he was still a bit awkward around this type of affection, probably because of his experiences with Aldera. He probably should have kept some teachers before burning it to the ground and killing its entire past population from his years. My king, sighed Ochako, looking at Deku with a small smile on her face. You are the cutest, kindest and most adorable person in the world. Himiko was right about that. You amassed enough firepower to challenge the government, but you are still afraid that your friends will get hurt by someone if you use it. What's more precious than that? Plus it doesn't have to be Japan that you stick to, spoke Toru finally, looking at Deku suggestively. Everyone turned to her questioningly, which she couldn't actually see, but she still elaborated. I mean, what's stopping you from going to conquer other countries and become their unquestionable king and ruler? We could start with Australia, then move up to Russia, then all the way through Asia and the Europe. And then maybe Africa? We could conquer the American continent while at it. And before you realize it, the whole world is yours to rule. Why not go plus ultra on your journey to become a symbol of evil? Everyone stayed silent at that for a bit, before Deku embraced Toru's lips, then Kyoka's, then finally Ochako's. I love you girls. Maybe we could take half a step forward in this relationship. I'm not ready for it, but I know for sure now that I want you all to be mine, said Deku with a grin, taking off his shirt and tossing it to the side. The girls didn't need to be told twice. As they removed the extra clothing, the 3 of them started making out heatedly with their king one at a time, the 4 of them staying only in their underwear, which was eventually taken off. But nothing was done after that. Deku looked at his exhausted and naked girlfriends with a smile, before sighing in exasperation and fondness. Guess he got a new goal. Why stick to only being a king for Japan? He was never someone to accept half-assed wins. This sounds like the absolute best victory he could have. But even as he felt like a huge weight was lifted off his shoulders, he couldn't help but feel like something was coming. Soon the day for the summer training camp arrived for the Udata Hero students. The 3 classes were gathered outside with their luggage, waiting for the buses to arrive. Shoyuta had been ready to go over the itinerary of the trip before noticing how distracted his students were from even paying attention. Though quite thoroughly annoyed at this, he decided to let his students have this moment, as the days of playing around would soon be over. Especially with what they had planned for. The rat had issues, that's for sure, or was making up for his size. The idea made Aizawa mentally laugh honestly. Katsuki himself was currently slumped against the bus window with a pillow, courtesy of Momo's quirk, and sleeping. The reason that he was tired was that his mom gave birth to Misaki yesterday and he was with his old man in the hospital, and after a while before departing to the summer camp he insisted on meeting her, where he picked up the small brown-haired baby girl and cooed at her while swearing to blow up whoever bothered her. Misaki had brown hair unlike his ash blonde and her eyes were brown, but she was still his adorable little sister and he couldn't wait until he got to see her again in 3 weeks from now. Bokugo-kun. Don't you started Tenya, only for Mina who was a seat behind him, shushed him. There's no need to disturb his nap, hissed Mina, glaring at Tenya fiercely. The training camp is said to be harsh, so there's nothing wrong with getting some sleep to prepare, plus he was with his parents in the hospital yesterday as his sister was being born, so give him a break. That made everyone perk up slightly, with the girls and some boys quietly squealing, already planning to ask for pictures of the adorable newborn baby girl. Using the travel time to not only prepare but to conserve energy in case it's needed? Ingenious, declared Tenya, truly he is prepared. Then I shall do the same. Not what I was trying to say, but alright, knock yourself out, shrugged Mina as Izuru giggled next to her, seeing the pun to be quite funny. In the end, Tenya was too wired up to even attempt to get some sleep. 1 hour later. The buses stopped at a rather obscure area with 2 other vehicles. The 3 teachers in the 3 buses had told their students that they had arrived at a pit stop and eagerly hopped out of the bus to stretch their limbs. In their rush they didn't take count. Bathroom. I gotta pee, panicked Mineta, scurrying all around to find somewhere to release the buildup in his bladder. It was there that Class 1A, 1B and 1C noticed that the choice of stop was a rather desolate area. They had been expecting a gas station or some small rest area building, not a seemingly empty area overlooking a dense forest. Bathroom? Begged Mineta as he approached Shoyuta. There's no point in stopping without a reason, stated Shota, ignoring Mineta's plea. The black car parked in the area suddenly opened its door. Yo Eraser, shouted a voice. Long time no see, replied Shoyuta with a bow. A second later, 2 ladies in pink and blue cat-themed costumes appeared in front of the students. Lock on with these sparkling gays, cheered the brunette in the pink costume. Stingily cute and cat-like, shouted the blonde in the blue costume. Wild wild. Pussycats, declared the 2 as they finished off their chant in a pose. These are some of the pro heroes that will be working with us during the training camp, the Pussycats, explained Night-Eye to everyone. So you students better listen to them. Treat them the same as you would treat your teachers back in the UN, ordered Vlad, looking serious. Although you might already know them, they are the pro heroes Mandalay and Pixie Bob. Hot damn, we got some ML started Cozy Eye, only for Pixie Bob to suddenly grab his face in a vice grip. I'm 18 at heart, hissed Pixie Bob as her grip tightened over Cozy Eye's face. Right, 18, murmured Cozy Eye through her grip, with a few of his male classmates quickly nodding their heads in agreement. The rest greeted Pixie Bob and Mandalay politely. Mandalay smiled as she gestured towards the forest, to a huge fortress that was insanely huge. We own the whole stretch of land here. You will all be staying at the foot of that mountain. Right there. Mandalay smiled as she gestured towards the forest. The whole class looked at where Mandalay gestured and had their jaws hit the floor with their tongues sticking out and their eyes almost bugging out, as they laid their eyes on a huge fortress that was insanely gigantic in the distance. How the hell did they miss it was beyond them honestly. What the F? Gaped Denki. Wait a minute, no way in hell, that's only for us. Are all the Hero Corps students in here already? Exclaimed Tetsu in disbelief. What the hell are the U-Data budget numbers? Where do you people get the funding? Screeched Mika, looking at the huge forest a distance away from them. The teachers couldn't help but chuckle at the question, since they didn't know either. Hell. Did anyone ever try to explain to the rat what the word moderation means? Asked Saya, looking at her teacher skeptically. Moderation? Is that supposed to be some type of British cuisine? Asked Night-Eye with raised brow. Against herself. Saya laughed at the joke. Night-Eye counted that as a victory to himself. Making his students laugh was oddly satisfying somehow, especially that funny enough Saya was the one most compatible with his sense of humor. It was then that the whole classes noticed just how far away the fortress was before realizing just possibly why they had stopped in here instead of the fortress. Why don't we just get back to the bus, huh? Suggested Hanta nervously as he began to quickly shuffle back. I am in agreement with that, nodded Yosetsu as he also quickly turned around. A few other students had the same idea as well, turning back to he buses. It's 9:30 a.m. right now, smirked Mandalay, her cat tail waving back and forth. If you're fast, maybe around noon? That statement caused the whole student body to quickly stampede back towards the bus. Kiddies who don't make it by 12:30 p.m. won't get any lunch, called out Mandalay. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. The training camp, drawled out Shoyuta as Pixie Bob suddenly intercepted the student's path. Has already begun. Pixie Bob grinned as she activated her quirk, Earth Flow. The ground beneath the students began to shift into a quicksand tsunami and carried all the students over the cliff. A few students tried to use their quirks to combat the flow, but it was useless as there was just too much earth being thrown at them. Yosetsu couldn't anchor himself to something already moving, and Juzo, who tried to soften the earth and swim through it, found himself being swept away by the current. Since this is private land, you can use your quirks as you wish, shouted Mandalay as she peeked over to make sure Pixie Bob hadn't gone overboard and injured the students. You have 3 hours. Come to the facility on your own 2 feet. That is, after getting through the beast's forests. The students looked out to the forest, noticing that with all the dense trees, light barely filtered through the branches. Let's get ourselves organized, suggested Itsuka, brushing off the dust off her skirt. Class presidents and vice presidents, gather up. Setsuna quickly walked to Itsuka, as did Momo and Ochako. Mira and Mika did so as well. When the 6 started counting the students to make sure everyone was alright, they noticed they were missing someone. Where's Katsuki-kun? Asked Ochako, looking at Momo in confusion. He was sitting in the bus, wasn't he? He was. I made a pillow for him to take a nap too, nodded Momo. He was sitting next to Tokoyami for the trip. Tokoyami-kun. Do you remember seeing Bakugo? Bakugo? I was sitting next to him, replied Fumikage, his hand in his chin in a thoughtful position. Now that you mention him, I don't see him here at all. Did something happen to him? This might seem like a weird question, but did he even get off the bus? Asked Setsuna, looking at everyone skeptically. The other students blinked before looking up back to the cliff. Before they could do anything, though, their attention was quickly diverted by a scream ringing in the air. Mineta had been desperate to find somewhere to take a piss, and so he dashed into the trees to find some privacy. Unfortunately, he ran right into some sort of mythical beast looking at him as a prey. He was so frightened that he accidentally let go of his control on his bladder. Kota tried to use his quirk to control the beast, only for it to completely ignore him. Watch out! Shouted Cozy Eye as he quickly formed an air barrier in front of Mineta, blocking the beast's attack, protecting his fellow pervert. The other more action-oriented students quickly acted, destroying the beast before figuring out the beast was merely a construct made up of the dirt. We'll worry about him later. We need to get through this quickly if we want to make it to lunch, shouted Ochako, knowing Katsuki should be alright. Let's go. Yeah, shouted the students as they charged forward with their quirks blazing. Meanwhile, back on top of the cliffs, Shoyuta and Mandalay were discussing why they were putting the students on an accelerated pace than usual when the bus doors opened once more. The F's yawn happening? Grumbled Katsuki as he stepped off the bus, looking around while rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. Where the hell is everyone? Mandalay glanced at the 3 teachers, unsure what to do now. They could throw him off the cliff to join the other students, but she recognized Katsuki from getting first place in the U.A sports festival. Shoyuta himself was face-palming at the lack of oversight. With all the students crowded in one spot, he forgot to count to make sure all of them had disembarked the bus. When he saw Katsuki napping on the bus during the drive, he merely wrote it off as someone being smart about their time and resting. Then he completely forgot about him afterward. Your classmates have already started the training camp, informed Night Eye as he looked at Katsuki sternly. Perhaps we should have him catch up, advised Vlad, looking at Shoyuta. Perhaps, but only if the problem child can handle this surprise, replied Shoyuta, giving Mandalay a look. Mandalay nodded before looking over to Pixie Bob, who grinned. Suddenly, another tidal wave of dirt came flying at Katsuki, though much smaller than the one she did from before. Katsuki quickly blasted away, managing to keep himself from being swept away while keeping himself a hard target with his explosions, blowing himself from left to right quickly. Pixie Bob did her best to catch Katsuki, but she was also multitasking on creating more earth beasts for the other students to fight and tracking the status of the students while catching Katsuki, so needless to say she was having a difficult time. Katsuki grinned before he heard the crunch of gravel from behind. Thanks to his instincts and extremely honed battle sense, Katsuki dove forward just in time to dodge a head swipe from Mandalay. Using the momentum, Katsuki rolled forward before pushing himself off the ground with his hands to avoid another attack from Pixie Bob. The two pro-heroines began to team up on him, slowly closing in on him until Katsuki aimed his hands at them, ready to blast them with a huge explosion. "Stop," ordered Shoyuta, causing them all to stop. "There's no logical point in continuing this. We'll take him with us to camp, where he can wait for his classmates there. It would be too dangerous and illogical to send him chasing after his classmates, who have already entered the forest." "Are you sure about this?" asked Vlad, glancing at Katsuki, who was cursing at the two women like a drunk sailor, to whom Shoyuta nodded. Shuta's reasoning that it would be dangerous for Katsuki to go alone wasn't unfounded, but there was another, simple reason. He believed that Katsuki didn't need this training. He had heard all about I Island and how Katsuki managed to if barely detain a monster that was technically powerful enough to fight All Might, and had quirks that technically was putting Katsuki in a disadvantage, but he still won. Nezu had hinted as much but didn't go into detail. And he didn't want to deal with the chance that Katsuki might get lost by himself. That was a headache waiting to happen. Or worse, the danger of Katsuki exploding the whole forest and setting it ablaze. Unbeknownst to the students, second and third years are in different sections of the forest, battling their way into the fortress. No need to endanger them because of one destructive gremlin. You're pretty fast and agile, dodging all those attacks," purred Pixie Bob, getting closer and closer to Katsuki, much to his discomfort as he narrowed his eyes, his hands sparkling threateningly. "Not bad looking either. And pretty buff from what I can tell. I can't wait to see how you'll grow in 3 years. I'm calling dibs." Pixie Bob dove towards Katsuki, who quickly panicked and blasted himself to the far side and sailing in the air towards the bus, grabbing onto the bus handle before quickly flinging himself into the vehicle. "Close the doors right the F now," shouted Katsuki in utter panic to the bus driver, who merely chuckled and did so, closing the door right in front of Pixie Bob's face. "Boo boo," pouted Pixie Bob, only for Mandalay to drag her back to the vehicle. "Pixie, we're leaving," deadpanned Mandalay as she dragged the struggling Pixie Bob away. An hour later, the teachers and Katsuki arrived at the checking point to the huge fortress. The sight of it was so overwhelming it caused Katsuki to gape at the huge building in front of him, his face being one for the history books. "What the flying fresh absolute F," uttered Katsuki, looking up at the huge fortress walls. Vlad King chuckled in amusement seeing Katsuki's expression. "Pretty shocking, isn't it?" asked Vlad King. "We have literally everything set in here too, multiple heroes patrolling around the edges of the forest, fallout shelters in case of natural disasters, a death robot base all the way to Nedza's command center and center of the communication network." Katsuki stared at the three teachers dumbfounded. "I'm dreaming, ain't I?" Knight I shook his head in amusement at that. "Not at all, in fact we even have an artillery battery and AA missile launchers. And I'm at a point where I wouldn't be surprised if it was powered by a nuclear reactor with an explosive self-destruction option tied to Nedza's heartbeat in case someone killed him while inside the fortress. Because he is this level of spiteful prick," deadpanned Katsuki, and everyone chuckled in response. "What the F's this school's budget numbers? Who the F's financing it?" The question remained unanswered, which Katsuki suspects is because they find out either that Rat was bats hit crazy and too smart for them to deal with. "That damn rat is compensating for his small-ass size, isn't he?" deadpanned Katsuki. "Yes he is. But enough about that, we arrived to our destination," said Shoyuta with a chuckle as the bus stopped. As Katsuki exited the bus, he saw some heroes on the gate chatting. There was Midnight, Present Mike, Snipe and Ectoplasm all chatting together until they noticed him. There was also some other heroes he didn't recognize, probably from the lower ranks. Katsuki's knowledge on people under the top 20 is pretty sad honestly. Midnight smirked as she walked to Katsuki, who groaned loudly, "Why the F does women keep being a pain in his ass? Is this about his mom being a model? Does that give him some attraction gene?" "Abakugo. What are you doing here alone?" asked Midnight, hovering over him, and he deadpanned in response. "Being naughty and skipping on training? Maybe I should put you in private detention." "More like because the rat and hobo didn't feel like having me blow the entire forest to high hell with my badass explosions and waltz here, letting the others ride on my coattails," scoffed Katsuki, shoving his hands in his pockets. "Now that's being a bit overconfident there, partner. No need to get ahead of yourself," said Snipe in amusement, only for Katsuki to roll his eyes. "You remember what I did to that beach Maria, right? Imagine me pulling the same shit on this forest," said Katsuki, to which the teachers winced. That explosion was easily the full-powered Detroit smash, and Katsuki was still a first-year student. Katsuki let them wonder in their own minds as he looked around. The fortress walls were huge and definitely sturdy. If the rat is planning to wage war, then this is the best place to start. On the walls were artillery rounds, cannons and so on. Katsuki could also see some robots moving around. There were also a lot of pro heroes like, a lot of those, is this a training camp or a military exercise? Because even the military might think this is a bit overboard. Katsuki walked inside the fortress to find that there was multiple buildings. One of them had literally a sign that said Hero Course, so it must be where he will reside. The building was big, like an apartment complex big. What the F is the rat's deal? This could be really a dorm by now. They'll probably reuse the fortress next year, with all the weapons being sold this year to regain some money. Bakugo, make yourself useful and take everybody's luggage to their respective rooms, ordered Shoyuta as he walked to Katsuki and pointed to the dorms. Katsuki scowled and growled in annoyance but agreed as there wasn't anything else to do besides walking around, and maybe explore the place a little, but he just wants a nap. He was tired alright? Midnight was about to follow him, but was restrained with Shuta's capture weapon causing her to whine in protest, which caused Katsuki to groan. Mandalay quickly volunteered to help guide Katsuki around, intercepting Pixie Bob's attempt to get closer to Katsuki, who pinched the bridge of his nose on exasperation. Crazy chicks. Is that crazy chick always like this? Because I'll end up exploding her eventually, you know. I like my personal space so much, warned Katsuki as he grabbed several luggages at once. She's gotten a little desperate due to her age, admitted Mandalay, looking sheepish. It doesn't help that her parents are pressuring her to settle down and retire, and give them some kittens. She wants to find someone too, but in our line work, it's hard to maintain any sort of relationship, especially since we specialize in mountain rescue operations. Nobody here but us, really. Except this whole new summer camp thing, of course. Mandalay then looked away for a second, muttering under her breath. Then again, we're all in the same boat. Katsuki respectfully, gracefully and tactfully pretended to not have heard that statement. He didn't want to snark and get beaten up, or worse, get one of his only lines of defense to start hunting him too, trying to screw him. He is pretty sure Psycho will murder her for it. They met up multiple times under disguises, mostly to plan few stuff, because he is waging his own war against the HPSC president and the government with its leading tyrant after graduation. Allying with the U.A but not work with them, he doesn't trust the rat, he'll mostly be working with independents. And Psycho with her wealth and brains would be a great ally, but it seems they ended up getting along a bit more than he expected. More about them trying to get through their own superiority complexes, which they were helping each other through. Soon they were slowly shifting the luggage to the respective rooms in the floor of the first years, until someone came into the two of them, and jumped straight on Katsuki's back. Splody, you're here. My favorite client and best source of inspiration for making my babies. As well as my best friend. Grinned Mei as she jumped on Katsuki's back, making him almost stumble forward. What the deep cross eyes, what the F are you doing in here? This is a building for hero students, you dumbass. Get the hell out, snapped Katsuki as he balanced himself, having managed to catch his footing before he fell on his face. You know her? Asked Mandalay with a sweat drop as she looked at Mei cheerfully hanging off of Katsuki's back and humming to herself cheerfully. From the support course. She helps make my support gear, make me new shit and fix whatever breaks, deadpan Katsuki then added. And for the record, she means inventions, so don't get weird ideas. Mandalay gave a small laugh before grinning at the two. For a second she actually thought she meant actual kids. Seems like he's used to giving people context for the girl. I'll let you two to it then. Have fun. And use protection. Katsuki registered what she said before yelled out in outrage. Mandalay meanwhile ran for dear life as she heard the explosions happening, causing the floor to shake. Wow, he really packs quite the punch, huh? Kitty Beach, grumbled Katsuki as he put the last set of bags in the last room, which happened to be Momo's room. Why the hell would that chick need so much shit and so many heavy bags was beyond him, rich people. As he finished, Mei looked at him with a grin. Wanna take a walk around, Splody? I could show you around. Most of the stuff here was built with Cementos, ectoplasm and power loaders help, with the tech in here being a month-long exercise for all the years of the support course. We have so many deadly babies in here. I know they are probably going to reuse the fortress the next year, and I bet that most of the stuff inside was a form of month-long large-scale training exercise for the support classes, shrugged Katsuki, deciding to indulge Mei in her offer. Oh, and that the school will probably sell most of what they did after the training camp ends, chirped Mei. What the F, this rat is insane. How did he even manage to amass this much men power and firepower without having the military drop on his ass? Wondered Katsuki. I mean, holy shit, you could storm the minister's office and murder him if we count in the hero course joining the effort. He could even storm the HPSC HQ. You're more right than you think. You have 20 additional part-time teachers and no less than 30 additional heroes, mostly lower-ranked and tied to the U.A patrolling the area. Away from the best forest, of course, no need to get in your way, added Mei helpfully. Anything else? Asked Katsuki. He was afraid of the answer honestly, but Lei still nodded, her cheerful expression never changing. And something like 100 support guys manning the fortress, doing stuff like maintenance and communication. Oh, and I think like 20 Gen EDS from the 3 years that are looking to go into medicine will have live exercise of running a first aid with recovery girl, finished Mei. Katsuki Bakugo. Holy shit, Psycho. Nezu is batshit crazy. Psycho and Eli? Psycho and Eli. Is this a repeat what we already know day for our usual chats, Katsuki? Katsuki Bakugo. This is less a school training camp and more a military exercise. Psycho and Eli. Details please? Katsuki Bakugo. Every single hero class is here, training in separate areas of a really large forest. Fighting supposedly huge earth beasts. I thought it was a camp for first years, but nope, this is bullshit. Katsuki Bakugo. Nezu subcontracted like 20 different heroes with training licenses with connections to the UA to deal with the chaos of tomorrow. Psycho and Eli, I don't see a problem? Sounds kind of fun. Laughing face. Katsuki Bakugo. Cementos, Power Loader and the support students built the RAT AFUCKINGFORTRESS, which seems to include everything from Fallout shelters and murder robot base to Nezu's command center and center of the communication network. Katsuki Bakugo. It even has an ARTILLERY battery and AA missile launchers if the gossip from the support classes is correct, and I'm at a point where I wouldn't be surprised if it was powered by a nuclear reactor with an explosive self-destruction option tied to Ned's heartbeat in case someone killed him while inside the fortress because he is this level of spiteful prick. Psycho and Eli. What are the UA's budget numbers? Psycho and Eli. And who is financing it? Psycho and Eli. I need to know so much. Katsuki Bakugo. I know right. I mean holy shit. Psycho and Eli. I know they are probably going to reuse the fortress the next year, and that most of the stuff inside was a form of month-long large-scale training exercise for the support classes and that the school will probably sell most of what they did after the training camp ends, but... Katsuki Bakugo. Seriously, WTF? That rat is insane. Psycho and Eli. That's saying it lightly, oh my all might. Katsuki Bakugo. You have 20 additional part-time teachers and no less than 30 additional heroes, mostly lower-ranked and tied to the UH patrolling the area. Katsuki Bakugo? And something like 100 support guys manning the fortress doing stuff like maintenance and communication. Katsuki Bakugo? Oh, and I think like 20 Gen EDS from various years that are looking to go into medicine and have live exercise of running first aid with recovery girl. Psycho and Eli. I'm 99% sure that Nedza-san is just compensating for his small size. Katsuki Bakugo. Oh. Sounds like it XD. Psycho and Eli. I mean it makes a bit of sense with the country so messed up, and it's a good idea to look like a real-life hedgehog to villains willing to punch you, especially that many villains already punched you. Katsuki Bakugo. I guess. Psycho and Eli. But did someone ever try to explain to him what moderation means? Katsuki Bakugo. He probably thinks it's some form of British cuisine. Psycho and Eli. XD. Psycho and Eli. Okay. Any notable faces among the heroes? You said that mostly lower ranked. Katsuki Bakugo. We have all the faculty in here. I also saw All Might with some Endeavor sidekicks, Wild Pussycats, well it's their forest to begin with Dash, some Idayton sidekicks, Gran Torino he just isn't going to give up and retire, doesn't he? And Crust. Katsuki Bakugo. Oh and Boulder for F's sake rank 15 hero? From the Hero Commission. What the F's he doing here? Katsuki Bakugo. Did you think that the commission would be alright with Nedza-san amassing enough firepower in a single place to storm the National Diet Building without any form of oversight? Katsuki Bakugo. Fair. Psycho and Eli. Now that's over with, wanna tell me about your newborn baby sister? Katsuki Bakugo. You have to see the pictures. She is too adorable. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through What If Deku Became the Villain Emperor. I hope you found it as intriguing and thought-provoking as we did. A big shout out to DekuVerse for crafting such a compelling story. Don't forget to check out their profile on Archive of Our Own for more amazing works. The link is in the description below. If you liked this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to What If Deku 2.0 for more fascinating explorations into the world of fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we're always excited to hear your thoughts and suggestions in the comments section. See you guys in the next video.